Show me what you got.
I like what you've got.
Boo.
Boo! Not cool.
Not cool, bro.
Boo! Disqualified. That feels sufficiently whatever it is we're doing today. I gotta share. Gotta share the things to the places and the stuffs. That. Not that.
Boo. Not cool.
Boo!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Disqualified.
6, 7, 8, 9. Good. Good.
Okay.
I'm cold. Why is it so cold?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe you should know.
Hit that bell. Hit that bell
No,
notification.
I don't want to sign into the 50-inch Roku television.
No, that wasn't the one. But that's okay. We'll share that. And then actually
Oh,
what it was.
nope. Don't want to watch the
That.
4, almost 5-hour anime podcast. I want to click on this
I
one.
want to do this.
I want to be the very best.
The no
Hey,
one
hey,
ever
did you
was.
know? Did you know this episode is just called Spur of the Moment Podcast, and then there's nothing else?
Dang it. Dang it, Jordan. This is all your fault.
I mean, it's not. It's your fault. You set this up.
Damn it, Jordan.
You brought this on yourself.
Damn it, Jordan.
But let's see if I can hear us.
Dang it, Jordan. I have to fix that.
So it's just called Spur of the Moment Podcast, and then there's nothing else?
Dang it, Jordan. This is all your fault.
Well, the good news, if there is good news, is that
Projects.
I can hear us. So
That.
that is good news.
That.
But it is
That.
cold, Justin, and I don't know if
That.
it's actually cold out
That.
today, or if it's just our fucking apartment, which always feels like it's goddamn cold.
It's true.
Which is great in the heat of the summer, but currently is making me feel cold.
It's true. He's right.
But it might be warm outside.
There we go. Now the title is fixed. Now the title should be fixed. There we go. There it is. I fixed it. I repaired the damage. Okay. Jordan, saxophone removal in 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Actually, John, I'm going to redo that because it's not going away and it's annoying. I got to fix it. I got to fix the thing. Huh.
And I'm also here. And I am also very cold, yeah.
No, not that then. Sorry. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me while I figure out how to get rid of
I'm putting both arms under the blanket.
settings. Display.
Clearly, what you need to do is press down Control.
Go away.
Oh,
There we go. I don't know why that randomly
delete.
happens. It randomly turns the keep meeting controls visible setting on, even though I've turned it off multiple times. Really annoying. Let's try that again. Saxophone
removal in 4, 3, 2.
You didn't say 1.
Because that's when you're counting down broadcasts. You never say 1.
Yeah, but-
you leave 1 silent, so it leaves that 1 second of delay for editors to be able to do the editing.
And saxophone removal in 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And this is Today's not my day, Jordan. Today's not my day. I forgot to hit the timer. Let's do this one final time.
We're gonna run this back and do it one more time.
In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE.org. That's right,
Media.
Jordan.
Media.
RATmedia.org. Dang it.
I saved
He saved it. He saved it. We totally didn't mess up the intro like 4 times for some reason, even though we've done it 100 times. Don't ask me why. I don't need a reason. I've got
out
my way.
of 100 times, every time you fail 4 times.
I fail 4 times. Yeah, that's right. Every single episode. You don't hear it. Welcome to Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I'm your host. I'm Justin Spurr. I'm apparently off my game today, and I'm joined, as always, by he who cannot be compared to anybody else. He is them. He is we. He is the incomparable Jordan, everybody. He's here.
But in reality, I am actually he, him. That's what I.
He's
that's
him.
what I.
He is them.
I'm. No. My pronouns are he, him. That's what I go by. You know. I'm not a they. I'm not a them. I'm a he, him.
I mean, but you could be they or them. Jordan, you're
I mean, the concept of me is, but like me as
Jordan,
an individual,
I
am he, him.
You're an unyielding, never-ending collection of beings.
Enigma?
Known as them. Enigma. Thank you. That's a good one. That's a good word. On today's show, we're gonna do some news. We got Invincible versus. We got Coyote versus Acme trailer. We got Dragon Ball Xenoverse. They announced it literally as we went off the air last week. I was kind of pissed.
Third one.
Finally happening, everybody. Everybody's finally happening. Clayface trailer. We got Paul Rudd and Nick Jonas in a trailer. I meant to send Jordan the previous trailer. I didn't. Funny. Jordan, why isn't expendable character in the far seasons of Stranger Things? We're gonna find that out.
Did you send me that one?
I did.
I could have sworn I watched all the ones that you sent me, and I don't remember seeing that one.
I did send it to you.
When?
This morning.
Okay. Well, I don't think I saw that one.
Dang it. I definitely sent it to you. Dang it. Do I cut that story?
No, you didn't.
I definitely did.
There's no, you didn't. I'm looking at it right now. There's the versus Coyote versus Acme.
Friggin' Facebook. I definitely sent it to you.
And then after that, I get Prime Video.
Whether or not you received it or not is a different story, but I definitely sent it to you. Friggin' Facebook. So
maybe
annoying.
it might show up later. I don't know, but I'm not seeing it.
Dang it. Do I cut that now? Well, we'll bounce it to the end. Maybe we'll watch it live.
I mean, if you want to talk about things, I can watch it.
Maybe we'll watch it live later. We'll see. We'll bounce it to the end. Friggin' Facebook.
I mean, I watched all the other ones.
Anyway, and then we're gonna talk about strange and weird things. I've pivoted on the title that are on Disney Plus and Hulu. They're strange. They're weird. They'll make you go, "This is on Disney Plus."
Hulu.
All right, and that's later. But first, in a new segment I've called "News Stories for Jordan" and exclusively for Jordan, and only for Jordan. Jordan, viral musical sensation, Epic the Musical, is set to becoming a animated movie thanks to Jerry Bruckheimer.
Heard about that specifically because I on YouTube I follow Jorge, and
that'll do it.
And he posted a video where he's like, "Oh my god, I can't." I didn't watch the full thing because it was like 8 minutes long or something like that.
That's how I saw it. I think I saw someone stitching it, but that was it was attached to that video of him being like, "Oh, holy shit, I can't believe this is happening! Oh my god!" And I was like, "Wait, really?"
That's exciting. I will say,
animated was pretty sick.
I will say I will be disappointed if the original singers don't come
That's what a
back.
lot of people are saying. Who's to say? I mean, yeah, if it being animated definitely means that there's a chance. But the argument
Yeah,
will be made
like,
that that's a concept album, and the whole point of a concept
and
album is you bring in a new cast, and
yeah, no, I don't care. I want the original. At least some of the like. I don't necessarily need every single one, but there's certain ones like the girl, woman, whatever, who plays Athena. Got to
yeah,
bring her back.
yeah.
Like she's been there. She's been with him since before anyone else. She was like one of the first people that came on.
Hmm.
Like you got to bring her back. And Jorge has got to be in it.
This
Like
is
he's got to be in it.
this has got some big names. Yeah. Well, it says they've partnered with him, so seems as though he will be involved in it in some capacity. But I mean, being the behind the scenes producer and all that's a lot of work. So to do that and star in it, it's a lot. So, but this is yeah, it's got uh Jerry Bruckheimer, a very famous producer he produced Top Gun and the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. And also Atlantic Music Group, President Kevin Weaver. Atlantic Music Group is a massive group. They claim my videos all the time. Um, and yeah, this article kind of, because this was the only article of it I could find. This was not off of my regular website, but interesting. So this movie will be Jerry Bruckheimer's first foray into animation, but
Huh.
not his first foray into musicals. He apparently produced Flashdance. I didn't know that.
Um, I will say, as a fan of Epic the musical, it's not its first foray into animation technically, because there's been a lot of people that have been animating these scenes for years.
Yeah, but like no one professional.
Some of them are really good. Like some of the
Nothing,
animations that I've seen are really good.
nothing official. But
Sure. Well, I mean, yes and no. Some of the animations were, I don't know if I would if the word is commissioned, but like they're on when you go on Spotify, for example. They're in the background when you play this like the songs.
so yeah,
So like some of them are more official than
I'm
others.
guessing that informed the decision to make it into an animated movie as opposed to a live action movie. But the justification for it is that, and it's interesting. It's based off of the fact that Christopher Nolan has an Odyssey movie coming out, but that Odyssey movie hasn't come out yet and hasn't exactly been or have not been a success. So to use that movie to judge the Odyssey's popularity is an odd one. Like, I don't know if that's a measure of whether or not the Odyssey is a popular enough story to be like, let's commission a expensive animated musical about it. But I'm down.
Well, I mean, I don't know all the decisions that go into something like this, but from the sounds of it, it sounds like they approached Jorge about
Really?
this.
Huh.
Um,
I would not have got that.
that's well, I mean, that's I,
Yeah, they went.
I
They clearly saw that there's a lot of juice for the Odyssey because
well,
they
not necessarily specifically the Odyssey. I mean, I think his music in particular, it's been bringing a lot of attention to the
that's
subject.
that yeah.
His like his music and stuff have has millions of
According
views.
to this
So.
article, it's based entirely on the fact that Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie is coming out, and
I mean, I don't think that's true.
juice for the Odyssey story is at an all time high in Hollywood, according to Jerry Bruckheimer. That's the
Like,
way he
I
feels.
absolutely believe that that's part of the decision, like
I don't
to
think
make it.
maybe
But
maybe the musical guy maybe, but Jerry
I don't,
Bruckheimer doesn't care about the music.
I don't believe that that's exclusively. Well, then why would you approach Jorge specifically? A
I
person who has
because it's a
made his entire thing
because it's a really
off of the
popular
Odyssey.
thing based on the Odyssey. That's why. That's entirely why.
Right. That's why I'm saying I don't believe that it was just based off of this new movie that's
No,
coming
no. The
out.
idea is that, well, to my, if I understand how
Like
produced, if
there's a
I,
reason why they're going with his version of the
oh, because his
story.
is probably the second most, well, it's the most popular version of it right now. So they're like,
Yeah, exactly.
no,
So that's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
no,
They already knew about his
right,
stuff.
but that they're in their minds, like it's Hollywood. You got to take this. You got to think about this in the most stupid possiblest terms. But they see that the Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie is coming out, and they're like, interest in the Odyssey story will be at an all-time high. So it behooves us to get an additional Odyssey-based story out. And what I'm saying is that is an odd perspective. If it was that this thing was popular independent of itself, the timing wouldn't be so coincidental. It's definitely they're seeing numbers and they're expecting that Christopher Nolan movie to make a lot of money because the last one of his movies made like $1 billion. So they're like, oh, the Odyssey is going to be $1 billion idea and animation takes a while, so we want to get this out, get this going early so that it can come out around the same time. And
Yeah,
then
I think there's more to it.
relevancy will be achieved. Well, maybe amongst the music guys, but for Jerry Bruckheimer, nah. There's no
I
way
don't know.
Jerry Bruckheimer.
I don't know who he is, so that means nothing to me.
Jerry Bruckheimer, he would have just sold money. He would have been like, how could we turn this into Pirates of the Caribbean? Because he's Jerry Bruckheimer.
Okay, I don't. Again, I mean that means nothing to me. So
Jerry Bruckheimer's a famous. He produced the Pirates of the Caribbean. He produced that Prince of Persia movie. His name's been on a bunch of shit that you've watched a ton, so you absolutely should know his name. Yeah, he produces a ton of shit. He produces.
Okay.
Yeah, so he
I mean, that again, that's all crap that doesn't. I don't care who produces shit.
No, but what I'm saying is it informs why he wouldn't have been like, ooh, I like the music of this and this.
No, he would have looked at the numbers and been like, this is stupid popular.
But it has everything to do with the.
Like if his video, if Jorge's, my point is, if Jorge's videos only had like 1,000 views, they wouldn't have looked at it twice. It's because it has millions.
Well, yeah,
it is a
yes.
thing that they can sell.
Sure.
It is a thing that he has made vinyl copies
but
of.
It's also because it's based on the Odyssey, and the Odyssey is about to be, well, from their perspective, hey, it benefits people who are fans of that.
Yeah,
material.
we're not disagreeing. I'm just saying that there's more to it than just that.
No, I guarantee you
yes,
there's not.
There is.
I guarantee you there's not. There's not more
I guarantee you there is.
There's no more to it than it's a popular thing based on the Odyssey. The Odyssey is going to be really relevant in a probably whenever that Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie. People are going to be talking about the Odyssey.
Either way, like, it doesn't really matter why he's doing it. The point is they're doing it, and that sounds.
It's really shocking that it's Jerry Bruckheimer. Like, just it's really like really Jerry Bruckheimer. That he does have niche interests. That's why the Pirates movies exist. But that's just such a weird niche thing.
That's why I say that
for him to want to produce.
It just comes. Bro, how do I word this? Yes, it seems like a weird thing, which is why I say there must be more to it. Like maybe he has a family member who's a fan, or maybe he has. No, you don't. You don't know. I
absolutely doubt it. Just,
you don't know.
Just based on. I mean, you.
Then why would he do it?
Again, I told you.
You're right. It's a weird choice.
I told you why. It's because it's a popular thing based on the Odyssey.
Yeah, no, but
it's purely that.
There's more. I believe there's more to it.
They clearly looked for a really popular. If I had to guess, he's got a producer or someone who worked with him, who is probably a bit internet savvy, and they were Googling what is a popular thing based on the Odyssey that we can adapt into a thing and make money off of, and this was it. I guarantee you. From I'm not talking about anyone else involved in this. Purely Jerry Bruckheimer. If we're like the musical guy, I guess there's a guy, the Atlantic Music Group guy. Yes, he would have heard the music and been like, "This is good. We can make a mint off of this if we put this on a movie soundtrack." He absolutely would have signed off on this based on the music, based on the talent involved in it, based on the fact that it's a pretty solid concept album. Jerry Bruckheimer he's all about he's a movie producer, all about dollars and cents. Would not have. I guarantee you, until this thing gets put into production, he will not have heard a minute of those songs. There's no way. There's no way. He's too rich for that. Like, he's just one of those.
It'll be interesting to see what
producers.
songs they bring in and what songs they cut, because the concept album as it currently exists with every single song is about 2 hours and 45 minutes, and that's just songs.
Probably just the first section of it.
So, like, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much of the story they do, what songs they keep.
It's Jerry Bruckheimer. He wants this to be a franchise, so they're going to be going into this looking to make multiple movies. Because
if you do just the first saga, the Troy saga, that right there is like 30 something minutes of song, which is a movie's amount of
Yeah,
songs.
yeah, yeah. You just do the first. They'll probably just do the first section, and then just to test it, see how
I
it
could
goes.
see them
The
maybe
fact
combining the first. I could see them maybe combining the first two, having the Troy and the
the
Cyclops,
fact that
and
it's
and doing that in one movie.
well, they'll. I mean, the most obvious one is to just do Troy, and then you do him going home as if you're gonna do a sequel, then you do him going home as a sequel. 'Cause that's just how the Odyssey.
Like I said, I could see it being a thing where like the first 20 minutes is Troy, and then the rest of the first movie is the
I don't
Cyclops
know.
saga.
I don't know because if they want to, yeah, maybe. If they really want to stretch this thing out, the part of it that interests me more
Also,
than any of it is the fact that it's animated.
what they might do
That's
though,
expensive.
what they might do though, and this might be why Jorge is agreeing like wanting this is for a first movie they might have it be where the latter half is the Troy saga part of the epic musical, and the first half is the Iliad because that's what Jorge's next project has been is working on the Iliad, which is an earlier part in the Odyssey.
Maybe, maybe.
Um,
But yeah, it being
but
animated interests me because that's expensive. That's gonna take time and that's expensive.
it
It'd be a
it being
lot cheaper and
animated,
easier to do this in
it
live
be,
action.
yeah, but nobody wants that. Um, it being an animation, and the reason why they would never do it in live action is because there's already a live action one that's coming out,
Yeah.
and they wouldn't want to either detract from the other one or have this one be detracted from by there being a bad Odyssey movie which is already out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Also, the inherent
so
ridiculousness of it being a musical. Every musical is inherently ridiculous, just by its
yeah.
nature. It's harder to suspend your disbelief when it's. It'll be interesting to see how they animate it, whether or not
But
it comes
that's what
out
I was gonna say. The
3D
style
or 2D or I'm hoping for
is
2D.
what I'm
Always hoping for
interested
2D and
in,
hand drawn
or
animation.
stop motion. If they did stop motion,
Spend,
that'd be different.
spend the money. Do some hand drawn animation. No, not really.
Um,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, stop motion could be okay, but I want hand drawn 2D animation, frame by frame hand drawn 2D animation, and I want it to look beautiful.
yeah,
Hey,
I'm excited about that.
speaking of things that don't look good, no, I'm kidding. Um, that don't sound good. No, here's the question: does this look bad? Invincible versus. No, no, I'm not okay. Okay, okay. Wait. Before you answer, I need to. What's the word I'm looking for?
You're talking about animation wise,
We got okay. Purely the animation and art style. It looks bad, right?
parts of it do.
Right. It's not just me. Like I saw a bunch of people like, oh, the show should look like this. You mean like
There's
shit? It looks like
there's
shit
there's
in parts.
there's definitely moments where I'm like, okay, this part looks good. But
Interesting. That's interesting.
every moment where I'm like, this looks visually good, there are moments where I'm like, this part looks weak.
Right? There's some
Um,
janky ass animation in this that
now
looks janky as shit.
now that being said, um, I meant to send it to you and I didn't, and I regret it because I'll probably never be able to find it again now. But on Facebook, there was a video that I saw where a person was commenting, not commenting, but was like, "Oh my God, someone went and did blah blah blah," and I'm going to tell you what they did. But the person had gone and reanimated, I think all of the show or most of the show or something. But in the video, you see that they've added like highlights and shadows to the animation,
Mm.
which makes the animation look 1,000 times better, and it's a simple thing that makes it look
See,
better.
it's interesting you say that.
Because for me, this has just always been a thing. This is just a slight critique with the show. It looks flat and at times cheap.
Well, yes,
Um,
absolutely looks flat and cheap at times. I mean, sometimes it's straight JPEG. But I saw a video that was like that, and then it just made all of the scenes and it was a comparison, and all the scenes, like a lot of the scenes, just looked pitch black. Like it looked bad. It looked worse than the original. It looked
the one that I saw, they're like
like this is
not
dark as
everyone.
shit. This doesn't look good.
Not every scene they showed I thought was necessarily like perfect, but it definitely I saw it added something is what I'll
Yeah,
say.
and then maybe if it
Now
was a different.
going back to the game, um, it's not. I don't know how to put this into words. Um, sometimes when you get games that are based on animation like things, um, mediums or whatever, shows. Um, the game just looks so bad. For example, for me, the first Attack on Titan game that I played, where I'm like, this is an anime game and it looks bad when it's in 3D. Like it
Yeah, yeah.
looks doesn't feel like the show. This at least, and that's why I say at times still feels like the show because
Fair enough.
and also to touch on what
A version, an anti-version of what you're talking about is that new Avatar fighting game, which holds no interest to me, looks like the fucking show. Like all
yeah
the models are 2D and they move like they would in the show, and it looks impressive. Like
it
it looks
looks
like the show.
it looks impressive, but like the game is there's just nothing for me
No,
there.
there's nothing for me.
Um,
It's the same with this. I, who,
well, I was gonna say
why are
the
we
one
all
thing
pretending we're excited for another 3-on-3 arena action fighting game that
because
looks exactly the same as the last one?
because the one thing that this one has going for it that as at least as far as I know until I otherwise hear anything, the Legend of the Avatar one doesn't have is this has a completely original story and that interests me.
Yeah, but it was so hard. Like I'm watching this trailer and I'm like, okay. I mean, the story just kind of seems to exist to give them a reason to fight each other. So they all get transported to a magical world. So they all have an excuse to
Well,
fight each other. Like
but
that's
no,
not terribly
but
exciting or
no,
interesting.
but the story is different than the show. Nolan
Yeah,
doesn't get a redemption arc. Doesn't get a
it's
redemption arc.
slightly different.
He's still part of the Viltrumites, and I'm interested by that.
Yeah, it just looks like it's a paper thin story that's been written to explain why these
Sure, but
characters can
Justin,
fight
I
each
mean,
other.
it's a fighting game.
Eh,
Fighting games don't.
eh,
If they
eh.
have a story at all, then to me that's enough.
Yeah,
Because it's a
but
fighting game.
my yeah,
You
but to
don't you don't
that.
you don't look back at the old Street Fighter ones and be like, oh yeah, those ones didn't have a
But
story.
like Dragon Ball Fighters has a story, it has an original story, and by like hour 4 of fighting the same 4 variants, it gets boring. The story could be as interesting as it wants, but if it's still an arena 3-person arena fighter, which plays exactly the same as every other 3-person arena fighter I've ever played, I'm gonna get bored in an hour. It can have the most engaging story on the planet, but it's still a 3 versus 3 arena fighter. I
I
feel
mean,
that.
sure, but we're talking about what went down in this trailer, and to me, the trailer
Oh
did a
yeah,
good
yeah.
job.
If the trailer was like the thing is like every time I got excited for it, every time I felt slightly excited or intrigued by the story, I remembered it was a shitty 3. Like if
Yeah,
this
well,
were
that was yes, I will agree. That was where I was like, it's a shame
this
that's what
isn't a
this is.
shit game.
I wish it was a single player game.
Yeah. Like I want if this were the
This
story
would
in
be
like
a
a
very interesting
3D.
story for a action or like an action RPG or
Yeah,
something.
exactly. Or even like a 3D action game like a Spider-Man where you get to be
Yeah.
invincible, which they're apparently making. If apparently they're
Well,
making it.
I mean, technically, oh no, I guess it's not an RPG, but it does have a talent tree. Anyways, yeah, like a
Like a
Spider-Man is what
Spider-Man,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
thinking.
I would say it blends RPG elements because you're right. It has experience. It has a talent
But
tree.
yeah,
It's got RPG elements. But yeah, something like that. If you gave me something like that, then make it an Invincible game and make the first good Superman game. That's not a Superman game. Like I don't know. It's the
well,
same. I feel the same way about that Avatar game. It's hard to get
especially
excited
because
about
you're
this,
gonna
but
have a
what is the like? Who cares?
you're gonna have an easier time making an Invincible game than you will a Superman game because you know he can still be hurt, so
Right?
you can give him a health bar.
Right? Like my thing with
He's really strong, but remember, we've seen the scenes where he gets the shit
I
kicked out of
guess
him. So
yeah. I guess just 3D fighting games or 3D arena fighting games like this are the easiest to program because they're like a dime a
they're
fucking dozen at this point. Like at
very
least back in the
simple.
day when we were kids, fighting games were different. Like
There was different
yeah,
styles.
you have the arena fight or the your arena fighters like your Smash Brothers.
Tenkaichi.
You have your 2D side scrollers like your Street Fighters, and then you have your Tekkens. You know, your
Yeah,
Virtua Fighters, your
or your
Tekkens,
Street,
or your
or
Mortal
your
Kombat.
Mortal Kombat's.
Yeah, exactly. And they're all different from each other. So they're not all the same game, but like reskinned. Like this Invincible game looks exactly the same as Dragon Ball Fighters. It looks exactly the same as that game. It looks like it's a 3-button combo fighter where all the combos are really easy to learn but difficult to master, so you can just become just good enough to get your way through the story mode. That's what it looks like.
I mean, I will say one thing that kind of impresses me is it looks like they have all the voices that came and did this.
They don't. The only one that comes back is J.K. Simmons.
I mean, they all sound like the people from the show.
I know,
so.
but they're not. They're not. The guy who's playing Invincible is not Stephen Ewan.
How do you know?
Because there was a video where they announced the cast.
Well,
I mean, there's no way you think Alan sounds like Seth Rogen.
he didn't talk.
Oh, yeah. Then you haven't seen any of the clips of him talking. I thought he did in that trailer. I thought he did.
No, if he did, then I didn't realize that it was supposed to be him talking.
Oh, yeah. I'll have to show you some. There's been videos of the the fights intro.
I mean
it's bad. It's bad. It sounds nothing like Seth Rogen.
This is going to be an example then where I'm like, I don't understand why.
Right?
They're already recording like
right.
Why
they're already
didn't
recording the voices for the in the case of the
why didn't
money.
they get them to do it when
money
when they were doing the show?
Because they didn't want to pay Seth Rogen for the extra couple hours it would take.
Sure, okay, I get Seth Rogen. I'm talking about all the rest of the nobodies.
Well, I know that's kind of part of the problem with Invincible is a lot of the cast members are really expensive, like celebrities. But for the bulk of the cast, yeah, you're right. I don't get it. I really don't. The only thing I can think of is they don't want to pay him, or perhaps no, because they got J.K. Simmons. I got nothing. That's the thing that drives me crazy is like either get the full cast or don't get the full cast. Like I think the guy who plays Robot is also the same guy from the show, but it's like either get the no, that's not true. Monster Girl is in there and it's Grey Delisle. So it's like, yeah, either get the full cast or don't. Like this half, like we've got half of the full cast, so it's just distracting enough that you notice is awful, and I hate it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if it becomes free on PlayStation Plus,
when it inevitably ends up on PlayStation Plus, I'll probably try it.
I will give it an absolute go because sure, why not?
Cut to 6 months from now when it's my monthly game that I get for free.
Right, exactly.
Because that's how it always works for me, Justin, as an aside, is I go and buy a game that looks like it's cool, and then like a month later, I would have been able to play it for free.
I know, it happens every single time. Jordan, Clayface,
really
the Clayface
annoying
trailer. Does this movie look good?
Looks upsetting.
It looks really, really unnerving. In a good way?
Here's what I'm going to say.
I don't feel attached enough to Clayface to care. Also, there's like 50 billion different versions of Clayface.
But here's what I will say. If this is okay, this is where I don't usually have this problem. It doesn't usually bug me, but for whatever reason, this trailer was just so unnerving and upsetting that it makes me think this. This is jarring when you know he's in the same world as Superman.
Right, he's supposed to. That James Gunn came out and said, well, no, to be fair, well, I said, okay, in the same universe as Super. So supposedly, according to James Gunn, this takes place, I think he said a year before Superman. So Superman still exists in this world. It is, yeah, exactly. It is that thing where you're like, you see, like, it's really weird and unnerving and upsetting.
The tone is just so different.
It kind of reminds me of The Substance, is what it was giving me.
Yeah, I can't even think of a thing that I could compare it to. And then you see a flash of
one of the cop cars where it says Gotham Police, which is specifically put in there.
Did you?
Yeah, there's a shot in there where you see a police car drive by and it says Gotham Police.
I missed that.
And it's only
makes sense. He is a Batman guy.
Well, yeah, it's there purely to remind you that it's in the DC. Otherwise, that shot is completely unnecessary. It exists purely so you go, oh yeah, right. This is supposed to take place in the DC universe. Yeah, it is weird and unsettling. But like, this is a pocket of the universe.
If that's the goal, then it's doing its job correctly, right? Like that's my thing. Is like I can't turn my nose up at it in that regard because it's like it's trying to be unsettling and it's unsettling. Like it reminds
me of the Joker, but better. Like I'm not as against this as I was the Joker because I'm like, no, you could do this. Doesn't need Batman.
Oh no,
it's not making me go. Where's Batman?
It's not so much that. Yeah,
but I'll have to once I see the movie, then I'll be able to be
For
whether or not. And also,
just going off of the 56 seconds that I saw of this trailer, my thing is not so much that it looks bad because it doesn't look bad. It looks good. My thing is just in this instance, it being part of the greater connected universe is a weakness, not a strength.
but I don't think it is a weakness because
It is.
there's nothing in this that I know of from what I've heard of this story that requires Batman's involvement, and Batman doesn't need to be
No,
everywhere
that's
all
what
at
yeah.
once, and shit can
No,
just
but that's
happen
that
in this universe.
right, but that's not my no, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying it's tonal whiplash and it makes it
Mm.
meta wise, like nothing to do with the internalness of the
Yeah,
universe, but just
yeah,
meta, like it like in
yeah,
our world, it
yeah.
being so tonally different from like the rest of the DCU, to me it's a weakness. It makes it
Yeah, as the guy who constantly complains about that, I get what you mean. I don't know. I have to
well,
see
like
it.
if
I
it was its
have to see
own,
it,
yeah. And to be fair, I'm going off of 56 seconds,
right?
right?
I
But
have to
just
see
going
it.
off of those 56 seconds,
We don't know what Gotham.
if this was an independent movie that I was going to watch, it looks great.
My thing is
But
like it needs
knowing that
to,
it's part of this new DC universe where you have a really cartoony and comic booky
yeah.
Superman, and now you have this horrifying, like, what is he gonna be like a Clayface where like his face is just like it's just
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
it's
so.
weird.
Because
It's
they
weird.
you see him in one of the shadows. You see his hand is turning into like the club.
I
So
know,
like
but
he's
that's
that
my
kind of
point. Is
Clayface. But yeah,
that's my
they
point. Is it's weird.
he there's been like 50 billion. I don't know. Like if you're gonna do Clayface, like if to, yeah, because you could do a story based on Clayface that is not connected to Gotham, doesn't take place in Gotham, it's just inspired by that character. By having it take place in Gotham, you then automatically go, okay, where's Batman? And it forces a connection that yeah, this movie seems creepy enough on its own. It doesn't need that connection. It doesn't need to take place in Gotham. It's the same thing in that regard. It does remind me of the Joker, where it's like it just takes place in Gotham, so you can claim it's connected to the DC universe. When it's like you could just not have this take place in Gotham and just have it be inspired by the character.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that, and this is the problem, and this is not this movie's fault in particular, but this is the problem with connected universes. Is if if it's not like overt, then what's the point?
Right?
Like if you're not gonna like have a direct like, oh, someone is like, oh, should we call Batman in? No, we don't need him, or something like that.
Yeah. What's the
Then
point?
then
What's the
what's the
point?
point?
What's
Because
the point?
otherwise it's just this creepy, unsettling movie about a guy who's turning into clay, and you don't even you could just make a movie about that and not call him Clayface.
Right? Right?
Like not have him be the DC character, just have that be like what he's like. If it's not going to be overtly connected to that,
You need
then
that baggage to sell it. It needs to be a Clayface movie, and it needs to be connected to. I mean, you need to associate him with Batman in some capacity, but they don't
because
want to
otherwise,
use
what's the point?
just don't know because they need to sell it in order
No,
to
I know
sell it.
that's what I'm saying.
It needs the coat of being connected.
You have to be overt, or else
Yeah.
what's the
Well,
point?
no, not even that you have to be overt. It's just it needs to, whether or not it's overt or not, it needs to in some fashion in order to sell. Like you couldn't just sell a Clay Guy movie. If you wanted to sell it and have it make money, you need to somehow attach it to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It
But it
has to
doesn't
be
have to. But
overt.
it doesn't have to. What I'm saying is, it doesn't even have to be overt. Like
That is it being overt.
no, to me, overt is a direct reference to Batman or in okay, what
Well, the direct reference is it being in Gotham. That's the direct
I
re
would
That's the
not
connect.
I would not
That's the
consider that overt.
overtness. That's the thing. That's the you're putting the paint on it to make it
Yeah,
look like
I don't
you're painting the pig to make it look like a woman.
I don't consider that to be overt. I consider that
That
to
is
be
overt.
I consider that to be nominal. That's a nominal effort. Overt would be Batman is directly referenced or Batman is in it. To me
I mean,
nominal
that would be really overt.
to me having a Gotham car drives by. To be fair, I don't know how much Gotham plays. Gotham is a character, especially Gotham. Gotham is a character in the DC universe. So to have it just be a surface level, it's surface level.
I suspect that at least part of it is going to take place in Arkham. So
Who's to say? Um, but yeah, that's my thing. Is like these movies, in order to sell this movie, it needs to have the appearance of being connected to a grander universe. But a lot of times it doesn't. It just has surface level, basic level references. So you
yeah,
get the idea. So they can say it's a Spider-Man. To be fair, the DC movies have not been terrible for this. The one that's the worst of the Spider-Man movie, the Sony Spider-Man list Spider-Man movies, those are the worst for that. Where it needs to look like it takes place in the same universe as Spider-Man without ever actually referencing or addressing the fact that it is connected to Spider-Man. At least the Batman shit tries to connect to Batman. Like, I don't mind it if you don't see Batman but you reference him, but like we don't know where, if this takes place in the DC universe, DCU, we don't know where Batman's at. We don't know if he exists. We don't know if he doesn't exist. We don't know what his deal is. So having this movie come out before a Batman. I'm not against a Batman-less Batman story at this point if you do it in a way that's interesting, but at least wait for Batman to like when they did Penguin. I'm like, okay, at least at least you could tell a story which theoretically is detached from Batman in this universe. They didn't, but you could. But this, it's like I don't know what Batman is like to ask the question of where is Batman. Maybe Batman doesn't exist yet.
I mean, you keep saying Batman. I don't necessarily need Batman. We could have any number. You could have Catwoman show up. That'd be good enough.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
You could have any number of characters be like referenced or acknowledged. Like, yeah, you could. I mean, this would be on the nose, but you could have it be a scene, like there be a scene after he's transformed into Clayface or whatever, where they're bringing him into Arkham, and as you go past all the various cells, you get a bunch of references to different Batman
That would be
characters.
entirely. That's the problem.
It
Is
would
like
it would it
it would
would
be
be
it
it
would
would be
be
very
it
very
would
on
be
the nose
so
and very
dumb. It
overt,
would be
but like
so dumb.
that would be a way to acknowledge that he's a Batman character without
Um.
showing Batman.
Anyway, no, no,
I'm
no, no,
not
no, no,
wrong.
no, 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 no,
I'm
no, no,
not
no, no, no,
wrong.
no, no, no.
I need you to I
Batman.
need you to acknowledge that I'm not
I
wrong.
never did.
No,
Um,
you're right. You didn't. You didn't acknowledge that I'm not wrong.
I didn't say you were wrong. Um, Jordan, last week, right as we went
Tonight,
off the air,
last week tonight.
last week tonight, right as we went off the air, Jordan, there was a big announcement that we've been friggin' campaigning for since we started this friggin' show, Jordan. They finally announced Xenoverse 3. Holy shit. I can't believe they did that.
Officially, because
Officially.
they had the teaser trailer out for
Yeah,
the
that we were like, this
1000
is
or whatever.
definitely a
We
trailer
were
for.
like, there's no way this isn't gonna be Xenoverse 3, right?
There's
Like
no
it's
way. There's no, and it
and it
turns out it was
was.
Xenoverse 3. But as Jordan put it, it just kind of looks like it's a completely different game with Xenoverse slapped onto it.
Yeah, well, there's certainly a lot of
Apart from the
there's a
trailer
lot
having the Content City music.
there's a lot of things about it that make me go like, okay, well, there's things which are missing. Xenoverse is about the time nest and the time like
It's
and
supposedly this is
Trunks.
now a
So
different city.
so where's Trunks? Are we not going to be doing the thing where we go back and we stop? Because that was part of what made me like Xenoverse is them having the alternate scenes that you had to stop from happening.
Well,
Toa messing
I
with
mean, this is
time.
the question of, is Bulma 200 years old? Because
Or
Bulma's.
are they gonna do a thing where they're like, oh, I guess what I'm gonna say is this gonna be, and this will be interesting to see, um, timeline wise, are we in the world of Daima?
I
Are
don't
we
know.
continuing the timeline of like instead of
What we
like
do know.
yeah, but let's theorize here, right? Because if we are
Well, before we theorize on what we
if
don't know, we
no
need.
no because I want to talk about Bulma specifically.
But
Um,
it's important to
because
mention, though, that this.
no, but before we do, because if this takes place in the world of Daima, in Daima there's the bugs that they had, and one of the ones that is it's like for every bug you eat, it stops you from aging for like 5 years or something like
Right.
that. So if she's been eating those, maybe that's why she's still
So,
alive.
so this takes place in the age 1000, several thousand years after the end of Dragon Ball. And well, also as people point out that perhaps they're constantly wishing to have, but also people are making assumptions. You assume that's Bulma. They never actually say that that's Bulma.
No,
That
no,
could be.
from what I understand, they have confirmed that that's
They
Bulma.
have confirmed that that's Bulma. Okay, because I was gonna say it could be a descendant that has Bulma's voice.
No, 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 no. From what I understand, it's been officially confirmed that that's
Also,
Bulma.
if this is Xenoverse, no, interesting. There's a official description. Guided into the ranks of the Great Saiyan Squad, you'll fight along allies as events there begin to take shape. The game combines an epic story-driven RPG experiences that will take Dragon Ball fans on an unforgettable action-packed journey. So I don't know. I guess this could just be like she's a Xeno Bulma and she's been pulled from the timeline. We don't know if it's Xenoverse involves
Could
time
be,
travel.
but yeah, it's interesting to me that at least as of yet, in the trailer, we haven't seen Trunks.
No,
We
but
we haven't
they
we
did
haven't seen the Supreme Kai of Time.
they did confirm though that the character the original character that he is Goku's descendant and his name is Brett.
Hmm,
Like
interesting.
like bread. Brett.
Interesting. Now, is that the one that we make, or is that the one that the brown hair one or
The
whatever
brown hair
that we
one.
see in the trailer?
Yeah, the brown hair
Okay,
one.
so
Yeah.
our
Yeah.
friend,
The idea
basically.
is that your custom character is his partner.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I'm okay with that. I
Um,
like the notion of it's like they have a little watch and it's like Kamen Rider style. It gives them the powers of the Dragon Ball characters. I think that's fun. I like the fact that there's an in-story explanation for where they get the Dragon Ball character powers from. I think that's fun. I think that's a fun idea.
yes, my big thing. So there's two questions which I'm interested.
It's funny that
I'm
they
I'm I'm I'm
explain him
interested in
wearing the Great Saiyan
is
costume too. I thought that was funny.
um is there because I know there's one more DLC coming out for Xenoverse 2. I'm interested to know if that will set up Xenoverse 3 in any
Probably,
way.
yeah, probably. Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see if they finally stop supporting Xenoverse 2
Well,
after
again,
10 years.
I know that that's the last DLC. It's because they've made a big deal about it being the final thing for
After
Xenoverse
20
2.
long years.
Um,
Finally, the
but
end of Xenoverse 2. Jeez, man.
um,
End of an era.
yeah, I'm really I'm hoping that they keep the time travel stuff in.
Yeah. I just. My curiosity peaks. I'm like, what pushed them to finally announce and do a Xenoverse 3? Like, the gravy train was running on Xenoverse 2. They had no reason to. Unless Xenoverse 3 is going to have more of a focus on the MMO elements, it's really weird because they kept trying to turn Xenoverse 2 into Dragon Ball Online. Like that was their entire desire out of that game's post game existence was to slowly and progressively turn it into Dragon Ball Online. And so I'm surprised that they
Still,
haven't just gone full bore MMO. Maybe because MMOs aren't popular or as sustainable as they were back in the day. Like, really think about it.
I
What is a
I
major MMO that people play that's like a major one?
there's a Final Fantasy one,
Do
which is
people
like on consoles and stuff.
do people play like in the way that we used to play like World of
Well, I
Warcraft? Where
mean,
it's like
nothing is like World of Warcraft.
well,
Nothing
no, but
has
there
been like
were
World of Warcraft, but I know that
World of
it's
Warcraft
still
isn't even like World of Warcraft anymore, though. What I mean is like the big community based MMORPG.
yeah. The only one that I know of really is there's a Final Fantasy one.
Really interesting.
Um,
Interesting.
but I don't. Again, it's not like World of Warcraft. Nothing is like World of Warcraft.
World of
So
Warcraft isn't even like World of Warcraft anymore.
exactly. Um,
No one plays that game anymore.
I mean, it really depends on what you constitute as an MMO, because like there's a lot of that. Technically, there's a number of things like there for a while there, anyways. There was
A purely
uh
online, non multiplayer experience, I guess.
non-multiplayer,
All right, so purely online, sorry, non single player is what I meant to say. Non single player
non-single player.
experience.
I mean, there's Destiny.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You
there's
said that
still
wasn't
there's.
an MMO though.
But yeah, but you said it was.
I mean, it
So,
is. It definitely is. I don't know if do people still play Destiny.
oh,
Yeah. But yeah, I'm surprised
there's
that this is focusing so hard on a single
technic
player experience. I'm happy that
technically
it's got
I
an
mean,
original
there is
story.
still WoW, and they do still make DC Universe Online.
The most exciting part of this is that it's an original story and an original character. Like that, I would quite honestly ditch the custom character. I'd play an entire game where you just play as Brett. That's a purely single player story with an original story.
I mean, the last two have been purely original
Yeah, I mean,
stories.
not
So
purely. There's still an element of you go back and you fight the Saiyan saga, and then the Cell saga, and then the Android saga, and then the Frieza saga. There's still an element of that. Like, I'm talking completely original. There's no references to prior storylines. It's entirely 100% original
well,
story.
no, I don't want that. I want to go back in time.
No, I know,
That's what
but
that's what I like
no,
about
I'm
those
just talking a
games.
game generally, where you play as Brett,
Sure, but that's we're
and
talking
it's
about this
no,
game,
I know, but I'm
and
saying I would play an entire game where it's a purely original story, single player experience where you just play as Brett.
I wouldn't because at that point it's not a Dragon Ball game.
Well, sure it is. It takes place in the same universe, and it takes place in the future, and you have like. I mean, I wouldn't do
No,
I wouldn't do 1,000 years. I'd maybe do a bit closer to regular timeline, and then you have like old versions of the character. Like, not to say you don't evolve the other characters. We just don't do the Saiyan saga or the Frieza saga or the Cell saga or the Buu saga. Primarily, we don't do any of the sagas from Dragon Ball Z at all, and we just
I
do.
mean I would make a game where you find a way to continue the story from the beginning of Super, and then include things like Daima, include things like GT, and make that the things that
Or
you focus on.
or I mean, I've always pushed this 3D adventure game where it's Dragon Ball and you play as Goku.
That'd be dope.
That would be fucking
That's
rad.
to me that's a criminally underutilized thing.
Right, right,
As for
right.
this one, yeah, I'm gonna be watching it with interest because as of yet, just like what I've seen from this trailer and stuff, it feels less like Xenoverse 3 and more like a completely different game that they wanted to make that they've slapped Xenoverse 3
That's
onto.
absolutely what it looks like. It does not
Um,
because there's no need. They had no reason to do Xenoverse 3. Xenoverse 2
I,
was chugging
I don't
along.
know. I don't know exactly why, but for some reason it makes me think of Digimon Time Story just in terms of aesthetics.
I can see why you would say that.
Um,
I can see why you would
but
say that.
I'm definitely interested. Like I've heard that I don't know if this was true, but I've heard there's a playable one of the playable races that they're adding is the demon race,
That would be
which
fun.
which would, if they're doing the time
Give me
travel
the
stuff,
ability to turn
would
Super Saiyan
tell me
4.
that they're gonna have a scenario where we go back in the it's Daima stuff.
I want all of the Super Saiyans. I want the custom character to finally get Super Saiyan 4 because he does
I
not
want
have Super
them.
Saiyan 4 yet.
I want them. I think they touched on it in one of the DLCs, but I want them to do more GT stuff. I want
Yep.
them to do Daima stuff. I want more scenarios from Super.
Well, to be fair,
Like
they never fleshed out the stuff from Super because you could tell that they were always nervous too because they knew that they were eventually going to be doing Xenoverse 3. So all of the Super stuff feels half-assed. Or
yeah.
the random storylines that are just mashing characters together. Like there's one where it
Uh,
was like Cell and Frieza that was really weird. Yeah, post game
that,
Xenoverse stuff got weird.
I wouldn't mind if they had some more different variations of the what ifs.
Yeah,
Um, um,
just do a
so
full what
like
if game.
go back in time and make it so like yeah, instead of Gohan being the one who beats Cell, now it's Krillin.
But
What's the
like,
fallout from that?
I don't really need to do it a third time where it's like I go to the Cell Saga, and I have to fight, and I have to start to have the Cell Saga. Like so much of Xenoverse 2 was they just did Xenoverse 1 again, and like I want something different. Like yeah, okay, I'm all fine with time travel, but like let's get original with this. Let's get creative. Do something different. Don't just do the same thing again. Because if you're gonna do the same thing again, just do more Xenoverse 2 DLC. If we're gonna finally do Xenoverse 3, let's get creative
Well, I
here.
mean, right, but the thing that makes it better is the reason why I wouldn't be opposed to going back to some of that stuff is because let me finish is because the difference between Xenoverse 1 and 2 was the engine. I want a new engine, a better fighting style, a better, more advanced AI, smarter AI.
No.
I want better written scenarios. I want better written like why we're going back, what we're solving. I want different things.
Yeah, no,
So
I really don't need to do the Cell Saga again. I don't need to do the Saiyan Saga again. Don't need to do Frieza again. Don't need any of that stuff. Get rid of
I
it.
do. Like if we did the Cell Saga or not the Cell Saga, the Saiyan Saga, but instead of like Frieza or instead of Nappa being Vegeta's partner, now it's Frieza. Like I want it to be
No interest.
so vastly different.
That holds literally no interest to me. We've already explored every possible character, every possible angle.
No, we haven't.
For a thing that it's just no. I don't need to see a rejumbled version of the same
Well,
thing.
I don't want characters that I don't know.
I want new characters. I want them
I
to
don't.
I want them to really explore.
But again, I do in so far of the fact of like I want one of the major focuses to be Super, and I want them to go beyond where the show ended. So I want I want the Morrow arc. I want the Granola arc.
Yeah, no Dragon Ball Z stuff. Stop doing Dragon Ball Z stuff. I don't
mind. I don't mind if they do Dragon Ball Z stuff, but they have to make major changes.
Cut it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Major changes.
I'm not saying like.
Also, I would instead of doing like where they always do, where they start with Raditz, go earlier. Do Dragon Ball.
Yeah, do something different.
Have it be where Toa shows up when Bulma and Goku are supposed to meet.
Like, hey man, if you
change it. Maybe change it so that like Goku wasn't there. So then Bulma got the Dragon Ball, and like the changes from there.
If you have it where like Cell shows up and he helps King Piccolo, okay, I'm into that. But no, I don't have any interest, even the
again I do, but it has to be something major.
Bit of interest in exploring any possible different scenario out of the Cell saga,
or another one that would be interesting. It like again I want major changes. So like Vegeta shows up and he's partnered with not Bardock, Turles.
Yeah, no, don't
stuff like that.
Could care absolutely less. Like,
yeah, well, it's not always about what you want, Justin.
Don't get rid of it. Get rid of it. Don't waste our time with the Cell. Don't do another retelling of the Cell saga. Don't reanimate Goku turning Super Saiyan for the 100th time. Don't do any of that. Cut it.
I
get
disagree.
rid of it. Gut it. Don't need it. We've seen it.
I disagree.
So many times. It's boring.
I disagree.
How can you watch Goku turn Super Saiyan for the 100th fucking time? It's the same shit.
I can if they change it.
Yeah, but no, there's no matter.
The point of these games is always supposed to be Toa and Mirez or whoever go in and fucking change what's happened. And so I want major. I don't want minor changes. I want major changes.
Don't want it.
Huge changes.
Don't need it.
I essentially want. And like that's what these games are always set up like. But I want, you remember the fun that you had when you watched Dragon Ball Heroes? That's what I want in game form.
Yeah, no. Yes, but other parts of the franchise don't. Again,
I want it all.
I don't need. In my opinion, 10-year moratorium.
Like this is one where
on anything Cell Saga.
This is one where it's coming
Saga.
out on the PlayStation 5 instead of like what Xenoverse 2 came out on the PlayStation 3, I think.
4.
Originally.
4.
I'm pretty sure it was 3.
Not 3. It was 4.
Maybe the first one was on 3. Anyways, even still, like these games are capable of being significantly bigger. I want everything.
Absolutely.
I want to start with Dragon Ball. I want to go all the way through Z. I want to go to GT. I want to go to Super Beyond. I want to have every possible thing that you can add into this.
If I were in charge of this franchise, 10-year moratorium on seeing the Cell Saga Vegeta armor.
You're gonna be disappointed then because you're never gonna get that
10-year moratorium. I just it's not we've plumbed the depths of that part of the franchise so much.
It's great that you feel that way. The thing is though, Justin, is you're the outlier in this.
But I'm not.
You are.
I
are.
don't need another game where I have to fight
again.
Vegeta and Nappa.
That's great.
Again.
You're the outlier. You're the only. You're the rare person who feels like that.
So overdone. No one needs to see Vegeta and Goku do the Saiyan Saga fight for Vegeta.
Again, no, not unless they change things.
Yeah,
that's my point, Justin. Yes, they will. They could.
No, they're not. They're not going to change it enough for it to be interesting. There's going to be assuming that they go there, there would be like a minor change. They've already done. There's like 55 parallel quests of them doing moderate and minor changes to those sagas. It's not interesting anymore. Like there's no what combination of characters could show up and fight together that would be interesting. Like there isn't one. None of them. Turles and Vegeta. No, it's the same dynamic as Nappa. There's nothing about that dynamic that would be remotely interesting. Now, if you did something to fuck with something in Dragon Ball Super, okay, yeah, you have my interest. If you fuck with Dragon Ball Daima, yeah, okay, you have my interest. If you fuck with Dragon Ball, sure. The only saga that I will take in Dragon Ball Z that is criminally underutilized in terms of what ifs is the Buu saga. Nobody ever does anything remotely interesting with the Buu saga. But the Saiyan saga, certainly the Frieza saga. I don't want to see another goddamn second of Namek in my fucking life. I'm so sick to death of Namek. I'm sick to death of that saga.
Well, then you're gonna be disappointed because we will absolutely be going back there.
No, I'm sure we will, and I'll hate it because it's awful. It's boring. Like it was the same thing when there was another.
I'm not gonna argue with you about this.
There was another Dragon Ball game that they released recently. They released a title for it, and it was once again we're doing the Saiyan saga again, and it was like, oh my god, who cares? Like who cares? Like we've done this 100 times. Like, maybe the only way I could possibly ever be interested in doing the Saiyan saga again is maybe if Cell showed up on Planet Namek. Then maybe I might be slightly interested in it. But until then, it's just going to be, you fight Zarbon, you fight the Ginyu Force, and then, maybe one of the Ginyu Force gets swapped out. Oh no, now he's changed with Gohan, and he discovers Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, and now you're fighting Ginyu as Super Saiyan 2 Gag. Who cares? Like, oh no, we're doing Cell, and what if he absorbed Super Saiyan 1 Goku, and now he's got Super Saiyan 1 Goku's powers? Who cares? Like what?
I do.
What is there to be mined from that? There's nothing
I do. I care.
Like okay. Like what if?
I want to have a Planet Namek where, for example, instead of Goku turning into Super Saiyan like normal, we have GT Goku is there.
Okay.
And he turns Super Saiyan 4.
And then he beats Frieza. Again, what is there to be different story-wise to be mined there? Like other than
he's a completely different character.
Not
yes, he is.
Not really.
Yes, he is.
Not really.
Yes,
in terms of I'm not talking like if we're talking an anime. All right, yeah, I'd love a what if anime but we're talking a video game where okay, you turn to Super Saiyan 4 and you beat up Frieza, and it's easier to beat up Frieza. It's just gameplay wise, there's nothing really to be gained from this section. I'd much rather them spend more.
I don't agree.
Cut the Saiyan saga. Never go back there again.
They're never going to do that. So this is a pointless conversation.
Cut the Saiyan saga. Cut the Frieza saga. And cut the Cell saga. Don't do any missions there. Don't go back there at all. There's no reason to go back there. We have no reason to go back there. And instead, go back to the Buu saga more. Go back to GT more. Go back to Super more. Don't do Dragon Ball Z in this one. Don't even touch Dragon Ball Z. Just do Dragon Ball Super.
It's never gonna happen.
Give me dedicated and effort put into like changing. Yeah, I would absolutely don't mind doing 100 missions of the battle. Well, the Battle of Gods is different because Battle of Gods is in Xenoverse 2. But like the Tournament of Power or like the why are there so many tournaments in fucking Super? Like you said, the Morrow arc, having Miratora go back to helping King Piccolo, and now you're fighting up a juiced up King Piccolo. And that, to me, is as unexplored areas of the franchise. We have gone to we did 2 games of multiple 50 to 60 parallel quests of those three same sagas because it's all they know how to do. And it's so dull. Like, no, I don't need various combinations of doing this. Yeah. In my ideal world...
We're going to have to agree to disagree.
I just I don't understand how you could. I don't understand how you could because it's so boring. Like, if they went back to the Saiyan saga for the 100th time, and that's all they did again, I'd be like, and then they put in a half-ass effort into the sagas that I'm actually interested in. I'm gonna be like, what's the point?
Again, no, I don't want them to put a half-ass effort into any of it. I want them to start from Dragon Ball and go through it all.
They're never gonna do that. They're never gonna do that. So it's gonna be about what gets cut and what should get cut. Like, I'd much rather them do all the sagas from Dragon Ball. And never ever touch the Saiyan saga ever again.
I want them to do it all. No. So
Well, again, maybe not never again, but 10-year more.
I want them to do it all.
I am instituting a 10-year moratorium on any Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball game from doing the Saiyans. If I was in charge,
and I'm telling you that will never happen.
If I was in charge, that would be my
yeah,
decree.
but it will never happen.
I'd be like, no more saying. No, we don't know. We don't know that it'll never happen. You don't know. Again, I'm not saying don't include those characters. Like include the characters in the story in some capacity. Like if you pull Cell from the Cell Saga and you dump him in another segment of like if you dump him into the Golden Frieza arc. And he shows up to help Golden Frieza. That to me is fun. That's interesting. That hasn't been done before. Like to go back to the Cell Saga and the Frieza Saga. It's those sagas in particular. Those first two games are so obsessed with them. Like every single parallel quest is the Saiyan Saga. There's like 50 parallel quests. I'm exaggerating, but there's like
or like a way that I would another way that I would I would go back to certain sagas like from the Android saga and stuff like that. For example, is I would make it where let me finish, please. I would make it where in this one, Bulma and whatever the Goku's descendant's name is, they use their time machine instead of it being Towa and please stop shaking your head until I finish.
No.
Instead of it being Towa and Mira who are going back and changing time, I would make it where in this game, with the best of intentions, it's Bulma who keeps doing it. And so she goes back to, for example, the Cell Saga and changes Cell in Jiro's basement so that he's now a good guy. And it completely changes the nature of that arc.
Again,
and we have to keep time as it's supposed to be, or like, there's other ideas, but like stuff like that.
Not one ounce.
Oh, you're no fun then.
Because I don't have an interest in seeing.
I've just given you a completely different scenario.
Don't. That doesn't interest me. It doesn't interest me seeing people.
Then you're no fun.
There's plenty of other areas of this franchise that we have not done.
And I want to do those too.
Yeah, but I'd much rather not do the thing that we've done 100 times and spend more effort on the thing that we haven't done. Like, we don't. I would rather that
they spent the 12 years that they kept putting out DLCs for Xenoverse 2 to have also been working on this and have it all done well.
Yeah, I don't. There's nothing you could say
that
can make me interested in going back.
Move on then, because we're gonna go back to those. So
maybe not.
There's never been a Dragon Ball game that's come out where they have not gone back to that.
Maybe not.
So I'm sorry, Justin.
I'm holding out hope that certainly. I don't.
Because it's their bread and butter. They're always going to go back to the thing that everybody knows.
Because they're so lazy and it's awful and it's not. It stopped being fun. If they wanted to go back to those sections, what's the point in doing a third one? What's the point in doing the third one? That's my thing. If we want to go back to the Cell Saga or the Saiyan Saga and have different characters, it's not going to be on a new engine. It's going to be on the same engine, and it's just going to be going back to the Cell Saga or the Saiyan Saga or the Frieza Saga. We're going to have to do Captain Ginyu again.
Why are you being such a bummer, man?
Because I've already done this shit. It's been like 20 years.
This is great news that we're getting Xenoverse 3, and you're being a bummer.
Because
you're poo-pooing on a game that I'm excited for.
I'm not poo-pooing on it. I'm saying
yes, you
I'm
are.
Saying moratorium on the sections of it.
And I'm saying no. Let's do new things.
Yeah, exactly. But you're not. You're
not
saying do new things.
Yes, I am. I'm saying let's do it where Bulma goes back and changes time.
That's not doing a new thing. That's repainting.
Yes, it is.
That's repainting the same thing they've already done. They've already done that. They've already done something to go back and try to change the Cell Saga so this happens instead of this. Like,
yeah, then they were bad guys. It was bad guys trying to go and stop. No.
Because
no, man.
It just turns into now I have to fight a new guy, and then it just becomes a jungle.
Yeah, that's how video games work, dude.
Yeah, but in terms of story, we could explore different parts of the franchise.
Yes, and we should do that too.
Yeah. No, not interested.
Whatever, man.
No, thank you.
Whatever.
No.
All right, you don't have to play the game.
No, thank you.
When it comes out, you don't have to play it.
Much rather. Yeah, much rather a dedicated game like that. That's why I started to get bummed out when they started to dip too hard into Super, because I'm like, no, because that just means that we're gonna get less dedicated versions of this in Xenoverse 3. Like half the time when they did Super DLC in Xenoverse 2, it was so half-assed because all they wanted to do was do Frieza again. Or do Cell. No, it's just Frieza. They just always want to do Frieza again. And I'm so tired. Again, maybe if they hadn't done Black Frieza, I would be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind seeing another version. Because it's his presence in the franchise. It's more than anything. It's Frieza. I'm sick to death of Frieza. Stop going back to the. If any of them, if I have to keep.
But again, you're holding that against the game. That's not the game's fault.
No, but it's what I'm saying is I'm not holding it against the game. I'm saying don't do that.
You are
holding it against all Dragon Ball games.
You're stopping them from going back to things and doing new things and trying new things.
But not trying new things. It's repackaging old things.
No, it's not
trying new things.
You're gatekeeping, dude.
But I'm not gatekeeping. I'm saying be more creative and stop going back to a well.
You're saying don't go back and change things in the old stuff.
Don't go back there, period. There's no need to go back there.
Well, they're going to.
And then
so your feelings are irrelevant.
At a certain point, it becomes like, okay, so wait, why aren't all the versions of them running? If they're all going back to a different version of the same event over again.
Because as you know, that's not how time travel works in Dragon Ball.
Like it's just
every time you go back to a different, you go back to the past, you're going back to a different past.
I'm just not excited. Assuming that this gameplay is similar in any way to the previous ones, I'm just not excited for another 10 parallel quests of doing the Saiyan Saga. But now Bulma is there changing time. I'm not excited to do 10 parallel quests. I love those games. I'm not excited to do another 10 parallel quests
to be fair, there's nothing in this trailer that we've seen which indicates that time travel is still a thing in this at all.
It would have to be.
Like we didn't see. Again, I say we didn't see Trunks. We didn't see anything of the Time Patrollers.
Yeah.
We didn't see the Supreme Time. We didn't see the Time Nest or anything that tells us. Let me finish. We didn't see anything that tells us that time travel is still a thing in these games.
I'm going to operate under the assumption that it is, just because it's Xenoverse. But
it's got the Xenoverse title, but there's nothing to tell us
that
they're doing the same.
You're excited about doing another 10 parallel quests of Vegeta. Vegeta is there.
I am if they change things enough. If they do major changes, yes, I am.
That's the thing.
You don't know that.
It's a Dragon Ball video game. You're giving it probably more credit. I'm picturing myself sitting here playing Xenoverse 3 and being on the 5th parallel quest where it's just another version of I show up to the Saiyan Saga fight, and oopsie poopsie, now this character shows up and interrupts the whole thing, and then I gotta fight them.
I mean, yes, that's Xenoverse, dude. But that's what makes those games what they are.
But I'm just saying,
you're poo-pooing on the game. That is the game.
Right.
Clearly, you don't like the game.
Well, no, I like it like when we're doing in the later games where the parallel quests are now like, no, it's fine in Xenoverse 2 because it's Xenoverse 2. But like. I'm way more interested in, okay, I'm doing 10 parallel quests of dedicated parallel quests to say the I wish I could, I keep wanting to say Tournament of Power, but that's an example. But of
See, I'm not excited to do the Tournament of Power. The Tournament of Power is boring.
But it's different.
That's boring.
It's different. But
it's boring. Different. It's just a fucking tournament.
But it's different.
What do you change there? You make it so that there's like 4 different fighters instead of the ones that are there.
Yeah, but
like
again, but there's
I'd rather we go back to Z and we include, like, for example, the Otherworld tournament.
That's different. Yes, that I'm into. Because.
Like, include some of the things from Z that you haven't necessarily done.
See, that I'm into.
But you're saying don't go back to Z at all.
No, I said don't go.
I'm saying
that's not what
yes,
I said
you did.
at all.
You did. You said there's a memorial on
the
fucking Saiyan Saga, Cell Saga. But I'm saying there are things there that they haven't done in the games
Like
that
the
were in the
moratorium
anime.
on the Saiyan saga, on the Frieza saga, and on the Cell saga.
No, I
That's
don't agree.
those three sagas. Got them.
I
Got
don't.
them.
I don't
Don't
agree.
go back there. But
I think that there are things from there that you can do that haven't been done.
I don't necessarily disagree with you that like, yeah, man, go to the Carlick Jr. arc. Do some of the movies. Like do and like the Majin Buu saga has so much untapped potential that they never touch. Like do the Majin Buu saga, yeah. Instead of being like, what if Cell absorbed the 13th different version? Let's do what if Majin Buu managed to get a hold of Goku. Like that to me, that is different. They haven't done that yet. I haven't seen that yet. They haven't that part of the
I mean, I
franchise
would
is
do
underexplored.
if I was changing, doing a time travel change in the Majin saga, I would have it be what if Piccolo was taken over by Babidi and not
Yeah, and not
Vegeta.
Vegeta. That's a great idea. That's different. That isn't like, what if we did the Ginyu Force again, but this time Ginyu took over Krillin? I don't. Who cares? Like, who cares?
That's where I
We've
disagree.
plumbed that depth.
I find those fun.
But
I like
we've done
those.
them to death. That's my point. My point
But
is
I would
we've
also,
done
but
them
I would
to
also,
death.
I would also be like if you're gonna go back to Dragon Ball Z, include characters from Super. So like I would have it be where you say what would you change about and you're gonna be like no. But like if you like for me, if you're gonna do like okay the Goku vote versus Frieza fight on Namek, Beerus shows up. That's the difference. That's the big change.
I'm I'm not against the. Okay, here's my problem. Right, and it's not. It's Xenoverse 2's fault. If Xenoverse 2 hadn't overstayed its welcome by like a bajillion fucking years, it'd be a completely different conversation. If this had been announced 5 years ago and they hadn't done 50 different DLCs of the same three sections of that show, I'd be like, sure, but they have, and it's not interesting anymore. Like they've done a bunch
And
of
then don't play this game.
like I'm but that's my thing is I would love this game if they focused on sections of the. Yeah, you're right. If they went back and they did what the Princess Snake section, or like they put any amount of focus on Goku on King Kai's planet, or if they tapped into sections of the franchise that we haven't seen yet. Like it doesn't have to be
Yeah,
just
see what
Dragon.
you're saying is you want Kakarot too. That's what you want.
Yes, but I want them to fuck with time. I want it to involve time travel. I want them to go back and fuck with these moments that we haven't seen before, like 100 times. Like, no, I don't. Like, yeah, like maybe not the entire Saiyan saga, but the big moments. I don't really want to do Big Ozaru, Vegeta again. I don't want to do the Ginyu Force fights again. I don't want to do Goku versus what's his face? I'd much rather.
I do if they make major changes, and
But they're
that's
not
the thing
going to. That's the
that's
point.
the thing that you're not listening to though. Is I'm like, no, I don't want minor changes. I don't want to do the fight with a Ginyu Force, but you change one menu or one member. I want to do the fight with the Ginyu Force, but like go like Krillin and them are strong enough, and they kill most of them, and like see the fallout
They
from that. I
don't do
want
that.
Sparking Zero. I want the alternate
Yes.
scenes from Sparking Zero where we go down the timeline further and see the repercussions of these changes.
See, those were yeah. I want entire. The only okay that is fair. The only way I would tolerate the Saiyan saga or the Frieza saga is if it was a dedicated what if game, which this just isn't going to be. Like this is not going to be that. They're not going to change enough for it to be
Again,
interesting.
I wouldn't be surprised if this steps away from the time
But
travel
also, it would
stuff.
be kind of neat to do a game where it's like. It sort of seems like they want to move in the direction of just having the powers and using original characters.
I
It's kind of what it
I
seems like,
suspect
which it looks like is what it is.
or I could believe um that this is essentially going to be their new Dragon Ball Online, and there won't be the time travel stuff. And you'll just go on adventures and storylines in the present day.
Like yeah, I'm far more interested in a story where it's a wholly original story. They don't touch anything from anything, and it just involves the characters. So like it's like like as much as I dogged on Fighters is probably my favorite Dragon Ball fighting game because it has an original story. Like one of my favorite Dragon Ball games of all time is a game called Shin Budokai, where it's you play as Trunks, and it's basically it's a different version of when he showed up in Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah.
And he references how he beat Majin Buu.
Yeah.
It's basically that. Majin Buu, you play as Trunks, and Majin Buu shows up when he would have showed up in the original timeline, but now only Trunks is there, and you fight, and it's a completely original story.
I think I've played that.
You should have.
Sounds familiar.
You should have. We owned it at one point on PSP.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
So you've definitely at some point played.
There was a second one.
But
as well.
To me, that is like an entire like Sparking Zero, where it's like, oh my god, this is agonizingly tedious doing the fucking Saiyan Saga for the 100th fucking time. The only parts of this, but it's like I'm. My first thing is no, I don't really need to see an alternate unless they're doing something majorly different, and they're never gonna do that. I could care absolutely. If you're gonna do a modestly different version of a thing, yeah, I'd much rather go back to the Otherworld tournament is a great section. That is a great section to explore, to do something with, to do something different with. They never do the Otherworld tournament ever.
And then they could
anything.
then they could because technically it's not canon.
Still, they put non-canon characters in those games.
Well, that's where I was gonna say it would be a great way to finally show us the canon version of the Grand Kai.
Yeah, like I'm not against all of Dragon Ball. I'm just against the three sagas they do all the time. Like every single game.
And see, that's where we disagree.
Boring.
I'm okay with going back to those if you do major changes.
You have to be.
That's the only way I want to is if you do major changes. Major changes.
Even the what ifs in Sparking Zero are not drastic enough for me to be like, I'm interested in this. They're amusing. But they don't intrigue me in any sense.
I was because only for the ones where. In that game specifically, only for the ones where we kept going down the timeline and seeing the differences. Like that's my one complaint about Xenoverse and Xenoverse 2 is when they show us they show us like a 30-second glimpse of like what's gonna happen if things go wrong in the scenarios. And to me, that's not enough. If you're gonna change time, I want more. I want to see what happens.
Like just as an example, it's like, oh, what if we did Captain Ginyu, but Captain Ginyu took over Vegeta? Is not interesting. It's just not interesting. It's just not and multiple Dragon Ball games have thought that this was a clever idea, and it's not. It's not a clever idea. It's just you fighting Captain Ginyu again. There's nothing really all that different about it.
If they did a thing where it was like, oh, Captain Ginyu took over Frieza.
Okay, that would be kind of interesting.
That could be interesting.
That could be theoretically interesting. But these are ideas that are not interesting in a video game. Because it's like, no, it's not really. You're just fighting Frieza again, and he's got Captain Ginyu's voice. Like, these are ideas that are like small ideas are interesting in an animated form. Like if you did a show where it was a what if show, then that would be interesting. But in terms of an actual gameplay, it's like, no, I'm just fighting Frieza on Namek while voice clips that sound like Captain Ginyu play, and it's just. I'd much rather do Golden Frieza, and what if Ginyu showed up and body swapped with Goku during Golden Frieza. That's
that would
different.
be another.
That's unique. That's interesting.
That would be another way that I would change the Frieza saga. Is I would have it Goku goes Super Saiyan and then Frieza goes Golden Frieza.
I'm just not interested in that. Like if you did the Golden Frieza saga from Super and you actually paid it more than lip service and included some of the characters from that.
I guess that's the difference. That's the difference between you and me. Is I don't like Super. I don't want them to do Super. I don't like Super. I think it's a bad show.
Yeah, but this is again. It's not has nothing to do with the show. It's purely the fact that it's a video game.
You're doing the show.
No, but
when you do those scenes, you're just doing the show, but slightly different. And I don't like Super.
Yeah, but that's my thing. Is like with Dragon Ball Z,
I'm not that excited
I've
to go and do stuff
so many times that I don't need to see it again. I'd much rather see something I haven't seen.
Then go play another game.
But that's my point. Is this franchise is big enough that you can do stuff that doesn't involve. Obviously, they're not gonna, because everyone knows it's what sells. It's the greatest hits. They're always gonna play the greatest hits. And yeah, at a certain point, I don't really need to see the greatest hits. I don't want to see the greatest hits. This is your opportunity to be unique and different. But you're right. I really do think it looks like the gameplay mechanic is going to be you have a little wristband and it's an RPG style thing where you gain abilities based on Dragon Ball Z characters, and the Dragon Ball Z characters will probably take place like in the narrative, but they probably won't be playable, and it'll be mostly focused on the customizable characters because that's the direction they wanted to go with.
That's what they do. Yeah, that's what they do in every one of these Xenoverse games.
Yeah,
so
but there's going to be a less focus on.
You never play as the main.
No,
character.
but I mean like you could play them in the multiplayer sections. I don't think there's gonna be...
that'll be the case here. It'll be the same thing.
I don't think so.
We'll find out.
My big final point of this is if you're not good, why do I think you're right. I think this is going to be Xenoverse in name only, because why do Xenoverse if they hadn't
if it's just the same as the last
right
two.
they've done 12 years of DLC that people keep buying for Xenoverse 2. Why would they make a new one? They have no reason to. The support for this game is still going strong. It still makes a boatload of money. Why move on?
Yeah, but I mean, again, they're not making any new DLC for that. That's why.
Well, no, they stopped making DLC for it.
You can sell it. You can sell it as a new thing and spend or charge more money for this.
Yeah, but that's why they're not making new DLC, because they're making this. What I'm saying is, why make this and why not just continue to make DLC?
Because they can charge more for this instead of charging like $20 for a DLC pack. They can charge $90 for a full game.
Yeah, but this game, $90 for a full game that people might not necessarily buy. People will buy Xenoverse 2, are buying Xenoverse 2, and will buy DLC. So
that's why they know people will buy Xenoverse 3, because they want their fix, and they're not going to get it in Xenoverse 2 anymore.
Well, that's the thing is, have they said that they're not supporting Xenoverse 2 anymore?
They're not making any more DLC.
No, but are they still supporting it?
That doesn't matter. My point is that there's nothing new coming.
Of course it matters. No,
nothing new is coming. So if the people that are playing that game want new stuff, they have to buy the new game.
That's not,
and they will.
But that's not how games like that are community based. So long as there's online support for Xenoverse 2, people will still show up and play it. They'll play it until they start shutting down
But the company wants more money, and so they will make a new game, and then the people will go to that game. That's
what I'm saying is not necessarily.
Yes, I'm saying that's what will happen.
No, because that doesn't always happen.
Yes.
Hold on, let me finish. That doesn't always happen. Like in the
case
it's going
to here.
I don't think it will, because people played like Dragon Ball Online for years until that game no longer has support. Like online support, like until they start shutting down servers, people will they'll be like, I'm not paying for Xenoverse 3 when Xenoverse 2 works just fine, and they'll keep supporting it. And they'll keep buying the old DLC so long as there is online support for it. So that's why I'm asking: is there going to be continued online support? Do you know? I guess I'll phrase it that way. Do you know? Is there going to be continued online support? Have they said anything? I have not seen anything myself. Are you Googling it?
Trying to.
Fair enough. While you Google that, I'll move on to the next story. Because that will be the question. If there's not going to be continued support of it, then you're right. They will absolutely migrate to Xenoverse 3. But if there's still continued online support, they will not. Not in droves. Not enough for it to be a worthwhile risk. Like if you get again.
All I can see is that it says the game is concluding its long run with final updates, including Future Saga Chapter 4, which is expected to wrap up major new paid DLC though free updates may continue.
Oh, so they are still supporting it. Interesting.
It says may continue.
May continue, because if they're continuing to support it with online servers, that says that this is probably not going to be a sequel to Xenoverse 2. That there's not going to be as much. Maybe they're looking to make this a predominantly single player experience. We don't know, but that is interesting. Well,
I mean, yeah, like I said, from final thoughts, which has been the one that I've said a few times, where I'm like, everything that I've seen in this trailer, nothing indicates to me that it's it doesn't feel like a Xenoverse game.
But then again, this would be an entirely separate conversation if Xenoverse 2 hadn't been supported for how long? 2014, right?
Uh,
12 years. It's been supported for 12 years. That is a 12-year-old game. They are still supporting. Why? Why? It's its own industry at this point. There's no reason to.
I mean, the reason why is because it's a fucking cash cow.
I know why they're still running it. People still pay for it idiotically. But why move on now?
It was originally released October 25th, 2016.
Okay, so not quite 12 years. So 10 years. It's a 10-year-old
10
game.
years.
10 years. So it's a 10-year-old. That's still ridiculous. That they've been supporting with DLC and shit. That is incredibly profitable. And updates. Free updates in some cases. That's incredibly lucrative. That's what I'm looking for. It's an incredibly lucrative sub-franchise of a larger franchise. Why move on to a game that you don't necessarily know whether or not people are going to move on? That's what's interesting to me.
Here's what it appears like to me. And this might just be me reading things that aren't there, who could say? But this is how it reads to me. First trailer comes out. It's called it refers to itself as something year 1000 or something like that.
Project
something. Project 1000, something like that, doesn't refer to itself as Xenoverse 3. Fans see it. Fans are like, "Oh my god, this is definitely Xenoverse 3, right? We're finally getting Xenoverse 3. Oh my god, we're getting Xenoverse 3." And show an immense interest in it being Xenoverse 3. Company C's reaction is like, "Oh shit, this wasn't supposed to be Xenoverse 3. Maybe if we slap that on there, we'll sell more."
I don't know.
Slap it on there. Slap it on there. And it was never meant to be Xenoverse 3.
I don't know that it just having the name Xenoverse 3 will make it sell better.
Because the thing is that when I watched that trailer, there's nothing in there that even remotely calls back to Xenoverse in any way.
Other than the music.
But in terms of story, in terms of the characters that we see, because in Xenoverse 2, it's in terms of the story, I mean, Bulma never really interacts with the time people.
Nope.
I know she technically is in Tauntaun City, but that's as bonus stuff.
Yeah, I know. She's not there. She does not participate in the story as a member of Tauntaun City.
And
that's definitely not Tauntaun City.
Yeah, and so there's nothing in that trailer which says to me this was planned to be Xenoverse.
Also, it doesn't look like it's an evolution. This is the next stage of the Time Patrollers. They look like they're.
I mean, they don't call themselves Time Patrollers.
No, but it could be the Saiyan Warrior Patrol is an evolution of the Time Patrollers, and they just have a different name.
Sure, but I'm just saying with what we see.
No, that's what I'm saying.
There's nothing
that indicates that they're an evolution of the Time Patrollers.
Yeah,
they're their own set of group of guys.
Which just tells
the only real connection to it is that it takes place in a futuristic style city.
Again, which to me, but it being the Saiyan Patrol or whatever, yeah, that just reads to me like Bulma formed her own patrol people because the colors and scheming of the outfits just look like the Great Saiyan Man.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
I said that right from the first time I saw it.
Yeah. There's a connection to the fact that they all look like they're dressed like the outfit they change into is just the Great Saiyan Man. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So yeah, my suspicion is that this in its original incarnation wasn't Xenoverse 3, which is why they continue to support the second one, because they weren't planning on stopping.
Yeah, that would make sense. Jordan, as Dragon Ball Z Xenoverse 2 has been out for 10 years, we had to talk about it for 10 years. Moving on.
That'll be a YouTube short.
It's probably going to be a YouTube video. Are you excited? No, I'm torn between. As you were finishing your final thoughts, I was torn between. I'm sitting there being like, what am I going to title the video? Are you excited for Xenoverse 3 or holy shit, they're making Xenoverse 3?
No, obviously the title of the video should be Justin will want to go back to certain parts of Dragon Ball, and here's why.
Yeah, but it needs to have Xenoverse 3 in the title.
in Xenoverse 3, Justin doesn't want to go back to certain parts of Dragon Ball Z, and here's why.
I like that. I might keep it. I might use it as
Xenoverse 3, why Justin's a bitch.
I'll probably use that as a prompt for the description though, because that's not a bad idea. But I mean, putting all of my displeasure for that sections of the franchise aside, I can't believe they're making it.
Coca-Cola.
I know,
So
right?
anyways, so there's other trailers that we were going to
Right,
talk about.
right. It's like I can't believe they're making that shit. Yes, the trailer. They released the trailer for the long-awaited, heavily canceled, Coyote versus Acme, and
So here's the question, having watched that trailer. Here's a question I have for you. Which version of Wily do you think we're gonna get? Do you think we're gonna get the silent one who talks using signs, or do you think they're gonna go like the Bugs Bunny kind of one where he talks and he's
I mean, my hope is
British?
I think the former, not the latter. But I think that I hope that they do both. Like I hope for like most of the movie, he doesn't speak any because in the trailer you see he's holding up a sign for one of the scenes. I'm
Yeah,
hoping
like
that he doesn't talk the whole movie, and then when they finally get him on the stand, then he
that's what I
talks.
was just gonna say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
like
That'd be
I
funny.
want it to be a thing
That'd
where
be
like
very funny.
he's on the stand and he's like, ladies, and he has to have the faux British
Yes,
accent where
absolutely.
he's like, ladies and gentlemen of the court, for years I have, and like just goes into this
I've
really
been
passionate
disaffected by this
speech.
corporate monstrosity. Yeah, there's a. There's a lot of that's interesting about this because I have conspiracy theories about this.
I like how it looks like Bugs is a whistleblower.
Yeah, Bugs is definitely supposed to be Scratchy Throat, which made me laugh. I figured that you would, because you'd watch something on Watergate, you would definitely appreciate that joke. I don't think anyone nowadays is getting a Watergate joke, but
I didn't necessarily realize it was Watergate.
oh,
I thought that it was
he's
just
totally supposed to be Scratchy Throat.
I thought that it was just supposed to be like one of those generic he's a whistleblower in a corporation
Yeah, well,
kind
yeah,
of
he's got
scenarios.
with the trench coat and the hat. He's definitely yeah. You know what Scratchy? You remember what Scratchy Throat is, right?
Not specifically, but
Scratchy Throat is
it's one of those not trend
tropes.
things tropes.
They
Yeah,
always make fun of him. Yeah, in there's the episode of Family Guy where it's Velvet Throat, I think, and it's Kermit. But
yeah, yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
the guy who ratted out the Watergate. But he always shows up in the glasses and the trench coat and the hat and every single thing. If you see it like that, that's typically that might not specifically be, but it's coded that way. That's
Mm.
that. If you're from the 70s or 80s, you would that's what you would recognize it as. I can see why you wouldn't in today's day and age. But yeah, I enjoy if that's all he's in this. I think that's what I said. I said like I wanted one scene. I think we both said that. We were like we want
Yeah,
one
that's
scene where he's not a major focus or major character. He's like one scene and it's a small
one
cameo,
joke, one wink and
and
nod.
that's perfect. I love the
So
fact that
it looks like there's a number of those too.
yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that yeah, Daffy also looks like he's got his one scene. Porky does. I love that Foghorn Leghorn is the bad guy. I think that's
He's
the
the evil
most.
evil
I
CEO
just
or
think that's
whatever.
the most interesting thing they've ever done with that character. Like they've never given that character anything to do, and like
Well,
except for
he's just usually a loud,
yeah, he's just
boisterous.
there in the background. He's boisterous. Yeah, he never gets to do anything, and so it's fun that he's the bad guy. I quite like Will Forte.
Or
He's
one of
fun.
the bad guys, anyway.
I think he's the main bad guy because he's head of well, I mean, okay, he's the main bad guy, and then obviously John Cena is
Human one.
the evil lawyer, so he works for Foghorn Leghorn. But yeah, I think Foghorn Leghorn is the main villain of this by all appearances. He owns Acme. Clearly, there's some sort of conspiracy against Wile E. Coyote, which is fun. I'm really looking forward to a live action Looney Tunes hybrid. God, it's been so long since we've got one of those. But no, here's my theory I'd like to posit to you. 'Cause,
Should we bully more studios into releasing movies that they were gonna fucking keep from us
well,
forever?
it's
Yes.
so weird because the narrative of this, and they're using it in the marketing, is that yeah, Warner Brothers wanted to bury this, and write it off for taxes, but like, it's weird that the movie is specifically about a corporate. So I saw people say that. Oh, I
I
see
think they
why.
went.
I see why Warner Brothers. I see why Warner Brothers canceled this. Not because it looks bad, but because it's really anti-corporation, and it really seems to specifically be making fun of them for some reason. Sorry.
I I don't think in the original. I think changes were made when it was going to be like when it finally was going to get released. I think those things were later added in.
I
I think
don't
that
think
was
so.
I do.
Because the movie seems to specifically be about a corporation. So I've seen a lot of people be like, yeah, I see why. I
Right,
see.
but that's not so much what I'm saying. I'm saying the things that are very specifically like there's jokes in there which feel like they're specifically targeting Warner Brothers. I think those were
Oh
added
no,
in.
no, that's
I think before it was more just of a general take on corporations, and I think there were things added in there to make fun of the fact that Warner Brothers was trying to bury
Oh
this.
no, 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 no. Well, no, there is in the there definitely is in the marketing, but in the movie itself, no, the movie itself has always been about the little guy versus the corporation. That's what.
Right, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they added jokes which specifically make fun of Warner
Oh
Brothers.
no, no, I don't think so.
Yes.
I think maybe for this trailer there might have been some stuff that they've layered on, but the movie itself, no, the movie itself was always this. It was always about this.
I'm not
So
saying it wasn't. I'm
no,
saying they added jokes to specifically make fun of the situation that they find
but there's
themselves in,
there's nothing.
which is the fact that this is a movie that the studio wanted to bury, which is very harmonious with what is happening
Oh
in the
yeah, but all this
movie.
stuff you're talking about, that's just flavor text that's been added onto this trailer. The yes, absolutely was added for this trailer and for the marketing to lean into the we're writing this off as a tax deduction, that stuff. But there's nothing from the clips from the actual movie itself that has the appearance of being changed with to but also my conspiracy theory to counter my own point. My conspiracy theory is that they always intended to release this. They never intended to.
That they Sonic the Hedgehog themselves,
I think so. Well, okay. This is
where
just a
they
conspiracy
where
theory,
you know
mind you.
with Sonic how they released Ugly Sonic and then conveniently were able to very rapidly make him not Ugly
Yeah.
Sonic, which made it seem like it was always the
Yes.
plan to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, I could believe that.
I believe that they'd always planned to release this, and part of the marketing was going to be this is the canceled movie that you weren't allowed to see. Like I think that was always part of the marketing. I think that was
On
always
the
the
one
intention.
hand, yes, I could believe
But
that. On the other hand, that sounds way too smart for
no,
them.
I know exactly. But to be fair, that's what people said about Ugly Sonic, and that was always my conspiracy theory that they never intended to release a movie with Ugly Sonic. They only ever did enough animation for that one trailer, and they always had the other design on standby because of how quickly they turned it around. But then you hear tale that the people involved in Ugly Sonic and changing the design got like horrifically crunched. So, but that's my conspiracy because it's just a little too convenient that they have all this marketing material ready to go. But also, to be fair, it got Ketchup Entertainment bought it like well over a year ago at this point. So it is possible that they got the film and rejigged it a bit to be more of this what's the word I'm looking for, rebellious, fuck you can't
Middle
cancel
finger.
us, middle finger style movie. But ultimately,
All I know is that I watched this trailer. I'm excited for the
oh, it looks
movie.
so
It
funny.
looked
It looks
fantastic,
so good.
and the first thing that I thought when I watched the trailer was, my God, I knew there was a reason I loved ketchup.
Right? Like we've made it absolutely. Hey man, to be fair, for those of you who don't know, we're the reason why the Day the Earth Blew Up went to theaters.
I mean, obviously, it's
Exclusively
because of
us,
us.
because
We told you all to go watch it, and you did.
we advocated and campaigned for that movie for several months, and it went to theaters as a result. And we're the reason. It's us.
Yep,
It's all
definitely,
us.
definitely,
And so we're the
definitely.
reason why this movie is also come back. It's us. It's
We did
exclusively
it.
us. We
We have that power in
we
our left pinkies.
we did it. Our advocation is strong enough that it happened.
And our magic.
And yeah, no magic, no, just pure
Oh, oh,
groundswell.
you weren't using your magic? I
No,
was
no,
using my
no,
magic.
pure groundswell advocation, where
Ooh.
we spread the word of mouth to tell everybody that you should go watch Coyote versus Acme in theaters. Do it.
Four times.
Like I saw somebody say this, and it's
Go
the
watch
absolute
it.
truth.
Go watch it on your own. Bring your son to it. Do a separate trip where you bring your daughter, and then do a fourth trip where all four of you go and watch it again together with mom.
Oh, mom doesn't get her own trip.
No.
So because you're on, you should do 5. One with the wife by herself,
Oh,
and
that's
then
true.
the whole family.
Right. Okay. Okay. So here's what we do. Dad goes on his own.
Yeah, yeah.
Dad goes with son by themselves.
Yes, yes, yes.
Dad goes with daughter by
Absolutely.
himself.
Yeah, yeah.
Dad goes with mom for date night.
Totally. Yeah.
Mom goes again with son. Mom goes with
No,
daughter,
this is too
and then
many.
and then they all watch it together
You've
8 times.
you've pushed it too
Every,
far.
everybody has to do it
You
eight
madman.
times.
You've taken it too far. 5 was perfectly fine, and you've increased it by 3. 5 was fine.
I'm all about
Maximizing efficiency. Yeah, yeah.
maximizing profit and
Uh,
efficiency.
but yeah, no, I saw someone say that this is a pivotal moment because
And then you go at nighttime with grandpa. No.
this is a pivotal moment because if we all show up and we support this movie and it does really well, it teaches
Then we win.
It teaches the studio not to tax write off fully completed movies anymore. But if we don't show up, then it teaches them that was the right instinct because Hollywood always learns the wrong lesson. So yeah, you absolutely need to show up to that movie. Question:
Yes.
Vox Machina, season 4 trailer. This looks fun.
Well, that wasn't a question.
In the original Critical Role, as I have not made it this far in the campaign, I really do. I really need to continue watching. We're gonna have to do an episode where I watch season 4 of that show. I'm torn because I kind of want to do
now that I'm done campaign 3, instead of starting campaign 4, which looks bad, I might just have to start this train over again and go back to campaign 1.
Interesting. I see. I've got so many ideas for podcasts. I love to do I've got 2 ideas for spin-off podcasts. I promise this is connected. I want to do kind of like what I do for Star Trek, where I watch like 1 episode of a thing a week and then we recap it. I either want to do a tokusatsu show, like a Kamen Rider show, where we just watch 1 episode a week and we talk about 1 episode a week, or Critical Role, and we watch and we recap an episode of Critical Role a week.
Interesting. We'll talk.
Because
I'll have my people contact your people. We'll negotiate contracts.
The Critical Role is kind of tough because that is 4 hours, and that's
Well,
a lot.
the thing
20
for me
minutes Kamen Rider episode is quite a bit easier.
The thing for me that makes that idea interesting is if I was going to do that, I would watch it.
Yeah,
I've only ever
listened
to them.
It's a tough sell for me because it's 3 hours.
It would
long
be
and I just don't have the time.
it would be interesting for me. It would be difficult because of also doing this.
Yeah.
But just as a concept for a show, if I pretend that was like just doing that, it would be interesting for me because I'd get to see some of the models and stuff that I didn't.
And then it would finally give me an excuse to actually finish it. And then it would be 1 less video we have to think about a week.
It's true.
But we'd have to
talk.
We'd have to find time. Yeah, it'd be tough. But anyway, my question for this season 4 trailer is: this is different from the original, right? Just off base, just from first appearances. Is there a major time skip in the campaign?
There is.
Oh,
there is a major time skip, this looks like it's definitely diverging, in a major way, because I don't feel bad. I don't feel too bad spoiling this necessarily. In the original, due to reasons that I won't necessarily spoil, Scanlan's
there. Scanlan is there. That's the big
right.
difference,
No,
right?
but what I was gonna kind of, so in the original, time jump, and then Vox Machina, and like they ended up coming back together or something, after they kind of separate for a bit, but they can't find Scanlan.
Is there a no, in regards to this time jump?
Because at the end of the basically where the last season would have ended, in the original, Scanlan has this big whole
big
emotional
freak out, right?
speech, which they don't keep.
Yes.
They don't put that in the show.
That much I mean.
Because that doesn't happen in the show, I imagine that they will find him fairly easily.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, they do that
Whereas, let me
big.
finish, please. Whereas, because in the original they do that big thing, he's also on drugs.
Yeah, I was gonna. I was gonna say they do the big. He blows up at them and gets upset with them, and yeah, he's been on drugs and alcohol, and they don't do any of that in the previous season.
Not necessarily, I don't, not alcohol, but spice. He's on spice.
Yeah, they don't do any of that in the
They don't do
previous.
any of that in the show. And so yeah, in the original, they go off and they are trying to find Scanlan, and that's where they come across Terry and Darrington, who is another one of Sam's
Which it
characters.
doesn't look like he's in
He is
this.
in it.
Is he in it?
Yes, he is. He's at the end of the trailer. He's the
Oh,
one. He's the one where they're like, oh, like within a day you've done uncountable amount of like property damage and racked up a whole bunch of debt. Welcome to Vox Machina. That's that's Terry and
oh,
Darrington. He's just not in this show. He's not voiced by
by
uh what's his name?
by
Um,
shit. What's his
oh my
name?
God, Scanlan. Whoever
Scanlan.
voices
Whoever
Scanlan.
plays Scanlan.
Fuck, Sam Riegel.
Thank you,
Um,
Sam Riegel.
he's voiced in the show. He's voiced from what I remember in the casting. He's voiced by I think it's Wayne Brady.
Oh, really? That's different.
In this version.
That's kind of a waste, though. They should have had Sam Riegel play him and then have him play him like he's a different version of Scanlan. That would have been kind of an interesting take on that character.
Yeah, but he's not supposed to be. Is the thing.
Yeah, I guess.
Um,
But yeah, clearly it looks like
they
Scanlan
they
is
wanted to I guess in terms of a show
keep
not
Scanlan there.
confuse not confuse the audience and very much have him be a distinct character.
Also, Scanlan is
Um,
really popular, and clearly he's in this way more than he was originally.
yeah, because in the original, again, minor spoiler, but in the original, he isn't there for like a good solid number of episodes, and then they eventually go to a place and through a series of things find him again, basically. And it was like at that point, basically, for like an episode or two, Sam has to play both characters,
Huh.
like in the
Why did he
game.
stop
He
playing Scanlan in like the real life? Is it just he got bored with it, or
I think part of it was he was bored. He didn't know where this is me speculating, but I think part of it was he was bored and didn't know where else to take the character. I think he wanted to be different, something different. And I think he wanted to basically leave the character in a place where he could come back to it if he wanted to, and he could time jump it.
fair enough? Fair enough.
But I can't say for sure. I never honestly bothered to go and listen to like the fireside chats and the like we just did this episode chats where they talk about the episodes and the things in them. So there are like or like the campaign wrap ups. They have campaign wrap ups, which I've listened to. I listened to Vox Machina. I don't remember if I listened to the campaign wrap up for Mighty Nine, and I definitely have not yet listened to the one for. Though I am interested in the Hell's Bells one, but yeah, it looks like fun. Any other questions?
No, that's it. Jordan. Jordan. That looks fun. We will pay attention with great interest. Yeah. No, I can't decide.
I'm
I
I'm
can't
interested
decide.
to see what I will say is one thing I'm interested in is because they always skirt the not being able to use the official names of things
What are they gonna
from
call Vecna?
D&D. What are they going to call Vecna? Are they just going to refer to him as the Whispered One?
Probably just the whispered one. Yeah, I want to do an Amazon Prime episode because I would like to watch The Boys, and I keep getting hassled to watch Mighty Nine, but also I'm like, do I save that for another fantasy based episode? So I'm torn on whether or not to do just an Amazon special again, or to do a fantasy based special and include those. I don't know. I can't decide. Jordan, remember how Avatar, the Legend of Aang, the Last Airbender, got leaked onto the internet?
Yeah.
Well, justice was served, Jordan. Apparently, now Paramount, I think Paramount, last I had heard, insisted that they were not hacked, implying that the person who leaked the movie um,
Was an inside
was an
man.
inside job. But this says that Paramount Plus had been investigating the source of the leak. Sources familiar with the situation said that the leak had not come from within the studio, which is interesting because I thought I'd heard that it was a disgruntled employee, but whatever. Apparently, allegedly, local police in Singapore have put out a statement saying that it has seized the electronic devices, which included a digital copy of the unreleased film. According to the report, the man had unauthorized remote access to a media server from which he was able to download the film before distributing online. The alleged suspect could face up to 7 years in jail time and/or a potential fine of $50,000.
What do you hope he gets? Fine or jail time?
A fine, fine. I don't know. I tend to be like I don't really think a fine seems honestly that does seem sufficient.
Well,
7 years 7 years feels
what
excessive.
what I want is the full fine and a year in prison.
Yeah, 50,000 and then a year in prison. 7 years feels excessive.
7 years feels like a lot,
right? Because this feels like
like
a
that
white
feels
crime kind of crime.
that feels like a 7 years feels like a you stabbed someone amount of time.
I don't know if I'd say that much.
I didn't say murder. I said
Oh,
stab.
you've just stabbed them and they've lived. Oh, okay, an
Yes.
assault charge is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I could see that argument there. Yeah, that's fair.
Whereas stealing a movie doesn't really feel like 7 years worth of time to me.
It just doesn't. Cybercrime is so hard for me because I'm still not like. It's easy to decide the morality of stabbing a person. It's difficult to be like, what's the morality of stealing a digital copy of a movie and then spreading it?
$50,000 in a year in prison.
Year in prison, yeah. But like low level prison, whatever. Low.
Oh yeah, not like you're not gonna go to a max.
Not a maximum security prison, like a low level.
No.
Prison. Yeah, no,
you're going to white collar prison.
White collar prison, right? Yeah, I can get behind that.
Like as if you just did a insider trading kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. That seems fair. That's interesting though.
And $50,000 in restitution.
I'm not convinced that that's the guy because it's funny that this article says that insider sources say that it did not come internally. I heard it came internally. I heard that it got leaked. It was from an employee that leaked it. So
Well, what it could mean is that for example, when they say that it was an inside job or whatever, what it could mean is the inside person accidentally shared password information, which enabled this person to go to the remote to the service,
the remote server,
and then steal the movie.
It's just a bit odd to me that it's some random guy from Singapore caused what effectively is the destruction of this movie. That's very strange.
I mean,
I'm sure more information will come out as time. We're not really a news.
It's not
news
really
podcast.
that surprising when you think of the fact that like a lot of pig butchering scams and stuff that we deal with in North America come from overseas.
Respect for using the correct term. I respect that. I respect that you remember the correct term.
I mean,
Is
saying.
Is that because I told you that?
The pig butchering scams? You've used that term before.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's good. You do pay attention sometimes.
I pay attention every now and then.
You do pay attention in ways that are surprising. This isn't really a news story. I just wanted to take a moment to be like, I told you so. And Jordan, you can join me in the I told you so. Apparently,
I told you so.
No, not yet. No, hold on.
Okay.
Apparently
Sorry.
that Michael Jackson biopic is bad.
I told you so.
No, there we go. There's the I told you so. Apparently it's not good. Apparently I saw someone say
disrespectfully bad?
No, well, okay. It's made by the people who made
or it glorifies him too much. Which side of the fence are we sitting on here?
Neither and both. It's produced by the people who made that
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody. So that should really give you an idea. But okay, I'll tell you if this paints an image in your brain. A quote I saw is, "This movie is a little bit like if they made an O.J. Simpson movie and they only went as far as showing him winning the Heisman Trophy."
Ah, so yes, it really wants to fillet him.
A little bit, yeah. Like if you're going into this and you're a big fan and you're looking for like identical it's the same thing. It sounds like it's an entire movie of the last 30 minutes of Bohemian Rhapsody, where it's like, is this a good movie, or does this just really look like a thing that I recognize from real life? It appears like yeah, they have the bit where they're doing Thriller and it looks just like Thriller, or where he's performing Billie Jean and it looks just like when he performed Billie Jean. And if that's all you're looking for, that's great. But if you're looking for something to tell something with some nuance, like apparently it cuts off before it gets to any of his accusations, court trials, any of that stuff.
I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't go into this expecting to see that. That's
some
my
people
thing.
Are. Some people are. I wouldn't. I
would never have expected.
Unless you told me it was that kind of movie going into it, and I knew specifically it was.
Well,
I wouldn't expect it to be.
I wouldn't expect it to be because this isn't a biography.
Well,
like this isn't.
This is a biopic.
It's a biopic, but it's not. Not a documentary. Is more what I meant to say.
That's really funny because you know how we constantly say that about biopics. We're like, this is not a documentary. Not quasi-related, but not really related. But Ringo Starr, he was doing an interview about because I guess he's promoting a new album or whatever. But he was doing an interview and he was talking about the 4 Beatles movies that we've talked about. And the guy was like, yeah, not only your story's so big, they had to make 4 movies to do it. And Ringo Starr very specifically says, he was like, oh, is there anything that you kind of cut out or said no to? And he said the biggest part about participating in the making of that movie was, and I've always said this was, I had to tell myself that this is not a documentary. We're making a movie. And that is such a refreshing thing to hear from somebody involved in that story. Like,
it's a romanticized version of the events that happened. Right? That's kind of how I have always had to look at what biopics are.
Right.
They're romanticized versions of something that
or negative based on. Like maybe the thing that's negative wasn't maybe that negative, or maybe like not just.
Would you prefer exaggerated?
Exaggerated. Yes,
exaggerated.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Whatever.
This Michael Jackson movie is made and produced and brought to you by the people, by the Michael Jackson estate. So obviously they're not going to say anything.
Yeah, well then they're not. Yeah, of course.
Apparently they scrapped the entire third act of this and had to completely rewrite the back half of it and cut it because the one of the victims sued the production. So yeah. So but I said when they first announced this movie like 5 years ago, I made a Facebook status where I said, don't do this. It will make nobody happy. Nobody's gonna like this. You are making a mistake. And Jordan, did you hear that phone? Did you hear that phone?
It's right over there.
Because I fucking
called
ringing. It. I said it. I said nobody was gonna be happy, and look who was right. So Jordan, with me now. I told you so.
I told you so.
We told you so.
Both of us told you
together. As a unit.
As a partnership.
As a partnership. What?
Yeah.
This is the dumbest. So, okay. Spider-Man's first 2026 appearance to happen before Brand New Day with a twist. And you're like, okay, this must mean the MCU Spider-Man is going to show up in something, and then you scroll down, and it's like, Spider-Man Noir is coming out. Yeah. We knew that.
Okay. Thanks, Dad.
Oh, interesting. Apparently in this show, he will not be called Spider-Man. He will be called the Spider.
Is that what he's called in Spider-Man Noir?
I'm guessing, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Jordan.
Cool for him.
That was a waste of time. Jordan, you remember that trailer we saw for that Stranger Things animated spinoff that looks bad?
You mean the one with expendable character?
That's the one. Apparently, it's bad.
Shocker.
I know. I've seen a number of negative reviews. Apparently, it's not very good. But, Jordan, here's the question: were you perhaps wondering why expendable character isn't in season 3?
They die.
Jordan,
or move away, but probably die.
Stranger Things Tales from '85 boss explains why Nikki isn't in season 3. Nikki is the name of expendable character.
No, the character's name is expendable character. I will not be bothered to learn their name.
With Tales from '85 introducing a new character in Stranger Things in the form of Nikki Baxter, or as we affectionately call her, expendable character.
Yes.
Hold on.
There's two options here, Justin.
Okay.
Either she dies or she moves away.
So Eric Robles has come out to explain why the pink-haired rebel only appears in the Stranger Things continuity between the second and third installments. During a recent sit-down, the veteran animator explained that there is a simple clarification behind Nikki's absence in Stranger Things. Because you made this well after.
Because she dies?
No, I mean the external reason. One thing that's probably hard for a lot of people to understand is that in the 80s, it wasn't like it is now. You would have a friend that you would meet for summertime if you went to camp, and they'd be amazing friends, and you have amazing adventures for that one summer, and it wasn't like you stayed in touch or anything via Instagram or anything. I mean, that's honestly not inaccurate. Robles further added, if you've got a phone number, maybe you stay in touch, but for the most part, people came in and out of your life, and they were your best friends ever for the 2 weeks or 3 months that you were with them, and then they're out of your life. It's the same.
And then you never acknowledge them again.
It's the same concept with Nikki, but we'll see what happens to her at the end of this thing, which means she probably dies.
She dies.
She definitely dies. But like
she dies. She dies and/or moves away.
That's not an inaccurate thing. Like that, as someone who grew up in the '90s, that was a thing. That is.
Yeah, sure, but like you didn't then never reference the person ever again. Like
I mean,
if
yeah,
it was the
wrong.
90s or 80s, like you'd be like, oh man, this is like summer, or like, man, why can't we catch a break? We didn't even get our summer vacation.
I mean,
or like, man, our friend that we met during the summer probably wouldn't like this either. You'd like acknowledge that.
I mean, maybe not in context like that where it would feel kind of oddly forced, but yes, there would be situations like, remember that one summer we met that one pink-haired chick, Nikki? That would happen.
It's a shame that she died.
Right?
I mean, I'm assuming death. She might move away.
Yeah.
Oh
maybe.
yeah, no, I was only visiting my great aunt Bessie for the summer, and
Also,
now I
like,
have to.
it's different when you're like.
Now I have to go back home.
It is the truth that you do go to camp or you do have experiences where you meet kids that you don't ever see again, but they live in the same town. You would see them again. Certainly, you would reference them by name.
Unless they're going the cheap, easy, dirty route of, oh, I'm visiting family for the summer.
Yeah, probably that's what they'll do. She'll move away at the end of the show.
Or die.
Now we're gonna cut that.
I could believe that expendable character dies.
Oh yeah, this was interesting. So here's a question for you, Jordan.
67.
It's definitely 6'7". Sure, you're not doing the hand thing.
No, I won't.
You brought it up. You said it. You got to do it.
I said 67.
Yeah, you did it, Jordan. You knew what you were doing.
6, 7.
There we go. Now we're for the kiddies. That sounded weird. Jordan, this is my question to you. They've announced that they're re-releasing Avengers Endgame in theaters.
Okay, that's not a question. That's a statement.
Are you excited by this?
No.
Would you go and watch it again?
No, not at theater prices.
Jordan, what if they released it, but now it has a different ending, and you can only see that ending in theaters, and it connects to Avengers Doomsday?
Cheap horrors, maybe. I don't know.
Right? Everyone was like, "What? That's stupid." And it's so funny because like everyone's coming around to like our side of
So what you're saying is, Phase 4 was a complete waste of time.
No, I mean it depends.
I mean, we're going right back to the end of the last of Endgame and completely overwriting everything else.
So it's critically important to re-release the movie, and in fact, we'll be re-releasing the film with footage that is set in the Doomsday story that we have added to Avengers Endgame. He further emphasizes the strategic importance of the addition, calling it a, quote, critical companion story and a direct setup from what you're going to watch in December when you see Avengers Doomsday, which is, I'm guessing, probably a crock of bullshit.
I mean, that just tells me that Doom is going to be an evil Iron Man. Why would you go back to the time period where Robert Downey Jr. does his infamous snap?
Well, the idea is supposedly
and say you're connecting it to Doomsday, which has Robert Downey Jr. as Victor Von Doom.
I can see why you would say that.
If you're not, like, to me, that's
I can see why you would say that, but I think the connection though is not the Tony Stark. I truly believe you're not going to know that he looks like Tony Stark. He looks like Tony Stark in that movie. I fully believe that. I think the connection is supposed to be everyone went Captain America going the Captain America going back in time is supposedly going to end up being the first incursion, and that's what supposedly rumor has it will have caused everything. So I think that's the connection. I think we'll see more of what happened. Like they'll show him going back in time, and we'll see more of what happens once he goes back in time, instead of him just being
Yeah,
like, "I'm not
maybe.
saying anything." I don't think the Tony Stark part of it will connect. I could see why you would think that, but I don't think it is.
Oh,
But
I'm not saying like Doctor Doom steps out, sees Iron Man, takes off his mask, and goes like,
boo.
"I once thought like you." Boo. No, but like there could be a thing where this is just me spitting out thing off the top of my head, where you're right. It's about Tony Stark going, or not Tony Stark,
Steve
Captain
Rogers,
America, Steve Rogers,
Captain
uh,
America.
taking the stones back or whatever, and like he goes to like go and see um whatchamacallit, Peggy, and before he is able to go inside to the building, Doctor Doom shows up and is like, "Hello, Steve," and
Yeah,
it that's it.
I don't think they're gonna do that, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know that I want to pay full price to watch a movie I can watch on Disney Plus to see a
And I
normally
mean,
different ending.
yeah, I could. TikTok will
God,
absolutely have that scene
maybe if that.
on. Well, that TikTok will absolutely have that scene on TikTok, and save me from
Maybe.
having to go.
Yeah,
So,
probably. Just probably.
um, I just yeah no. For me, it's if it's a weird choice for to go back to Endgame. Um, if you're not going to do something important with it, so
Why?
it would have to be big
Right?
for me.
Why? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Jordan, bad news. The next Transformer movie is
Also,
apparently.
also, imagine how pissed you would be if you're like, "Oh man, I've never seen Endgame before, and I heard it was gonna get like I heard it was coming back to theater. This is my opportunity to see it in theaters." You go and watch it, and it's a completely different ending, and you're like, "What the fuck?"
What is it, Jordan? Bad news. Bad news, Jordan. Bad news, Bears. Bad news. Transformers. The next Transformers movie isn't going to be the GI Joe Transformers crossover.
Of course, it's not. That's probably gonna be something bad.
I
And is
who's
Mike
to say?
has Michael Bay touched it?
I don't know.
Do we need to get this new Transformers movie and be
But
like, Transformers movie, show me on the doll where Michael Bay touched you.
but apparently it's still coming. I thought for sure that this update was going to be that they canceled it, but no, it is supposedly still coming.
Like a continuation of Transformers 1 or
Well, that's what's weird is they announced a while back that they canceled the sequel to Transformers One, so that wasn't happening. But and then there was a rumor that Michael Bay was coming back. So I thought for sure that they weren't gonna make that Transformers GI Joe crossover, but apparently it's still in development, so they're still making it. So
okay. I don't know.
who knows?
Who can say? I don't know what to say
Only
about
the
that.
future will tell, Jordan. Only
The future and Bob.
and Bob Iger, Bob Iger.
No, no, Bob Boberson.
No, but Bob Iger's the guy who owns Disney, so he would know.
Yeah, and Bob Boberson is the clairvoyant who can see the future.
Oh, oh, but he's not real. Bob Iger is real.
Bob Bob Boberson is real.
He's not real, Jordan.
He's real in the hearts and souls of those who believe in him, and I believe in him.
He's not. He's not a real guy, Jordan.
He's a real person.
Jordan.
He lives on 123 8th Street.
Jordan today, as always, as per the usual, Jordan. We are we are
It
we
is
are
brought to you by me.
we are once again shouting out the wild education, Jordan. They're taking care of the lizards. They're taking care of the not lizards. They're taking care of the
Snakes
the
is
snakes and the servals. They've got a serval named Gary, and you can go follow them on Facebook or YouTube, and you can support them and follow them. and help them. They have a link where you can donate to help them financially, because helping animals is expensive, and they need your help and support. And you can do that by clicking any one of the links I have for them in the description below. But if you want to support us, you can click a second link, which is to the vizard.ai. If you the key to successful YouTube shenanigans is that you need to have a nice solid mix of not only long form content but also short form content. And vizard.ai, using their proprietary technology, will help cut and sort up your videos for you and give you handy shorts and short form content that you can put out, and it'll rate its virality so you know how likely it is to be successful. And you can do that by clicking the link in the description below. Help your YouTube channel out.
It's true. It's true. Link, description below. Everything you've just said is accurate.
Everything I've just said is accurate and fair. Speaking of fair,
and true.
Today's show, you saw the title. We have hit the depths. We've plumbed the depths of weird stuff on Disney Plus. Also, I wanted to watch Malcolm in the Middle. Life is Unfair. So
Some things are stranger than others.
It's stuff on Hulu. If you're American, it's on Disney Plus. You can find it now. That's the connection. Jordan, life is unfair.
Life's still unfair.
Life's still unfair. Jordan, what did you think of Malcolm in the Middle? Life is unfair. Still unfair. Life is still unfair. Beyond the fact that this was definitely a movie and is very obviously produced by Bryan Cranston.
Well, yeah, it was. According to Wikipedia, project had been pitched as a 2-hour movie.
Yep, it was a movie,
and then it was split into the episodes. So yeah, it definitely reads as a movie. There's points where the episodes don't so much end as they just kind of stop. As for the story itself, it again reads as a movie, and because it reads as a movie, it treats the characterizations of characters as if it was a movie. So even more so than the thing with, and this was sort of a thing that I came to realize, with the show, it's an ensemble. And so you really feel like you're getting character depth from all of the characters because there's a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of opportunity for at least for the family, I should say. There's character specific episodes.
Yes.
Whereas knowing that this was supposed to be a movie,
don't have time for that.
You don't have time for that. And so it's really a Malcolm / his daughter movie.
See, I completely disagree. To me, it is such. Yes, its main issue is it's such a confused mess of ideas.
If you let me finish, you can tell that the inception of this movie is that it is a Malcolm and his daughter movie.
Oh, Inception.
Which has been co-opted by Bryan Cranston.
Oh, absolutely. He's got scenes in the show that are
his whole he's on LSD or whatever drugs, and he's talking with his evil half or whatever.
It goes on for
so unbelievably long.
It's so long. It's so long, and it's made worse by the fact that there's only 4 episodes, so you're just kind of wasting an episode of Bryan Cranston talking to himself. And it doesn't go anywhere.
If I was to give this one criticism, only one criticism, I have more. But if I was to give it one criticism, the major criticism that I would give it is the minute that it stopped being a movie, it should have been 8 episodes.
Yes, I agree. Yes, 4 episodes is not enough.
It's not enough.
Not enough to do anything
and
with anyone.
I feel like 8 episodes minimum would have at least given you a little bit more time to get more in depth with more of the characters. Then, like, the thing is that the scene with Hal on drugs talking to himself, is funny in a regular episode
Of
of
Malcolm
TV.
in the Middle. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's a great way to put it. Yes, in a regular episode of Malcolm in the Middle, having an entire episode dedicated to Hal and his insecurities that culminates in him doing drugs and having this. The scene in and of itself is not unfunny. It's a funny
No.
scene. But to be fair, it's one of like many. Like that's the second. Like there's a scene earlier with Hal, with him and someone else that just
Right.
goes on
And
forever.
and what I'm saying is if this had been like an 8 episode thing instead of 4, then each of those scenes would have been in a separate episode,
Yes.
theoretically, in terms of
And it's
pacing.
at the expense
Um,
of so many other, not even
and
like side characters. Reese, you said something excellent where I was like, where I said, the only character who gets, and even Malcolm gets sidelined in this show
Malcolm gets sidelined a lot.
until like the last episode.
Hal takes over a lot, and again, it comes down to the fact that this is a problem with the fact that it was written as a movie,
It's written by a
and
movie that was
so
clearly partially written by Bryan Cranston.
sure,
Very obviously
but my
partially written by Bryan Cranston.
but my point is that it was written as a
Yes.
movie, and so it, in terms of pacing, in terms of everything that
Oh yeah,
stakes,
the pacing
in
is
terms
bad.
of like the fact that that's why you have in the spoiler, that's why in the 4th episode you have a scene where it's just dozens of cameos, is because that's not a show, that's a movie that
Yeah,
happens in a movie.
yeah,
You do that
exactly.
in the movie version of the show.
Yeah, yeah.
You have the scene where dozens of characters that were in the show show up, and it doesn't really matter because it's not
The
it's
trailer gives you the impression that this is about Malcolm trying to avoid his family. It's that for maybe an episode and a half, and then the rest of it is either Bryan Cranston or it's characters that have plot lines that do nothing and go nowhere. Like
I
the
I would
only character who gets anything to do besides Hal is Francis. I said at least Francis gets to do something, and you responded with, "You mean something?"
he gets to do something,
He gets to do
single
something
something.
like
He's obsessed with his mother's list. That's what he gets to do.
but it's a funny joke that totally
It's
works.
funny. It works.
My favorite
It
moment in
it's
this
funny, and it works in a show.
right, my favorite moment in this episode is Piyama. Like the show is at its best when you get to see character growth. When you get to see the characters and how they've grown and changed since you've last seen them. So like one of my favorite moments is when Francis goes to Piyama and he's trying to be like classic Francis, and you can tell he's just not like that anymore. And Piyama
Yeah.
is like, she's like, yeah, we're eighth on my mom's list, and here's all the reasons why. And Piyama just responds with, "It's fair enough.
So
I understand why we're so low. The other stuff are kind of more important. I get it. I understand." And that's funny. That's a funny joke. I enjoyed that because I was like, that shows that these characters have grown and they have changed.
Oh, I mean, one of the ways which shows that that the characters have grown and changed is the part where Lois is freaking out about the anniversary party or whatever, and they're all like, "You need to this isn't helping anything. You need to calm down." And she's like, "I realize this isn't helping anything. This is just calming my anxieties about it all. I don't need you guys to actually care. Just please just shut up and do what I'm asking you and go with it."
There's a great moment where
And they all just sort of shrug and are like, "Okay, tell us
yeah,
what you want us to
fair
do."
enough. No, there's another great moment that's like that where her and
Um,
Francis have an honest to God moment where Francis was like, "You didn't give a shit about the fact that we were having a kid, and that hurt my feelings." And Lois responds with, "I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm a little stressed out right now, and I promise you, when I have a moment, I will be
it is
appropriately
on my
happy for you."
list.
But
It is on my list. It's just lower on my list
yeah,
currently.
I enjoy.
The,
I
the
hate Reese, man. I hate what they
so
did with Reese. It's
okay.
such character assassination. It
So
bothers me
so
to no
before
end.
before you get to that, um, there's a few things that I kind of noticed looking back on it retroactively. Um, One, the original Malcolm in the Middle was very much the show was very much the tale of two stories, which was always the family and not Reese.
Francis.
Francis, thank you. And occasionally the bubbles would intertwine, but the regular status quo was that there was always the two separate
Yeah, there's an
things.
A story and a B
Um,
story in most
and
episodes.
and so, well, not even just that there's an A story and a B story, but just the nature of their
Yeah, A story
world. That's
was
what it is.
usually Malcolm
But
and the
so
family, and then the B story was Francis.
right. But
Almost
I'm just
always.
saying that's their in terms of their family dynamic. That's their fine family dynamic.
Yeah.
Is there always appears to be one which is on the outside, and so this movie is it's kind of a parallel to that where and it's sort of interesting in that way where yeah it's very much an A story and a B story of the A story is the wedding,
The reunion.
not the wedding,
Not
reunion,
the reunion. The
anniversary.
anniversary. Yeah, but it doesn't work. It
And
doesn't
then
work because it just makes.
let me finish. Let me finish. And then the B story is Malcolm, his girlfriend, and his daughter.
Yeah.
And they're let me finish. And they're and like him trying to avoid them and all of that. And the reason it doesn't work is because there's only four episodes.
Yes.
Because you're trying to squish it all into this tight little time frame, you needed more episodes where like Malcolm and the daughter are like they're trying to convince Malcolm to go back and like we're seeing flashbacks of
But
different things that happen in the
they
meantime, which show let me finish, which show why he doesn't want to go back more than like a quick scene here or a quick scene there.
they
We really need to engage with that, and they don't have the time to do that,
they
so that when he finally does get dragged to the party, it's underwhelming
they
and it doesn't
barely
work.
he barely like the trailers give you the impression that the whole show is him avoiding. He really he avoids the family for like he's barely in the show. He's like again most of the show
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
is just how.
He has become in terms of function of this show, he has become Francis.
Yeah, but
And
not
so
really.
like much like no, but I'm saying like much like how the actor who played Francis wasn't in a lot of the episodes. Now that has happened to Malcolm,
But he
which is bad
was.
when the show is about him.
He was in a lot of the episodes. He was in most of the episodes. It's just he was off in his own little bubble, but he was still in the. Whereas in this show, Malcolm isn't really in it, and yeah, he's the
I
main
know
character. It's
that's
called
what I'm
Malcolm in the
saying.
Middle, and he's barely in it. He's in it less than Francis was in the original. But
That's what I'm saying.
yes, I would say
And I'm saying
I
that
would
has
say
everything to
comparing him to
that has
Francis in the
everything to
original does
that
Francis in
has
the original a disservice.
no, it doesn't because they are very similar.
No, not even remotely.
Yes, they are.
Francis is in that show almost every
Francis
single
leaves his
episode.
family and stays away because he hates his
No,
mother and his
but in
family.
terms of his functionality in the show, he's in the same amount
Malcolm
of the
stays
show.
away. Malcolm stays away because he hates his mother and his family.
But
He has become Francis.
I'm not talking about story wise. I'm talking about functionality. It does a disservice to Francis in the original show because Francis is in that show just as much as all the other characters. And they're just not together.
No, he's not.
In this show, Malcolm is like yeah. Again, he the most he gets to do is in the first and the fourth episode.
Especially in the later seasons, once he fucking leaves Otto's place. No, he's barely in the show.
Okay, well, no, that's fair. Yeah, but to be fair, I'm not really counting the last season. But yes, you're right. In the last season, he's barely in it because they don't know what to do with that character, and they just kind of shuffle him off.
And that's where I'm saying that's what Malcolm is.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, yes. I would maybe compare him to later season Francis. But no, early season Francis, he's there like all the time. He's just not there. He's not physically with them, but he's in the show.
Right, but no, I'm more comparing him to season 5 Francis.
Yes, okay, yes. Later season Francis, you're right. They don't know what to do with that character.
And so I'm saying that's what he is in this. And
they effectively write out Piyama for huge chunks of it because they don't know what to do with her. That's why she just leaves.
He's not even living with her. He's living in his own apartment.
No, there's a line. I was watching. I was there when you saw the episode. There's a line where he says she's visiting her sister, because her whatever is sick, and there's a bunch of lines explaining where she is. But yeah, she's all but written out of that show for huge chunks of it because again they don't know what to do with her or Francis. But anyway, yes, this suffers.
It's too short.
None of the characters get.
It's too short if it wants to be a show.
It's doing too many things. It's setting up new characters, which, according to Linwood Boomer, I think is the guy's name, the guy who wrote this and created it, they're not doing anymore.
Yeah, Linwood Boomer.
Linwood Boomer. According to him, they're doing no more. So approaching
I
it,
don't
whether or not
I
that is
don't
true or
believe
not,
that.
if we approach it from that sentiment, I don't believe it either, because why set up new characters? Why waste so much of this time is waste if you weren't gonna do any more of this, so much of this is wasted on the daughter. Like, I like the, don't get me wrong, I like the daughter. The daughter's funny. She's got a lot of funny jokes. She's got a lot of funny bits. This sounds like I don't like this. I actually like this quite a bit. Like, to be clear, I like this quite a bit. Like, I enjoyed the fact that she also monologues, and sometimes she will interrupt his monologue to, not monologues, she breaks the fourth wall like he does. And sometimes she'll interrupt his fourth wall breaks to do her fourth wall breaks, and he doesn't know that she can fourth wall break. So there's sometimes where she's fourth wall breaking while he's in the middle of fourth wall breaking. It's so fucking funny. I love how they interrupt their own fourth wall breaks in the last episode. Like, that shit's funny. I like his girlfriend. I think she's funny. I enjoy his attempts to be different. Like, I enjoy his active attempts to be different. He gets to be much. Like, it's the performance is coming from a place of remembering something you did a while ago but not quite getting it. Like, he does a lot of whining and yelling. That character
For Malcolm, you mean?
Malcolm, yeah. Malcolm annoyed me for most of this. Where
Well,
he
the
just
thing is
whined
that
and bitched and moaned and complained a whole time.
the thing is that he's supposed to, like, he's trying to play him like he's neurotic and like, you know, that kind of thing, because that's what he was in the original show. But he comes across as whiny.
Yeah, but it dials it up to a degree that isn't what it was like. He's trying to
No,
recreate something.
it's because he in this he doesn't come across as neurotic and crazy. He comes across as whiny.
Yes, I agree.
Whereas
I
in
agree.
the original show, he was just
I
neurotic.
think though it's because in the original show that was just Frankie Muniz. That's just what he was like. And I think in this he's trying to recapture a version of himself that he just isn't, and it's whereas to contrast that, as much as we keep giving Bryan Cranston shit, he slides into Hal seamlessly.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it is crazy.
And so does Lois.
So does Lois.
Francis.
Yeah, absolutely. And even Reese, when they my issue with Reese is Reese waffles between being too smart for that character and too self-aware to back to being like Reese. Like, you're like he's a frustrating character because he hasn't changed 1 ounce in 20 years.
Yeah,
but
my problem.
He has moments where he
Reese,
does. He seems like he knows what he is.
My problem with Reese is that, and this is kind of just a blanket problem, is him being a loser still doesn't work for me.
No, not even remotely.
I think that he should have been like, oh, the successful runner of like a plumber business or a car maintenance or something like that, something blue collar
that gives him an ounce of success,
which gives him success,
agree.
and then once Malcolm comes back into the picture, then he should revert to who he was.
Yes.
Like, I think the point should be that and I think the point should be that as much as Malcolm feels like his worst self is who he is when he's around them, they all need to become their worst selves when he's around.
But that's my issue with this from a writing standpoint, is that's what they want to do, but for huge chunks of it, they're making the opposite case. Like, because they're trying to be, Malcolm's trying to be like, no, like there's a bit that I thought was funny where Malcolm is like, think of them as the full moon and we're werewolves and they make us bad, and when we're around them we're bad, and then like they're the worst people ever, like they're chaotic and crazy or whatever, and then it just cuts to them and they're like putting stuff together, just having a normal conversation, a reasonable normal conversation, and the joke is no, they're perfectly normal, like they've evolved past this. But then it tries to be like at the end they all start arguing with each other, and it's like, no, when we're around each other we fight each other, and it's like, well, which is it? Which is it? You can't have it both ways.
That's where I say
that's the point to have it both ways.
That's where I say, okay, so if I'm fixing this, right, and I assume I've only got 4 episodes.
Other than making it 8 episodes. That's
that's how I would fix it. Is I would make it 8 episodes and I would stretch things out and change certain things. But assuming I have to have 4 episodes, how I would fix this is you really focus on the fact that you spend a little bit more time with Malcolm, the girlfriend, and the daughter before the secret comes out that the family and all that, right?
Yeah.
So that you see that he's not normal. He's just faking it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right? Like
exactly.
that's the point, is he's just faking it. And then meanwhile, I largely like what they've done with the family. The only thing that I would really change is I would make it where much like how Francis found his way in the world, Reese finds his way in the world, and he's normal,
Yeah, like I
more or
get why
less.
like you don't want to be like everyone's like, oh, why isn't he a professional chef? No, that's not Reese. Reese was never going to become
No,
that. That was never
but
going to
like
be Reese.
but like make him just a normal person,
Well, I was
right?
all in
Like
on the like he like when they're doing the bit at the beginning and he's working with Hal fixing everything and it
yeah,
seems
like
like
have him in
he has his
construction.
own level of like where he's like no I need this, I need to do this, I need to fix shit, that's who I am. I thought that was going to be his own version of neuroticism to indicate that he is also like Malcolm. But then when they pulled the rug, I went, no, he's just faking it. He's just like Reese. He's just Reese. That's boring. That's not interesting.
Yeah.
Having him
Like for
hide
me,
for the back, it just comes across like Justin Burfield couldn't find it, and so they didn't know what to do with that character because he spends so much of the back half of the series just kind of hiding, and it's not interesting,
yeah.
or exciting
Like
or
like
engaging.
like for me, like what I would have done is like I said, have him be like a fairly construction is another great one, which fits into that. Let me finish. And you have it where they're all successful, they're all happy, they're all doing well, and then they find out that Malcolm has the daughter. The whole whirlwind plays out basically the same. And like he shows up at the anniversary, and he's the instigator. He starts bringing them all down. He brings in the chaos, right? And the way that I would kind of button nose it is have it be where, yeah, he's the full moon that turns them into werewolves,
I,
right? Let me finish. And then
I would.
his daughter is the silver bullet, which makes them all get along.
I
She's the glue.
number one change. He goes back episode 3, not episode 5. Um,
Four. There's not 5 episodes.
sorry, yes, episode 3. Sorry, really, yeah, episode 3. He goes back episode 3, not episode 4, and I would give Reese a kid, and have Reese's conflict instead of it being between him and the. Kelly is a completely unnecessary character. She doesn't add anything.
That's the girlfriend?
No, Kelly is the daughter, the sixth kid. I understand that she needs to exist because that Lois was pregnant at the end of it, but yeah,
I think she works as she is because she's just normal.
yeah, but she isn't.
You just make her. She is. She's just normal.
But I wouldn't because her thing is she says I like being a snitch. So I think she's just the anti version of what they were. So I think they're all the same. They're just the same in different ways. Now I would
I
have
don't
given
know.
Reese.
To me, the way that they play the character, she just comes across as a normal
I would
person.
have given I would have given Reese a kid and have Reese his relationship with the kid be similar to that of Lois and Reese, but like different. Where Reese
Yeah.
is
No, that doesn't work.
where Reese is Reese basically the whole conflict of revenge and going after each other, having that be amalgamous to Reese and his kid. To me that his bit with Kelly just didn't do anything for me because I was like I haven't I they don't have enough of a again it just comes back to it's not long enough. They don't have enough of a relationship that's interesting to me. Like I did enjoy the
But
implication
it's not that they don't have enough of a relationship because they do have a relationship. We just don't know anything
it's just
about
it's
it.
not yeah it just doesn't
We don't know anything about it. The problem with her being in the show is like we needed to have Dewey there, not her.
yeah
Like because she's not from the original show, so we don't know her as a character.
yeah
We haven't
even
got
have
any.
Jamie there would
We
have
don't
been
have
like
any. We don't have even Jamie. Like is enough of a character from the original show
Like
where
I
like
like the
to have
implication
him
that
there
that Jamie
would
and
be
Dewey
better.
basically that they became because I love the fact that they're the ones who are constantly picking at each other because they would have their relationship would have been that of Reese and Malcolm or Reese and Francis where it's like he's the one that they're closest because they live together longer as a person who could like obviously by the time he was a teenager or that he was like a preteen the age that Dewey was when that show ended Reese and Malcolm would have been gone. They would have been moved out. And
Yeah.
it's just a case of Reese is so infunctional as an adult. You're like, wait, so does he live with them? Why He's
Like
in
I
his
think it would have.
40s. Why is he concerned that his parents are gonna punish him? That doesn't make
I
any
think
sense.
I think it would have worked better for me. And this feeds into a point that I was disappointed. I was disappointed with how they treated, like how they did Dewey. Like functionally, I understand
It is the way it
why.
is. Yeah.
I get why, but like no, I think he should have been. Like, he should have been there. And I the reason why Reese does what he does in this movie, I think should have been because of Dewey screwing with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's the show.
Yeah.
That's like Dewey does something which then Reese like he screws with Reese, which causes Reese to suffer. In the later back end of the show, that was their
But
dynamic.
yeah, it's just
Was and so he like it would have been like Reese or Dewey would have come along and been like, oh, I heard that that Kelly did this, and then Reese would have wanted to do something to get back at her,
yeah. I don't know. I
right? Like
just
to
think it
me,
would have
that works
been
better.
it would have been more interesting for me to parallel Malcolm having a kid. I just think Reese having a kid would have made for a way more interesting. If this
And
Kelly
I
Reese
just
dynamic was transferred to it's Reese and his son, and the son is just
no,
like
it,
Reese. I think that's
Reese having a kid doesn't work for me. He's not. I no,
he's
no.
absolutely the guy.
If anything, I would have made it where I would have maybe changed it where instead um Kelly is still there, but like Francis already has a kid, which is like older. Is not
Yeah,
just getting
but
pregnant.
to me, Francis having a kid, he's also interesting. But to me, giving Reese a kid, and Reese is absolutely
No,
he would
I don't.
absolutely him having a whoopsie with a kid with a woman who didn't give a shit about him. I mean, it happened to him multiple times in the course of the original show. Him having like an 8-year-old, like maybe not a teenager, maybe like an 8-year-old or like a 9-year-old kid.
I just don't. I don't believe that any woman would sleep with him. He's the character that his fake mail order bride kept giving him excuses about how there's a
Well,
waiting period
he's got
before they could have sex,
he makes a
and he
reference.
believes it.
He makes a reference to his failed marriages and his failed wives. So no, he's like absolutely the exact kind of guy who would be dumb enough to not wrap it in before he tapped it. Yeah, absolutely, him having having a child out of wedlock and
I
having
suppose
it where it's like
the one way where I see it where it works is it's like he shows up. Reese shows up to like help plan the party or whatever, and then like the party it's the last episode, and Reese's son shows up and is like, yeah, Dad forgot to invite me.
no. See, for me,
He's a neglectful absentee dad.
for me, no, you no. See, that doesn't. For me, you do it where
To me, that's the
basically
only way it works.
basically
That's
the Kelly
only
character,
kind of father I see him
the
being.
Kelly character. Well, yeah, but that's what makes it funny. Is for me anyways, you're subverting you're subverting expectations. So yes, the obvious expectation is that I just think it's funny when one of them is Lois. One of them has become that's the thing that's missing from this for me.
Yeah, that's where for me it would have been funnier if that's Francis.
I don't disagree that it's also funny if it's Francis, but I don't disagree. I don't disagree that would have worked with Francis as well. It would. It would absolutely work with Francis. But I'm just working with the dynamics that already exist in the show, and I just
like I would have made
Kelly's
it where
character
Francis
does nothing for me, and
I would have
wanna
made
get
it
rid of
where
her.
and this would have but this is under this is under
them.
the
Sorry, not her.
if
Them. Want to write
this
them
is
out.
this is under the if it was like 8 or even 10 episodes long and we had more real estate. But like if we did, yeah, it absolutely for me is funnier if Francis ends up being just like Lois and then Piama
Beyond.
and ends up being like Hal.
Like my thing is, I want to change basically the conflict of the prank war between Kelly and Reese. I would like a storyline where Reese is trying to participate in this with his, I don't know, son, daughter, non-binary kid, whatever. And Reese has to learn that he can't be that anymore because he's an adult now. My biggest thing with Reese is that there's moments where he's self-aware of the fact that he's an adult now and he shouldn't be doing this, but the show never does anything with that. It never does anything with him.
To be like,
From-
the fact that everyone else in his family is a more or less functional adult and he's not, nobody's discussing that or talking about that or addressing that or doing anything.
because
Again,
there's time.
why is he afraid of his parents when he's a 40-year-old man?
I mean, I understand why he's afraid of Lois. Have
But
you
no,
met Lois?
he's afraid of them in this. He's acting like he's a teenager, and there's no reference to that. The fact that he's acting like it. The implication is
Yeah,
that he
because
lives
there's
with them still.
because there's 4 episodes.
I know.
There's not enough time.
He's the
It's-
character
they need.
I take the most issue, and that's not even mentioning.
As for your story idea, I like your story idea. I just don't think it works with him as a father.
No, well, no, but it's the idea is that he's a shit dad. Like it's
Right,
like,
but again, the
gives
reason
him
why it doesn't work for me is because of how they've portrayed him. He's still a gigantic man child. So the idea that, like, you're right, is he living with his child at his parents' house?
yeah, that to me that worked with Reese in the sense that
But that's where
you could
like,
believe that he would
if
accidentally knock
we had
a
like
woman
8
up.
episodes or like 10 episodes, then we could have an episode where we see he lives at his sad little single person apartment.
Yeah,
Where it's
like,
sad
you're not
and it's
wrong.
just him
Like,
and his
if
kid.
Reese
But
showed up,
with what we have in this show, it doesn't fit.
I will acknowledge that if Reese showed up in the show and he had a kid and they didn't explain it, it would be a tad weird. But also by that same token, they don't do anything
Like,
with Reese. They don't do
just
anything
going
with
off
him
of
to
what
do it.
we just going off of what we get from this show, that story doesn't work.
I disagree. But to be fair,
It doesn't work with this version of Reese.
To be fair,
The version of Reese who is still taking embarrassing videos of his father being humiliated and selling that on the internet.
oh, absolutely.
No,
Yeah, no, I
that-
do. But the thing is,
it
you're
doesn't
talking about
work.
you're talking about Reese being a father. I'm talking about him being a deadbeat dad who knocked a girl up. And the kid got dropped off on his doorstep. Yes, that is absolutely this version of Reese. It is a but it's not believable in the constraints.
Right, but then you're talking about him having this nuanced prank battle with his son, and I'm just like, no.
No.
To me, that doesn't work.
There's no nuance to it. The nuance is that at the end of it, he learns a lesson, but he's Reese. He doesn't. To
me, that doesn't work.
They've put Reese in this position of being nothing. He's nothing. He's nothing in this. So there's nothing to do with him. So you couldn't fix him because there's nothing. No one gets to be a character. Malcolm barely gets to be a character in this because again, all of the characterization goes to Hal.
Malcolm's character essentially sums up to this. He's traumatized by his parents, and he is afraid that he will become them.
Yeah, he is traumatized by the expectation that he is going to be president, and he has held on to that expectation for
Which is
20
put
years.
on him by his parents. So, like I said, he's traumatized by his
Well,
parents.
it sounds like they maintained that expectation when he was in. It wasn't just that she said it the one time.
Exactly.
It sounds
Traumatized by his parents.
It sounds like she continued to say it as and then it was like, that was just a plan. Well, yeah, it was a plan you gave him, and then you set him up. But yeah, no one else in this gets to be a character. Like, there's people getting offended by shit in this, and it's like, they're not enough of a character to give. Like, I did it. I fell into the trap. Like people didn't like Stewie. Oh my god, you've got me calling him Stewie. People got upset with Stevie being gay in this, and me and Jordan had the discussion that we'll spare you now. But the short version of it is, he's not enough of a character in this for it to matter. Like, I understand why like for me we came down to it's the look. It's his look. It's the way he looks, and that's all the characters are in this.
That sounds so bad.
But he looks like it's not.
So
even
when you say it out loud like that, it's
his
not
fashion.
that's not necessarily the tactful way that I would have chosen to word that.
He's got the look. He's got the look of a typical what a right winger's idea of a leftist would look like. Is how I would put it.
I would say he looks like a stereotype.
Yes, he looks like this. Well, yeah, he looks like the stereotype of a leftist, of what right-leaning people think
Of an extreme leftist type person.
Yeah, like, I gotta go protest the whatever. Like, and that facilitates a gag where, yes, he is in a relationship with a man and they've got a child. And it makes people roll their eyes in a way that is unnecessary, because who cares who he's in a relationship with? And also, it facilitates jokes that are funny. Like there's jokes in the 4th episode involving the husband that are funny. Like I love the bit at the end where what's his face, Stevie's parents are making him talk for them, and the husband's like, no, 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 no. Or I like the bit where they're doing the wedding video and they as a reference to his speech that in that one episode they speed up his and cut together his and
Lois sped it up.
the husband is just dying laughing. That's funny. But like I fucking hate the throuple. I hate it.
Yeah, again,
I hate it.
I'm
It's such
not
a
gonna- I'm
dumb
not
fucking
gonna-
joke.
I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about that. All I'm gonna say is, yeah, the joke that they're such antisocial losers, like they were in elementary school. They're such antisocial losers that the only way they could have a kid is if the three of them came together and made one.
Right? Jordan said he doesn't read it as they're a throuple. I disagree. They're
Oh no,
absolutely a throuple.
I read it as they're a throuple. I read it as they're an asexual throuple of three loser nerds who couldn't get anyone and
Okay,
resigned themselves to being together.
Okay, so that's an interesting way to put it. I never thought of it that way. So you're saying they are absolutely a throuple in that they are definitely together dating, but they just don't do anything sexual.
They don't do it. They literally used science and made a baby.
Because I'm just like the one guy.
Because
Dabney,
the point,
he looked gay as hell. If he's not gay, he's metro as fuck.
because like they're the character. They were the Krellborns.
Yeah,
And the
no,
point
I
of the
know.
Krell,
No, I get it, but to me
the
they
point
look.
of the Krellborns is that they're antisocial losers
I get what you're
who
saying.
can't be with regular society.
I get what you're saying, but to me they read as they're supposed to be. They've been doing stuff. Like
I don't
they
think
read
so.
that way in that scene to me, where I was like they seem like it's. But to me that's supposed to be the joke. Is you're supposed to be like, oh, they're a throuple. That's weird, and that it's just so lazy. It's like, of course the guys who were losers in high school, pretending that they're not in a couple situation, and they've just made. Of course they made a kid together because they're weird. Like it's just not. It's not interesting. It's like, oh, it's the laziest, most obvious version of that joke you could possibly do. But
to be fair,
that was why I went.
That
this is too
episode
much.
is just filled with like, oh, it's just people that.
But some of them are effective. That's what's frustrating.
Why would Lois and Hal invite this person?
But
that was more my thing as I watched that scene with the throuple or Francis's old cadets.
Yeah, from
that he went to from military school
that
he ran away from.
You know, he ran away from.
I know.
They stayed.
That's my no. But that's my point. Is he ran away from that school, and yet his parents are inviting them.
Well, I think
some reason.
One of the guys who's there, I'm pretty sure he's the one who he went to Alaska with. I think.
Okay,
but still,
his parents never met them.
That's fair. No, that's true. I'm pretty sure the guy.
There's one or two episodes where Lois goes to the military school to see Francis, but it's not like she spent an inordinate amount of time with them, enough that 40 years later she would randomly invite them to her wedding anniversary party.
I'm pretty sure the guy who they went to do the mushrooms or the LSD, I think that's Francis's friend. I'm pretty sure. The one who that's why Hal recognized him. So like, not like they didn't interact, but no, but there was ones there's
right,
that
but
did
to invite them to your 40th anniversary is weird.
There was like when Olga showed up, that did get me a little bit. I was like, oh my god, it's Olga!
Sure,
that's fun. And I believe she would have got invited to the anniversary because
or like, yeah, again, to go back to the throuple of it all, why are they there?
Yeah, they're the ones that went. Why? Well, maybe. Okay, perhaps because they're friends with. But Malcolm hasn't seen them in like 15 years.
That's just
so.
It.
Like, maybe because they're friends with Malcolm. I don't know. They're not the ones that made me go really. It was the military school guys that really made me go, why are they there? And
with all of them,
they've been there and they're pre-gaming, and it's weird. The high school guys, I mean, at least they were probably like presumably in some form or another, have been over to like, even if it was like off screen, they're still friends of Malcolm's. So like perhaps they developed enough of a relationship over the years of coming over off screen. The military school guys, you're right, they would have never met the military school guys. The throuple I could at least justify. The military school guys, no, I'm with you. That doesn't make any sense.
The only one of the military ones that I could maybe okay, maybe is I believe one of them, because there was one of them that went there with Francis, who was from their neighborhood. Like they did know
Yeah, I'm pretty
him.
sure he's the one who he goes off to military school with. I think that's the one.
That's what I'm saying.
Not military school. Sorry, Alaska. The guy who he goes to Alaska with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And so like them inviting him, I can see because
And then
like
he
they have
plus
they
one the other
that
two.
yeah, he maybe plus one the other two
But
or
Francis
something.
seems surprised to see them. So like and he surely had to have been familiar with the guest list. So he seems surprised
maybe
to see them there.
to be fair, maybe they're gate crashing. They heard there was a party.
I mean, that is possible. It apparently is a big party. Yeah. As for Dewey, the thing about Dewey. Okay, here's my question for Dewey. Would it have been better? Like, is it the actor?
No, I think the actor does a fine job because here's what I'll say. Because it's like what
15
in
years.
universe 15 years
15
no
years,
in universe it's
Yeah.
15 years
That's what.
because isn't Malcolm like 40 now?
He says it's been 15. It's been 15 years. They say
Okay,
it's been
well,
15 years.
so it's been 15 years. um I don't know the in the real world. I don't know what Dewey looks like when he's grown up,
Yeah.
the actor.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I don't know
Fair.
what the actual
His
human
face shape,
being.
it's pretty uncanny for the stuff he gets to do. He
So-
does kind of nail it at certain points. I'm like,
Right. But my point is that like in real life, like actor wise,
Yeah.
I don't know what my brain, what I'm picturing it. I don't know what an older Dewey looks like. So he looks good enough to me.
not everyone looks exactly
Right,
the same
like,
as they were when they
he-
were a kid.
He
It happens.
looks close enough to what the original one looks like that no, for me it's not the actor.
It's weird that they do have scenes together. That's what's weird.
I want him to be there, not just on a screen. I don't like that he's just on a screen.
It's a bizarre choice considering he has scenes where they're together. Like if it was always on the screen, it would be different for me because then be like the excuse is that they wanted to get Eric Sullivan up until the last possible moment, and the reason why Dewey is on screen in script is so that they could get him to be in it, and he wouldn't have had to participate and be there, and he could just be on screen. That's why that is the way it is.
Yeah,
But, like,
on the little tablet or whatever.
But like, maybe once you've recasted, at that point, accept that he's not coming back, and write scenes where they're together. Like they're like, oh, we wanted to make it so. So what would have happened if 11th hour you're about to film and Eric Sullivan says, "Yeah, I'm in." Are you gonna fire him and bring in Eric Sullivan and just do all of the cat scenes? Like, it's weird that they kept him being on screen up until the 11th hour when they knew he wasn't going to come back. And yes, the show is weaker for it. Like
what I would have done.
Jamie even shows up in the final episode in person. It's weird that Dewey doesn't.
What I would have done, and this is a situation where you get to have your cake and eat it too. I would have never had him be on the tablet at all. And the solution that I would have written is you hire this new guy just right from the beginning, right? As soon as the original actor was like, no, you hire the new guy, you have him shoot all the scenes. So he's actually there at the party. He's like, going through it, doing everything. And then if the original guy last minute is like, oh, actually I changed my mind. I do want to show up. Then you write a scene where basically the original actor Dewey shows up and is like, don't worry, Jeff, I actually could make it to the party. Like it's his stunt double that he's hired to be there for him at the party, so he could go in, and then you don't, and then if the original guy couldn't come back, you just don't do that scene, and that was Dewey the entire time.
I don't have an issue with him just because of the nature of what this is. Maybe
I do from a story standpoint. They're hassling fucking Malcolm for not wanting to go to
no,
this
no, no,
thing,
no. Hold on, let me
but
finish.
Dewey can't be bothered to show up.
Let me finish. It's not that he's on the screens that I'm bothered by, for most of it. Like when like earlier in the episodes where they're like he's on tour.
Okay, fair. I should say at the actual party.
At the actual party, no, you're right. What the fuck? They're giving Malcolm shit, and Dewey gets away with it. He can't fly in. He's supposedly this rich piano player. He can't be bothered to fly in for an evening, do an appearance. Come
even
on.
Jamie ran away from the military.
No, that's what I'm saying. Even
so
Jamie showed up, right? Jamie showed up. You can't be bothered to show. No, yeah, I get you there. And it's made all the more weird by the fact that he is in like flashback scenes. Like he's there in person with them in these scenes. So if it's a matter of like not getting the actor, you can get the actor for like the one day. And like he's already not gonna be there, so rewrite it so he's at the fucking party. It doesn't make you're right. It doesn't make sense that he's not at the party. So anyway, this has gone very long.
Like that. If I'm being honest, that bothers me more than Reese.
Yeah, I can see that's fair. I can see that. I think it's because Reese is in more of this that it's more noticeable and more in my face. But I don't think that's unfair. And we've been really harsh, and it's only because I love Malcolm in the Middle so much that I wish this was better. I wanted to give you guys better news.
Yeah, overall, it's fun for what it is.
It's a fun time. I did see someone say this, and this sentiment I agree with. Even at its worst, this is what reunions should be.
Yeah.
Like, don't do a shitty sit-down interview where you can't even be bothered to sing the songs Hannah Montana. Like, this is what people want. Like, they want the original actors back. They want, like, this is, if anything should be a slop comedy or cameo fest, this should be that. Like, that final episode absolutely should be wall-to-wall people you recognize. That's what
absolutely.
It should be. That's what it should be. Like, yeah, I know I don't want a sit-down interview where you interview Bryan Cranston or Frankie Muniz, and he says the same anecdotes you've heard for the 100th time.
Well, I mean, I'll take that as well as this,
right? But
I don't want that to just exist and not get this.
But this first,
yeah,
this first, and more importantly, this always like this first, and then if you have the money for that, but if you only have the money for one, this.
Yeah, like basically, like if you were gonna make like a DVD. Where you had to put things, this is the thing you're selling, and that's the bonus.
Yeah, that's the bonus. That's the bonus content. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's not the main thing, but it's there as well. It's on the bonus.
It's nice to have the director's commentary.
Right, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, no, I mean, look, man, I'm not gonna lie to you and say I don't want to see more of this, but I would like to see it more developed and more thought out. I think this would be worse. The thing is, this would be worse if it wasn't written by the original guy, just first and foremost. Yeah. Like, it would be worse. The only thing that makes this salvageable is that it's written by the original guy.
But yeah, I think that this is an acceptable backdoor pilot for a new show, which focuses on the life of Malcolm and the daughter and the girlfriend.
I just don't think that's.
And then you can
happen.
occasionally bring the other people back in as cameos, as like special episodes, stuff like that. But I don't think it'll ever happen. But I think this is a great example of it. It's a great backdoor pilot.
I think this would have been. Look, man, hindsight being 2020. This thing's biggest weakness is that it's a 4-episode show and not a 2-hour movie. This would have been a far better 2-hour movie. A far better 2-hour movie, and you cut out all the shit that sets up for new shit unnecessarily.
I don't know. I would need to see it as a movie, but I don't think it. I think if I watch the 2-hour movie,
not if we took those 4 episodes and I'm talking. We have a 200-page screenplay, and we excise a lot. There's a lot of shit I'd cut out of this to make it a bit tighter.
Maybe with some edits, I could see it as a movie.
Not the way it is currently. No, it's been blown out. It's been blown out.
Edits.
Like
no, I think if anything, it needs to be blown into an 8-episode show.
It's a 2-hour movie. This is a 200-page script that's been blown out to be 4 episodes of a television show that I would shrink back down. There's nothing wrong with just doing a movie. Like there's nothing wrong with
Yeah,
just doing a movie.
again, or I would rewrite it and make it into 8 episodes.
Again, yeah, yes, that sure, but with the
Mostly
way
because if you're getting the original writer to come back, and this is no
it
this is
doesn't need
not
to
a so
be
this is not a slight against the
Linwood Boomer.
Linwood Bloomer. But if there's one thing that Marvel and Disney and all these other studios and things have taught me, um, movie writers don't always make great TV writers. TV writers don't always make great movie writers.
Yeah,
He,
but
he, he was a first and foremost, he comes from TV. This was TV. Stick with your roots and make it
but
TV.
this was very clearly a
Right.
screenplay for a
That's
movie.
what that's why I'm
That's what it should have
saying
remained.
that's why I'm saying if they were going to make it into a show, take the idea that you had for a movie, rewrite it so it's a show and make it 8 episodes.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it should have been.
yeah, you're saying take it and make 8 scripts for 8 episodes of television. What I'm saying is the way it is. We don't make we keep this what it was originally. I'm talking about this version of it as it exists. Strip it down, make it back into a movie. This would have been better as a movie. This would have been much better as a movie. It would have.
I just don't think that it would have been. I don't think it would have been better as a movie, and I think there's a reason why it's not one.
Well, it's not one because they knew that they wouldn't sell it as a movie. They knew that they could sell it as a television show, and it wasn't until they knew that they could sell it as a short television miniseries that they sold it. Like they've been trying to sell this for a while, and it wasn't. I mean, there's a reason why it was a movie, and I just think the screenplay is bloated and. It's clearly a movie screenplay that's been turned into a television show, and I think this version of it is bad as a TV show. I don't think it's a great TV show. I think it's an okay movie that would have been great if we saw. Can you imagine if this came to theaters as a theatrical movie? And the problem is it has the budget and the production of a television show, but the script of a movie. So what I'm saying is we give it the production value and the budget of a movie and the script of a movie. And we cut. There's a lot of shit that would need to be cut and changed and rearranged for it to be put into a screenplay that works. Number one, you need to excise all of the shit involving Hal, all of it, get rid of it, and make it more about.
No, not all of it. I definitely think it needs to be trimmed down. Scenes need to be shorter. Scenes need to be more
Which they probably
streamlined.
were in the original version.
But
of this.
like,
I would love to see the original screenplay version of this.
But like, for example, this is just the best example that I can think of. The scene when he goes and he's on the drugs. No, you don't need to completely get rid of that. There is absolutely a way to do that.
Yeah, that is funny. You just shorten it. You
make it shorter
Yeah.
and you make it
but
more.
There needs to be more of a focus. It's I would love to see the original screenplay version of this script because there needs to be more focus on Malcolm. He's not focused on nearly enough. And if you want to transfer it and make it where she's here's what I will say. It does read a little bit like the original version of this, where she was the main character.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it either needs
It
to
has that vibe.
Focus on it being more about Malcolm, but no, it reads more like she was the focus.
Because
she was
so
the main
much
character,
of her...
and Malcolm was a secondary character, just like the rest of the family.
Because like a lot of her shit goes nowhere and does nothing. Like her storyline, she's got a storyline involving having a crush on some guy who ultimately talks her into, and tries to talk her into sending her nudes that goes nowhere. All of her stuff involving the students at the school goes nowhere. It feels like it's from a different screenplay, which it probably was.
It's a real girl meets world situation where it can't figure out what it wants to be about, the new character or the legacy character.
That's where I'm like, yeah. Yeah, not just the new character, but new characters, because Kelly's the same way as well. Kelly steals a lot of the main focus away from Malcolm, Malcolm doesn't have nearly enough focus in this. But
yeah. Anyway,
that's
Malcolm in the Middle Life Still Unfair.
I guess I'll go next to keep this regular. I guess because that was both our first one. I guess sort of. Next thing.
Rapid fire
of the dose. I watched a movie.
Okay.
Good night,
Well, that
everybody.
was good. Okay, I guess I'll start
Um,
with my next
no,
one then.
I watched a movie called, and this one I am going to keep it short, relatively speaking, because Jordan, you got to watch this movie. and I don't want to give it away. There's so many. There's a cameo by Daniel Radcliffe, which is amazing, that I don't want to give away. That's really funny. This is Pizza Movie,
Yeah,
starring
that one looks fun.
starring Gaten Mazzarato and a kid whose name you don't know. Kid, adult, young adult, but he was on the Goldbergs.
Person?
Person, yeah, he was on the Goldbergs. He's the main guy from the Goldbergs, the kid. They play college roommates. Their chemistry is great. They are really funny. They've got a back and forth that's really tight, and it's basically that scene from 21 Jump Street where they do the drugs and it has the different phases. They find basically early on in the movie, it's said that everyone at the school hates the Gaten Mazzarato character because of something he did to the football team. So they all hate him and all yell at him and all insult him and fart in his face. And the other guy is kind of an antisocial nobody, doesn't really want to go out or whatever. And Gaten Mazzarato is upset because he wants to get drunk, and the jocks come in and fart in his face and steal his liquor or break it or pour it out. And in the midst of the commotion, a box of mints, I can't remember what the acronym stands for, falls from the roof. And they discover this drugs, and they look it up on the internet, and there's a video of a person telling them what it is, and there's 6 stages. What are the 6 stages? One of them is you can't swear or your head explodes. One of them is you body swap. So they eventually, one of the jock people, there's a girl that's with them and she's kind of a dork, and all the people are only friends with her so they can use her for her credit card or whatever, and she accidentally takes one of the drugs as well. And the movie is the 3 of them together. They're an ensemble. And at one point, there's one of the phases is body swap. So Gaten Mazzarato and her body swap, but it's unclear as to whether or not, like, it seems like this drug is like at one point they go in, one of the phases is confronting your memories. So they all, because they're all on these drugs together, all see the memories of. So there's a point where they're watching the video of the girl explaining what the drugs do, and they're watching them watch the video. And they're like, what is happening? What are these drugs? And it's unclear as to whether or not this stuff is happening or whether or not it's all a hallucination brought on by the drugs. And so the final phase is their worst fear will show up and ram a chainsaw up their ass if they take these drugs.
I mean, that sounds like a valid fear. I wouldn't want a chainsaw up my ass.
And so in order to prevent that from happening, they need to get pizza. Hence the name Pizza Movie. And if you cannot, I am going to give away one joke because it's funny. But if you take more than one, you will see the secrets of the universe.
I want to see the secrets of the universe.
And so the entire movie is them trying to get to the pizza. There's one cameo from Daniel Radcliffe, which is really funny. I'm not going to give that away, but that's really funny. And in the meantime, there's a bunch of RAs, resident advisors, who are confiscating phones from all of the students, and so that they can get all these the students that they don't like sent to this awful dormitory on like another satellite campus that all the bad kids go to. And so they have various conflicts with the head RA, blah 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 blah, and it gets to the end. In order to fight him, they shove all the pills down his throat, and he gets teleported to the writer's room of the movie.
Meta.
Yeah, and it's the writers of the movie being like, yeah, we don't know how we're gonna get out of this, and we're not gonna call it Pizza Movie, right? That's just a placeholder name until we can come up with a better name for this really strange movie. Yeah, we've definitely written ourselves out of the court. And then he he teleports back to them, and he's like, I'm just the villain character in a low budget stoner movie. I I have no goals or wants, and my existence is basic and simple. And he just walks off. Um, and yeah,
That's fun.
there's a point where one of the things is, yeah, you see the memories of the people, and so they see earlier they run into this guy. Oh, they want to be let in order to get down and avoid the RAs. They need to take the fire escape in this person's room, and the person won't let him in his room because Gate Maserato allowed him to get hit in the face with a football earlier in the movie. And so when they're on the drugs, it shows the memory of him getting hit with the football, but instead he catches it, so the guy doesn't get hit in the football, and they accidentally leave the drugs behind. So then it flashes back to the present, and the guy's like friends with them now. He's like, "All right, man, thanks for saving me from getting hit in the face from the football. Here's your drugs, by the way. I took one." And what happens in phase 6? And he's like, phase 6, and it shows him. You don't see him actually get it, but you see him like reacting to it. And so it's like it's unclear. Wait, so these drugs allow us to access time and change time, but it's not clear again as to if it's in like a funny stoner comedy way as to whether or not this stuff is actually happening. And there's just a lot of really funny jokes. It's the kind of movie where they like it's exactly our kind of humor, where it constantly does really funny like callbacks and references to previous moments in the movie. There's a lot of running jokes that are really funny. There's a character called Snackatron 5000 who has this running bit where he's trying to get the pizza and make sure that the customer is satisfied. That's really funny.
Mm. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, it looks like fun. It sounds like fun.
It's totally our kind of movie. You would love it. It's a pizza movie. That's it.
Probably. Probably would.
Non-spoiler review of pizza movie.
I mean, it wasn't a non-spoiler. You spoiled a lot, but
it was mostly spoiler free.
Um, okay, my second rapid fire. Although the first rapid fire really didn't feel that rapid. Is I watched the 1987 version of Adventures in Babysitting, which in certain countries is known as A Night on the Town.
Really?
Yep.
Which countries?
It doesn't say.
Oh.
I could try and find out, but I don't know. There is also an unsold television pilot for this.
That I know.
But so if I had to use one word to describe this movie, it would probably be slightly problematic.
What?
But I mean, it's a movie from the 80s, so that should shock no one. Basically, 17-year-old Chris Parker, her boyfriend is all like, "Oh, I can't do our anniversary date because my sister was sick and I might be sick and I don't want to get you sick." And we're the audience is hearing this and going like, "Yeah, no, we all know that's bullshit, right? He's probably with like another girl, right? Like that's how these things go." And so then Chris's mom convinces her to look after the little 8-year-old girl and her 15-year-old brother. And but before she does, she's hanging out with her friend, who the friend is important later. But so then, yeah, her mom convinces her to do the babysitting. She goes over and gets a phone call from her friend, and her friend is like, "Hey, I'm at such and such station. I've run away from home, and I now immediately regret it. I'm in the city. Can you use your car and come and pick me up? And so terrible things don't happen to me." And our main character is like, "Well, I mean, I'm kind of babysitting. This is not a great time." And the girl who ran away is like, "Please." And our girl is like, "Well, I mean, I guess." And then is like, "All right, 15-year-old brother of 8-year-old girl, I need you to look after her while I go and pick up my friend in the city." And they're all like, "You can't leave us." And the 8-year-old's like, "My mom's paying you good money to look after me. us. And she's like, I'll be right back. And she's like, well, my parents aren't gonna like that. And then our babysitter is like, well, how would they ever know? And brother and sister look at each other and go and are basically like, well, I mean, we might tell them. And
Fucking rats.
if you don't take us to the city with you. And she's like resignedly like, okay, fine, let's go. And then 15-year-old brother, oh, by the way, 15-year-old has crush on 17-year-old girl, but 17-year-old 17, no, that's not the problem.
I was gonna say that's not that problematic.
No. We haven't got there yet.
Oh, we're not. We haven't gotten to the problematic part yet. Okay.
No. I have to give the build up to get to the
What's funny?
problematic part.
I've seen this movie.
And 15-year-old brother has crush on 17-year-old babysitter, but 17-year-old babysitter treats and acts him like he's also 8 years old. And it kind of is annoying.
Sometimes you need to compartmentalize in order to get a job done.
It's kind of annoying. Just she keeps referring to him as a kid, and it's like if she was like 20, then that's enough of an age gap where I'm like, okay, yeah, that I get that.
2-year age gap is like not at that, especially at that age.
Like the movie is treating her like she's like 21, especially as it goes on. The movie is treating her like she's supposed to be like 21, and it's like she's 17. Stop it.
It's because like if I had to guess, it's probably because the mindset at that point is you only babysit kids when you're a teenager. I'm not saying it's a correct.
She is a teenager. She's 17.
No, but I mean like I guess that's what I'm saying. So you're like, oh, it would make more sense if you're 20. That's why she's not 20, because 20-year-olds don't babysit kids.
Right, but the point that the movie is trying to make is she's too old to be babysitting.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah,
like she keeps saying like, "Oh, I'm too old for this. I'm too old to be babysitting."
Oh, 17. Yeah, no, I'm with you. 17's not.
So like the movie is treating her like she's 20 or 21. Like she's like, and it's like you're just a senior in high school.
Yeah,
you're not too old to be babysitting.
17, you haven't even graduated high school yet.
He's not a kid compared to
I think
you.
though, like there was a period of time where I guess that was the point I was driving at. There was a period of time where you babysit when you're like 15, 14, 15. When you babysit when you're his age, the 15-year-old. But I'm not saying that's I'm not saying that's a correct statement, because childcare, at any age. But I think that's the mindset
just
here.
the way that the movie is, and also, I mean, I remember growing up, my mother hiring like a 20-year-old babysitter to watch me.
I don't disagree with you. I'm not saying that I don't think 17 is too old to be a baby. But you got to remember, this is the 80s and 90s, the 80s, but the 80s, 90s, different mindset.
Yeah, so it was a thing that kind of, especially as the movie goes on, it's annoying.
You can see why that would be irritating.
So anyways, 15-year-old brother's friend was also there and basically forces her into taking him with them. And he's a big old pervert. Which is uncomfortable because he's 15.
Yikes.
So like he in his bag has his father's Playboy, which gets tossed out a window. And so
80s. Remember Playboy?
The car's tire gets a blowout. Handsome Jack comes along, Handsome John Pruitt. He's a tow truck driver, happens across them.
Wait, is his name Handsome John Pruitt, or is his name John Pruitt and he's
his
also
name's John
handsome?
Pruitt, but he goes by Handsome John Pruitt.
Is he Handsome John?
I don't know. For the 70s, probably.
Yeah.
Or 80s rather, probably.
Yeah.
And so anyways, he offers to take them to a garage. They're like, sure. And then he gets a call on the radio from one of his coworkers or whatever, who was like, such blah blah blah. I saw such and such a car at your house, and so then he's like, "Sorry, kids, I need to go and deal with this." Vroom, and then his wife is cheating on him, and then
why would you cheat on Handsome John? He's handsome.
I know that's just it, right?
Is he at least a
and
nice
so
guy?
Then, yeah, he's very nice.
But why would you cheat on a nice, handsome John?
He seems to be a very good person. So then they get there. The kids end up in the adulterer's car. which the adulterer was, or the car was in the process of being stolen.
Oh,
So
I
then,
thought you were gonna say the adulterer is in the process of being stolen.
no, his car was in the process of being stolen, and so then I don't remember the character's name, so I'm going to refer to it as Car Theft Jack. Car Theft Jack is like, I'm stealing this car, um, and the babysitter's like, please promise me you won't hurt me or the children, and he doesn't really say anything, and then eventually he's like, I promise, and
Wait,
he seems like a decent guy,
was the
and he
car
takes him.
called the adulterer?
No. The adulterer was the person that was cheating with Handsome Jack's
Okay,
wife.
because I was gonna say naming your car the adulterer when you're being cheated on is an ironic name. I don't think the world's ready for yet.
No. I'm saying they got in the car of the person because anyways. So then they end up in the middle of this like multi-state car theft operation. The
This escalated very quickly.
Car Theft Jack says to the people that are running the operation how like a little problem came along, and there's the kids and stuff, and they're like, put them in the room upstairs. We're gonna have our meeting and then we'll deal with them, which, as we all know, means murder.
Naturally, yeah. Yeah.
And uh, and so then the kids escape because there's like this hole above, and they sneak out or whatever, and then they're in the streets. And then the 15-year-old boy gets propositioned by a 17-year-old prostitute. Uh,
Oh, whoa! Time out. Time out.
and it's at this point that we hit the
Time out.
what was the word that I used?
Problematic.
Problematic.
So,
One of the problematic portions of
female
the.
prostitute,
Yep.
17.
She's well, because
How do you know she's 17?
I know she's 17, Justin, because as she's propositioning the 15-year-old boy, uh our protagonist 17-year-old babysitter goes over and is like, whoa, no, he's way too young for you, he's like 15. He's like way too young to you. I'm 17 and you look older than me. And the prostitute's like, I'm 17 too. I've
Whoa!
just been
Okay.
I've been on the street or something like that. I have to survive. and and
No, 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 no,
and
no,
and and,
no.
and I'm like,
Nope.
no.
Was the age of consent in 19? What's the legal age of
I'm
majority in
not.
1980s?
I'm not gonna look that up.
No, no, neither am I. My point is, she's a minor. She's a minor. That is illegal.
I mean, prostitution of any sort is illegal. So,
Not if you film it.
I mean, then it's just porn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, so then they're running away from the. Oh yeah. Meanwhile,
But not okay
before
with
they,
a 17-year-old because she's a minor. She's a minor.
I know.
I had to make that clear.
Like,
That wasn't
like I
that
said,
wasn't being made clear enough.
like I said, right from the beginning, problematic.
Is she working on her own?
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
okay. At least there's
seems
not
to
like
be.
an adult
We don't see a
who's-
John. We don't see there a John or anything. So,
Okay. There's not like a pimp. That would make it
and
better.
that's the last we ever see of her. So we have no idea what her fate is. But
Yikes.
so to rewind back real quick, when they were in, because this is an important plot device, when they were in the car thief people's office, pervert 15-year-old sees that they have a porno there, or a Playboy there, and steals it. And what we find out is that on the inside of that is a bunch of the crime statistics and like things they've stolen and stuff like that. That was written down on the inside of it on the centerfold page. Or I think it was on the centerfold page. It was on one of the pages on the inside.
Was it stuck together?
So no. So that's why for the rest of this movie, the car thief people are hunting them.
That makes sense.
Is because they want that Playboy back.
This is
Um,
a high stakes movie. Considering it's
So-
called Adventures in Babysitting.
I mean, that's why I think the other name is more fitting. Night on the Town or whatever.
Yeah. But although I mean, she's a babysitter. These are adventures. It does make sense.
So then,
There's some logic to it.
The kids and babysitter end up at a frat party, a fraternity party,
Of course they do. It's the
um,
1980s.
and uh, um, the two people at the party, two of the guys, end up not taking the Playboy that because I think the kid is looking at it or something like that. They end up taking it from them and temporarily or something, or maybe they had their own. I don't remember. All I know is that they're looking at the Playboy and they're looking at the centerfold and they're looking at our 17-year-old babysitter, and they think she is the
Nope, nope,
centerfold
nope, 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 nope,
and ask
nope,
for her autograph.
nope,
And
nope, 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 nope,
it's
nope,
not her.
nope.
The centerfold is not her, and they make that clear. But apparently, she looks like a Playboy star.
Nope.
Um, and so,
Of the things that's one of those examples of the things that would cause this movie to never happen today.
yeah, that's definitely one of
That's
them.
definitely
But
one
again,
of
that's
them.
where I say if they made this, because I mean they have remade this, they've
They have.
remade this in a sanitized version.
They
But if
have.
they were making the gritty version of this, like this is it's just it's a simple fix, and all they would have to do to change it is make her 20.
I mean, yeah. Technically speaking, there's multiple. There's at least two remakes of this. There's the one you're talking about that's called Adventures in Babysitting, and then there's another one starring Jonah Hill called Sitter, where it's Jonah Hill,
Interesting.
and he's really
Um,
good at munching chow.
and so what we found out briefly
I actually like
in a
that movie.
scene
I just, but I
in
actually like
a
that movie.
what we found out briefly in a scene before was Handsome Jack convinced the mechanic or whatever to fix their car for $50.
That's another way you could tell that this takes place in the 80s.
Yes, yes. And so they don't have $50 because she left her purse, or she lost her purse or whatever. She left it back at the house. So she doesn't have her ID, she doesn't have any Visa or cash or anything. Um, so at the frat, the two dudes asking for her autograph on the Playboy, her being like, "Yeah, no, that's not me. I've never done Playboy." Um, and
And I can't because I'm a 17-year-old girl, and that would be illegal.
yep. And so then
Unless
nice,
it's not in the 1980s, I will not look. I will not look to confirm any other way.
not yeah, no, no. Nice college boy comes along and is like, dude, that like looks at the centerfold, looks at her, and then says to the two dudes, like, God, dudes, this is clearly not her. Like,
It's not
chill.
her.
And then is like sorry and asks her about what's happened in her night. She gives the abridged version, and then he's like, "Let me see if I can scrounge $50 together. I want to help you." And he manages to scrounge 45. Um, Meanwhile, uh, brother of 8-year-old has kind of been like lurking, and he's kind of chilling on the whole I have a crush on her, and is realizing she has like she's her own person. Um, 8-year-old previously was like, I have to go to the bathroom, so brother took her to go to the bathroom, so frat boy could hang out with 17-year-old girl,
Yikes!
unsupervised, and because they were getting on.
Yikes!
Um, Meanwhile, no, that's not where the yikes comes in. I mean, it is,
It's all
but
yikes,
that's
George.
that's not exclusively where the yikes comes in. Um, so pervert 15-year-old has kind of gone off on his own in the party, and he tries talking to these two frat boys, and the two frat boys are like, "Oh, like I didn't realize we had," like it says something to the effect of this joke where they're like, "Oh, I didn't realize this was like a babysitting club or something like that." Um, which in this instance makes sense because they're in college, so presumably in their 20s, and he's 15.
That makes sense.
Not like they're 17 and he's 15.
That makes sense.
The reaction that they're having fully makes sense, and in fact should be the reaction that all of them are having to the 17-year-old as well. Anyways, not the point. Then one of the college girls reacts to the 15-year-old boy by being into him, and long story short, ends up making out with him,
All right.
which is worse,
That feels
Justin. That you're not
problematic.
you're not
All
reacting
right.
nearly. The 15-year-old boy is making out with a college girl.
Hey, she might be 18.
We don't hear her age.
She might be 18.
So
She might be within the realm where it's not weird.
we she would still be an adult, and
But also, put a
she
pin in
she would
that.
she would still be an adult, and he would still be a child.
Look, man. Hold on to that indignation. Jordan, is that it?
Long story short, they go. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention one of the key things with the little 8-year-old girl is she really loves Thor. So then the
The
mechanic,
Marvel hero or the
yes, specifically the Marvel hero.
really,
Yes, specifically the Marvel hero.
really
Yep,
the
the
19
the comic book one.
That's random, and also I'm pretty sure that's a characteristic that they give her in the Jonah Hill movie. That's weird. What little girl is reading
Specifically
Thor comics in the 1980s?
specifically the Marvel
That's
one.
a specific reference for that
Like you
era.
would think it would be like Wonder Woman
You would think.
or like something like that, but nope, it was Thor. So the mechanic has blonde hair, long blonde hair, is muscular, is tall, and she thinks he's Thor.
Mm.
Um, and he's kind of being an asshole because they only have the 45, and he's like, well, either you find the five, or you're not getting your car. And little girl is thinking it's Thor and is all like, Thor, you're not acting like yourself. And she's like, oh, I know. It's because you don't have your helmet, and you're not wearing your don't have your hammer, and you're not wearing your helmet. And meanwhile, the entire movie she's been wearing a Thor helmet, like a little plastic Thor helmet. So she goes to give it to him, and like as if he was the Grinch and his heart grew 3 sizes that day, he's like, "You're giving this to me?" And she's like, "Yeah, I have a whole bunch of them at home." And he's like, "So do I. I have one as well. You keep it, kid. I'm gonna let you guys take the car for $45. You've really warmed the cold cockles
I
of my
mean, he could have
heart."
given it to them for free, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
Um,
fine. He learned a lesson.
and he decides to be a little bit of a nicer person. No, Justin, he lives in the city. People in the city aren't
I
nice.
mean, he could have been.
That's the lesson. That's the lesson of the
He
movie.
could have.
So the way the movie ends is they go back, they clean the place up, they fool the kids' parents into believing that nothing ever happened. The college boy shows up to give her something she left at the party. I don't remember what it was. It doesn't matter. Um, both of the kids are like leaning out the bedroom window and are like, "Go for it, Chris!" And then the college kid and the 17-year-old kid kiss, and we're supposed to be like, "Aw," and I'm just like, "Ew." And that's Adventures in Babysitting, a problematic movie from the 80s.
That sounds problematic. So Jordan, this week kind of started. It evolved into being weird, but it sort of started off as being shit you never heard of. Hey Jordan, here's a question for you. Did you know there was a fourth Night at the Museum movie?
I I did. It's animated, but I've never seen it.
Oh really? I was not expecting you to heard of this. Yes, Jordan, this is.
We've talked about it on here. We did it in the news
Did we?
long time ago. Yes.
That can't be right. Because according to Google, it came out in 2022, and we have not been doing this since 2022.
I don't know. All I know is that I did know about it.
Huh, that surprises me. This is Night at the Museum. Kamen Ra rise again. Kamen
Yeah,
Ra.
if I remember correctly, I believe nobody came back for it. It looked awful, and I never watched it.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. That's is what this. No one came back. No one looks remotely like they do in the movies, or sounds like they do in the movies, except for the occasional moments where they're trying to sound like they do in the movies, and it sounds bad. The only okay. I saw a review of it that put it this way, that said it's a Night at the Museum movie. So at its worst, it is serviceable. So at its worst, it's not to say it's not funny. It's oh man, common thread. Biggest issue is it's only an hour and 20 minutes. So it has to absolutely marathon speed through its plot, and it doesn't explain anything or attempt to connect anything. So the premise of this is that I don't know when this takes place, but it seems to be connected to the movie somehow. But after a period, because okay, you've seen the third one more recently, right?
Yeah, probably.
The third one ends with the tablet going on tour, right?
No, I think it's at the British Museum.
Does it stay at the British Museum? Because I remember the
But
British Museum
I,
comes
I,
to.
yeah, like I remember it being like it the way that it ends is basically it was this is my memory, but my memory's faulty. I remember it being a thing where yeah, it's gonna stay at the British one, and then like it was like for a short time only or something like that. It came back like some of the stuff from the British was on loan to the New York or something
Yeah, so
like
the
that.
tablet came back, and it ends with
Yeah,
he's not Ben Stiller isn't working there anymore, and he
no,
walks
it's
past, and Rebel
Rebel
Wilson is there.
Wilson.
Yeah, and they were like, we've left Rebel Wilson as the steward of this magic shit. Well, this movie decides that that was a big old mistake because she, which I mean, arguable, she doesn't come back. She doesn't come back for this. Instead, the tablet is now back at the New York Museum. All of the characters are there. They're all at the museum now, except for there's a new addition. It's got Joan of Arc there, and Joan of Arc, her whole bit is she has visions about the characters. That's her whole bit. But the Ben Stiller character is now voiced by Zachary Levi.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's voiced by Zachary Levi, and the Robin Williams character is voiced by Tom Lennon, who you don't know by name, but you would recognize as the best friend from 17 Again.
Oh yeah, yeah,
He,
yeah,
he
yeah.
now plays Theodore Roosevelt, and I don't remember any of the rest of the cast, but none of it matters. And the plot of this is that the Ben Stiller character no longer works for the museum, and he's trying to find a replacement because he is moving to Japan, and he is going to be the head of the museum in Japan, and the all of the people, things, I don't know what to call
Um,
them, creatures,
uh, uh,
beings,
exhibits.
exhibits at the museum. They have
Um,
been scaring
what I would have
off.
done, sorry, real quick, what I would have done, for that show, because from what I just Googled it,
It's a movie.
um,
It's not a show. It's a movie.
whatever thing, monstrosity, what I would have done is, because at the end of the third one, Ben Stiller's character's son was about 17 or
Well, so
18.
so let me finish first to
I
tell you
would have
what.
made it I would have made it so the night museum was him, or
Hold
my
on,
night
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish describing
the
this.
night guard was
Hold
him.
on, hold on. Let me finish. Um, so this in an attempt to course correct the end of the last one. Yeah. So now, Larry is looking for a new replacement, and they keep scared. The exhibits keep scaring off night guards, and they can't get a new one. So the night guard, the exhibits want the son to be the night guard, but the
Yeah.
son is neurotic, and he looks just the way they've animated him is he is indiscernible. He doesn't look like a teenager. First of all, he's voiced by an adult with a deep voice. Second of all, he looks just like the Ben Stiller character. Whereas in the movie, by the third one, he's played by the guy who plays Jimmy Olsen in the Superman movies, and was in Santa Clarita Diet. And they've
Hmm.
now given him the characteristic of he is into music, and he wants to join the jazz band as a DJ, and everyone's into it, even though that completely defeats the purpose of having a physically musically based instrument band. But whatever. And the Ben Stiller character convinces him to, even though he's like, I don't, he screws up his audition, and there's a girl who he has a crush on, has a crush on him, who wants to go out with him, but he chickens out on asking her out the last time, and he runs off, and the whole movie is about he has self-confidence issues, and the ex-wife, his mom, and Ben Stiller are like, well, becoming a night guard at the museum made me confident and made me a better person. It'll probably do the same for you. So he becomes the night guard at the museum, which is what you suggested should have happened at the end of the third movie, and what this movie clearly agrees with you, because that's the plot of this movie. And this movie is only an hour and 20 minutes, so it absolutely zooms through the rest of this. But it turns out that they have Common Raw in the basement.
He's the one from the second one,
Yes,
right?
he's the bad guy from the second one. He is in the basement, and he is locked up, and the creatures in the basement, the exhibits in the basement, are not in communication with the ones upstairs, but they also like scaring people, and they're like, well, how come all the guys upstairs get to scare people and we don't? So they scare the kid, which accidentally causes the kid to open up Common Raw's tomb and expose him to the magic of the tablet, so he gets brought back to life again. And he steals the tablet and wakens the god of chaos, who is this like sort of dingo-esque little guy, and is the only reason why this movie is animated, because otherwise you couldn't do this character in live action. You just couldn't. It wouldn't work. And he's got an evil plan where he wants to escape into this a painting in the Museum of Natural History, so that they can go back to ancient Egypt, so that he can use the tablet to do the same thing he did in the second movie, but minus all of the pop culture characters you recognize, and it's just in Egypt. So he summons the army again, and they come out. And in order to defeat him, the son discovers that he has to use his musical skills to play the tone that was used to summon them in reverse, and then they all get sucked into the afterworld, including Common Raw. He gets sucked into the afterworld, but and the ending it's weird because it's got real tight, real fast humor. It's actually pretty funny. Like, I was surprised by how funny it was. And if this came out like 15 years ago, it would have been a straight to DVD movie. And like, as far as it being a straight to DVD movie is concerned, it's actually pretty good. Like, for what it is, I know we said it looked bad, but like, there's times where the animation doesn't look horrible, and like, it looks all right. And you could honestly have put this in theaters and it would have been all right. It's too short. It needs to be like 15 to 20 minutes longer in order for it to work for me. But it's still funny. Like, if you like the Night at the Museum movies, it has the same sense of humor, has the same jokes. The monkey still spanks people. He
doesn't spank people. He slaps them.
He's spanking that monkey. No,
I don't know.
right. Or right,
just for me, it looked bad, and I seem to remember our thought when we first heard about it was that it looked like it was supposed to be a show.
It does not have that vibe. I will say that. It doesn't feel... It feels like this was a script for a fourth movie that got severely...
No one wanted to do.
Well, yeah, they got severe... Well, because, okay, that is interesting that you say it feels like a TV show. Because when I was reading about it, the movie, the final product doesn't, but your instincts are correct, because there was gonna be a movie, and instead of making a show, they wanted to make a show. Sean Levy, the guy who directed it, said that they were in thought or talks about doing a show, and that show became this. So whether or not this script started off as a show and it turned into a movie, you could be right. I cannot say as to whether or not you are right, but based on the final product, doesn't feel like it's a show. It feels like the script for a fourth movie, where it was the son and it was starred Skylar, whatever the heck his last name is. It starred him, and Ben Stiller was barely involved in it. And it is very odd that none of the characters sound or look right, like at all. And there's times where Common Raw, like, there's times where Common Raw, like, he does the joke where he's like, "I can't believe you did all three." You know that bit?
Yeah.
He does that, but it doesn't work because it's not Hank Azaria, and it's really strange because Hank Azaria is a voice actor. You could have just hired Hank Azaria, and he would have been able to do a suitable recreation of that voice. Like, I fully get not getting Ben Stiller, but you got Zachary Levi, who I would argue is just as big a celebrity. But like, I understand, like, okay, you can't get Robin Williams. This is like 2022. He passed away in 2016, but like, yeah, surely you could have got Owen Wilson or Steve Coogan or like anybody, anybody. Yeah, it was very bizarre. It wasn't bad. I will say
I
that.
mean, yeah, or like for me, maybe not Rebel Wilson, but like yeah, you go back to for me, I maybe would have like had it take place back in Britain. The tablet is back there after its tour is done, and you just introduce a bunch of new
Yeah, this
characters.
really just wants to ignore the third movie more than anything. It wants to ignore the third movie for the most part. There's no reference to the events of the third movie or anything that happened in that. And it's
Or if you
very
okay, you
intent
want
on
you want
ignoring
to
that.
you want to ignore the third one, then you have it be where this one like oh the tablet gets shipped off to a different museum, and we have an entirely new cast of creatures and exhibits and things.
I will say, yeah, it's a bit like, okay, yeah, I don't. You're not really like, okay. There's Rexy, but he's animated. There's Octavius, but he's animated. Yeah, it's not really. They're
It's
not.
not the same.
They introduced one new character who is a new character for this, who you couldn't do in live action. Otherwise, this movie could have just as easily been live action and like
So like you could have
20
it be
minutes
like
longer.
where like maybe it gets shipped down to a cowboy museum in Mexico or something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Its biggest flaw, its biggest flaw. It's not even the fact that it's animated. It's really its biggest flaw is that it's an hour and 20 minutes and it really zooms through the first like they're already introducing the sun and within the first 15 minutes he's already the night guard and there's not really a lot of setup to it because there's no
It
time for
just yeah,
setup.
I guess for me when I'm listening to you describe it, um and maybe it doesn't feel like this, but just when I'm listening to you describe it, it just harkens me back to like Buzz Lightyear of
Oh, for
Star
sure.
Command, that the
Mhm.
VHS that I
Oh,
have,
no, no, no. I
or like
thought
the
for sure you
Atlantis one,
I
or
thought you were going
the
to say Return of Jafar.
Return of Jafar. That's another great
Yeah.
example,
Yes.
where
It
it's
is
like
an
it feels like a backdoor pilot to a show that they want to
it is
set
an
up.
no, it's not that because there's no well, yes and no. Yes, in the sense that maybe it doesn't necessarily feel that way when you're watching it, but it definitely is that it's a slightly elevated version of that where there
Yeah,
is
just as I'm
sort of
hearing you
setup for
describe it.
like you could do a show with this setup where it's the sun and he's the night guard and it's his adventures in the museum.
Yeah,
You could do that, but it doesn't present that way if that makes any sense.
like for me, like it's like when I hear about it, it's like this is the thing which like sets up the confidence that he needs so that he can then go into the
Like
daily episode.
it absolutely back in the day, whether or not it's set up for a show or not, it is straight to DVD. It is an elevated straight to
Yeah,
DVD movie. Like yeah, absolutely. This isn't that's it's a better version of those Disney straight to DVD movies. Like there's more effort. It doesn't look cheap, overly cheap, and it's better written than those, but not by much. I say a slightly elevated version of that. But yeah, that's the Fourth Night at the Museum movie that most of you have probably never heard of.
okay. So, this one's gonna be real rapid. Uh, the next one that I watched was Strange Magic. It's animated jukebox
Do you believe
fantasy
in
type
magic
thing,
in the young girl's
which
heart?
is based on a story written by George Lucas.
Yeah, that part surprised me. I was like, really?
So this is a Lucasfilm
And by the
one.
sounds of it, he was particularly passionate about this for some reason.
Yeah, yeah, you know, because he wanted it's
He
for his
really likes a
daughters.
midnight. He really likes a Midsummer's Night Dream. Apparently,
So Cold Notes version, pardon me. There's two halves of the forest, basically, or two forests, whatever. You got the happy-go-lucky fun side, which has all your regular elves, and
and
then you
they
got the
all
dark,
sing songs.
and then you got the dark forest, which has the Bog King, who hates love and the notion of love and everything to do with love. And so you have the blue fairy. I don't know, some sort of fairy that he kidnaps and locks away because she's capable of making the love potions. And then uh, one of the characters goes to rescue her with and brings a primrose to her so she can make a love potion. Um, Younger sister gets bopped with it. Also, older sister had been dating um, a cheating pig. And
Yeah, he was.
over the course of the movie, our main older sister ends up falling in love with the Bog King. Bog King falls in love with her. Magic love potion is used, so the little sister is in love with the Bog King. That's a whole thing. Meanwhile, they keep singing just enough of songs that I feel like they don't have to pay for the rights for them.
Yeah, that was very funny. It was like within the span of like 3 minutes, they'd sung three different, half of three different songs. Didn't finish a single one.
I would argue not even half, but you know,
Maybe in
um,
this next one they might sing more than three bars of this.
um, it's cute though. It's
The
cute.
animation was weird. Like
The
the animation
animation
was
was
weird.
different.
It had like it looked like it was like high frame rate or something. It was, I don't know. We both like, I walked in and I was like, there's something off putting about this, and you were like, yeah, I don't know what it is.
But overall, I enjoyed it.
There's, I don't know.
Um,
I don't know if it was like too realistic or what the deal was, but yeah, there's just something off putting about the animation.
um, Voice acting. You've got Alan Cumming as Bog King, Evan Rachel Wood as Marianne.
She's
Maya
Lucy
Rudolph is in
from
it.
Across the Universe.
Alfred Molina is in it, and other characters.
Yeah,
Kevin Michael Richardson is in it. Huh?
that's the one.
Robbie Damon is in it.
I don't know who that is.
He is some of his best known roles is Tuxedo Mask,
Oh.
uh, Spider-Man, uh,
Ooh.
etc. Also, Critical Role
Really?
really buried the lead there. He you know that game that I play that I have, which is Date Everything.
Yes.
He was a big creative force behind that.
Uh,
So yeah, I didn't realize he was in that. He's the fairy cronies, who are a fairy trio, each one event being green, pink, and purple. Hmm,
oh,
neat. But yeah, no.
interesting.
This movie was fun and cute and really basic.
Yeah, yeah, very basic. Speaking of basic, that's it. That's all I got.
It was a basic bitch.
It was a basic bitch of a time. Speaking of a basic bitch of the time, Jordan, are you familiar with a movie called The Shaggy Dog?
There's been a few of those, I believe.
There's technically been three. And it's so funny. So I thought that The Shaggy Dog, because I've seen the Tim Allen version, I thought that the Shaggy Dog was about a man who gets turned into a dog. And he has to be a dog, and then he becomes closer to his family because he's a dog. And that based on the Tim Allen movie. And it turns out, Jordan, that the Tim Allen movie is actually more based on the sequel to this, called The Shaggy DA, which is about the adult man who's a DA getting turned into a dog. This is actually about a the premise of this is slightly complex, so stick with me. So, number one, this movie takes place or came out in 1959 and is in black and white. Even though all of the screen grabs on Disney Plus are in color, it's in black and white. And it's about a teenage boy and his brother, and the teenage boy is a rascal, as it were. He likes to do experiments, and his experiments go awry and cause mischief and whatever. And his dad, who is like a peak 1959 American conservative man, absolutely hates dogs. There's one point in this which you can absolutely tell, like, one of those, like, if this took place, this would never happen today, where the dad chases the dog down the street, shooting at the dog with a gun. And I'm
That
like,
feels not okay.
right? I'm like, this feels not okay, but this is 1959, so it was okay. Anyway, a girl and her dad move next door, and they are vaguely European, and she speaks the worst French I've ever heard. Um, she's speaking French, and she's got like the thickest American accent, and I'm like, I learned French in high school, and your French is, it's something to the effect of parlez-vous français, more parlez-vous Francis, parlez-vous Francis. It's really bad.
Parlez-vous français?
It's bad, Jordan. It's bad. It's bad. And so
Sorry, that's not good enough. Parlez-vous français?
Francis, parlez-vous Francis, parlez-vous Francis. He winds up in the local mystic shop, who's got a
Oh yes, the good old local
mystic shop.
mystic.
Yeah, everyone knows that. And he finds a medallion that if he reads the inscription on the medallion, it turns him into a dog. But it doesn't so much because the dog that he turns into is the neighbor's dog. And so the kid and the neighbor's dog get fused into one body. And so it's not that he is inside the dog's body, and it's not like they do a body swap. They like become one secondary independent being that just looks like the dog but isn't the dog. Does this make sense?
Like they merge into one being.
Kind of. So like the dog disappears and then the kid turns into a dog, but it's the girl's dog.
Okay, I think I get
You
it.
following? Okay. And so while he's the dog, it's not like he's been turned into a dog straight, because as a dog, he can still talk. And he retains all of his human intelligence and can still talk. And so there's points in this movie where it's just the kid's in a dog costume, and he's like, at one point there's a running gag where they keep trying to convince the police officer. Long story short, there's a bunch of shenanigans involving him as the dog. At one point, he walks past the police officer, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And the police officer's like, "Good." And it's that classic joke of, he's like, "Wait a minute, did that dog just talk to me?" And so then he goes, and there's another running gag of the little brother. It might be a sister, but the youngest sibling really wants a dog and is really tickled by the fact that the brother is now a dog. So at one point he has a collar that he tries to put on that he's going to put on the brother, but the brother turns back into a human, and he keeps changing back and forth from dog to human, and the transformation is kind of funny because it's like they've just got random tufts of dog hair just glued to his face. It's really funny. And there's one where he's got like a fake dog snout on to do the in-between transformation. And
I've seen clips on TikTok where it's like the dog is running away, and then there's the guy that's trying to stop him, and then you see like a person in a dog costume like punch him. Is that from this movie?
it might be. Yeah, it might be. Because they do a bunch of shenanigans. He winds up telling the brother that he's a dog and that he can talk, and then he ends up telling the dad that he's a dog. He's like, "Son, if you're in trouble, you can tell me anything. Don't worry about it." And he tells the dad that he's a dog. So then it turns out that the neighbor, whose dog that he currently is a Russian spy, and
okay.
And he works for the local, I want to say some kind of plant, and they're trying to sneak. I think it's the power plant, and they're trying to sneak the missiles into the plant, or a bomb into the plant, so that they can blow up the plant. There's something involving Russians and exploding shit. While he's the dog, he overhears this happening.
Of course he does.
So first they try to go to the police, and they're like who told you this? And like my dog did. The dog did, but my brother is a dog. And they're like, "What?" He's like, that explains everything. That explains why I heard this dog talking to me earlier. I thought I was going insane, but it turns out I heard the dog. So then later on, the dad goes to the police to try to tell him about the Russians or whatever. And he's like, "My son, who told you this? My son. Your son, yes. My son, who is a dog. Your son is a dog. Yes, my son is a dog. And like they like, okay, mister, sure, yeah, he's a dog. All right, then step into this room for me, please. And they obviously think he's insane. And there's a couple of bits where he's like, no, you don't understand. My son was born a human, but then he became a dog. I feel like you're not hearing me on this. He became a dog.
Sir. I feel like you're not hearing what you're saying out loud.
No. You're not. Shut the fuck up. You're not listening. He was a boy, right? And then he became a
turned
dog.
Into a dog.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
you're not listening to me. He became. I notice you're not shutting the fuck. Why are you putting me in handcuffs? He became. Why are you putting me in a rubber padded room?
He became a dog. My son's a dog. My son's a dog. Why does nobody believe me?
And so there's a really I kind of missed how this happened, but so the end of the movie, there's a big the stakes of the movie raised to a really weirdly high degree where they're trying to stop the Russians, and the girl thinks that he's her dog, like never realizes that she's not her dog, and so the movie ends with because the neighbor's the girl neighbor's dad, he was the Russian spy, and so it ends with him getting arrested and the girl moving off somewhere and leaving the dog behind. And so it ends with now they have this dog. And so, yeah, there's a sequel to this, and I don't know how it connects to this one or if it involves other characters. This was very strange, very 1959 Disney movie. This is the kind of Disney movie I was thinking of. It's not the worst one I watched this week, but when I was like random Disney movies you've never heard of, this is the kind of movie I was talking about. So we're going to be coming back to shit like this another day. But this was strange. This is not the most problematic thing I watched this week. It was mostly harmless. The early Disney live action movies really loved over exaggerated cartoon sound effects. Like that was a big thing that drove me crazy. We're like one of the musical stings was like one of those, like, you know, like a really cliche 1960s 70s, like every time they go to point, it goes whoop, you know, like one of those. It made it hard to get into because I'm like, it pulls me out of it when a character goes to knock something off and it goes whip. It's one of those. It's like this is really cliched. Anyway, that was the Shaggy Dog. They made 2 more of these.
So, not all of my things were necessarily strange per se. I don't know what you consider strange. I watched Predator Badlands.
That's pretty strange. No, don't spoil too much because I want to watch this movie.
That's fair. So
does the Predator talk?
Not in our language.
Oh. So he never says English?
He speaks in that kind of language, and then they have the subtitles.
I'm pretty sure there's a name for their language.
I don't know.
Is this good?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it was fine.
Is it better than Prey?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
Mostly because
the little bit of it I saw looked pretty sick.
I don't know. I mean, I like Prey because it was, I don't know how to word this, less conventional.
Interesting.
So like it focused less on the alien aspects and more on it was old-timey aspects.
Yeah, fair enough.
This is just, I don't want to say this is like a classic Predator film because it's not really.
I mean, the
but
Predator's
like,
the main. I guess here's another question. Does the Predator being the main character, because I assume he's the main character, right?
Yeah, it's kind of split between him and the human. Well, she's not a human, but
really, interesting. But I guess making him a protagonist, does that change things for this franchise?
I don't know. To be fair, I'm not a big enough Predator fan to really have a strong opinion.
It can't be
I
worse
was
than Predator
reading.
Requiem. Alien vs. Predator Requiem. That's the worst Predator movie.
Well, it's interesting because I was reading that there was one which came before this,
Yeah, it's an animated
which
movie.
came out. I don't know if it's, but it came after Prey, but before this.
Yep.
And it was secretly dropped.
Yeah, yeah, it's the animated
It's
movie.
Predator Killer of
Yep,
Killers,
yep, 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 yep.
which I was skimming through it, and to me that sounds more interesting
I'm pretty sure that's the
than
animated
this.
one that they secretly put out.
I don't know. All I know is that it sounds more interesting to me than this. It's like it sounds like it's an
Yeah,
anthology.
animated anthology.
Um, and that one splits up, and like part of it is there's like a Scandinavian Viking warrior, and the Predator is dealing with that.
See, that's what I
Not
said they should
another
do, where it's like, yeah, you
another
just
one
drop the
another
Predator in
one
random periods of time and have him fight random
another one
people.
appears to be in Japan,
See, that
dealing with like feudal
interesting,
samurais.
interesting. So yeah, I might have to watch that
And
movie
then it
now.
says here, there's another part here which says the third one is it has a name for each section. This one's the bullet, where it says that there's a drafted U.S. Navy, 1942 drafted U.S. Navy
See, that's what
mechanic.
I said they should do. They should just make a bunch of movies where it's like, yeah, the Predator goes to Japan and has to fight a samurai. That sounds sick.
And yeah, so they're
The action
interacting with
sequences in this look fun.
different predators. So yeah, I mean, yeah, this one's it's fun, it's fine. Um,
Conventional seems like a fairly.
it
It did strike me as such. It did strike me
it
as being
doesn't
conventional.
it doesn't really for me bring anything super new to the table.
I mean, I would argue that the Predator being the main protagonist is super new. That's never been done before. The story
But
being told,
he's still just a predator.
the story being told from a Predator's
And even then,
perspective.
yeah, I don't know. Like I think the idea is he's supposed because he's exiled and stuff like that. So like the idea is, I guess is supposed to be maybe he's different than your regular predator. I don't know.
We
It's just
we might have to come back to this. Might have to find
yeah. I
this
might have to
shit.
get you to watch it and get your opinion because I don't know. It just didn't do it for me.
I interesting to
Not
hear
that
it's
it
not
did.
as
No,
good as
that's not.
Prey.
That's not fair for me. That's not fair. It's not that it didn't do it for me. I just think Prey is better.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Interesting that you say that. I have a feeling I'm going to agree with you. I have a feeling I'm going to agree with you.
Um,
It gave me that vibe. You're confirming a lot of my vibes without giving
but
anything
yeah, I
away. You're
mean,
confirming my
this
vibes.
this one has yeah. So there's the Predator is kind of one of the main one, but he teams up with I'm not going to spoil anything, but a character who is played by Ellie Fanning.
Yes, yes, that I knew. She's in all the trailers. He walks around with
Um,
her on his back for a while there.
Apparently, the Duffer Brothers provided the voice of the onboard computer.
Oh, interesting.
Hmm, interesting. Um, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I rewatched it, and maybe my opinion would change. But it just didn't really do much for me.
No, it sounds exactly like what it looked like, which is a pretty conventional action movie with a predator doing shit that you've always wanted to see a predator do.
The animated one sounds way more interesting.
That does sound interesting. Gonna have to check that out. That was on my list of things I wanted to watch. Jordan, do you have anything major to say about
Not really.
anything more to say about the Predator Badlands? That yeah, it pretty much sounds exactly what it looked like. But we'll come back and put a pin in it, Jordan. We'll come back to this another day.
Put a pin.
Put a pin.
Put a pin.
Pin that bitch. Jordan, I don't know if you've seen this next movie. I feel like you probably haven't, but I know that you know this next movie. That movie is Office Space.
Office Space.
You know that meme where it's the guy in glasses being like, if you could just do that, that'd be great.
Sounds familiar.
Look up the, hold on. You should Google Office Space meme. It's the guy who's like, that'd be great. You know the meme. You know, it's a really
I'm sure I
famous
do.
meme.
Office Space Mimi.
Meme. Look up the Office Space.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know the one. Yeah. Even if you've never seen Office Space, if you're on the internet at all, you know the Office Space meme. Or
If you've been on the internet in the last 10 years, then you
or
know
if
it.
you remember the episode of Family Guy where with Surfing Bird.
Yeah, bird. Yeah,
You know the
bird is the
bit
word.
where Stewie and Brian destroy the record? They smash it with the
Yes.
base. That is a reference to Office Space.
Okay. Anyway,
But
did,
it's the kind
did,
of movie where
did,
it permeates pop culture. Where if you've never seen it, and it's funny, but it's not like a laugh out loud kind of funny. It's a we all have a boss or have worked for someone or worked with someone who is like the characters in this movie. So this is basically the only thing about it is it doesn't. I don't think places like this, although according to Mum they still do, but places like this don't exist anymore. It's a cubicle based office space. It's about a guy who works for this software company, and he's got the various coworkers who work with him, and he's got the boss who is the guy that'd be great, that guy, and his girlfriend, they're pretty sure, is cheating on him, and he goes to a hypnotist who hypnotizes him into not giving a shit about work, and so he just kind of stops showing up, and then eventually he does show up, and he gets brought into the office all while there's consultants who are interviewing a bunch of different people to decide whether or not who they should fire in the pursuit of downsizing, basically. And so he goes in and he's like, "Yeah, I don't care. You guys don't incentivize us to care. I only care so much as you pay me to care. Like I care just enough that you won't fire me and I will continue to get paid, and that's it, and there's no incentivization to care any more than that." And they respect his honesty so much. It's kind of like that bit in Ted, they give him a promotion, and his two friends end up getting fired instead. And so he convinces them to put in a backdoor exploit that basically, over a long period of time, will take the excess money like that's left over from clients that they don't realize it's there, and will put it into a account that will eventually build into a ton of money that they can take, and they can go off and do whatever. And the program works too well, and they wind up with, like, I don't remember how much. I'm going to say it was close to $500,000, but it was a lot of money, and it instantly becomes a crime. Oh, all while also the main guy is really into Jennifer Aniston.
I mean, who isn't really into
But she's
Jennifer
not actually
Aniston?
Jennifer Aniston. She's Jennifer Aniston playing a waitress, but he's
I
really into
stand by.
her.
I stand by what I said.
He's really into her. And there's also a character, and this is what this movie's based on. It's based on a series of shorts by Mike Judge. Oh yeah, by the way, this is made by Mike Judge, the guy who makes King of the Hill. And it's based off of a series of shorts he did called Milton. And so Milton is one of the characters in this, and he's played by Stephen Root, who you know, probably not by name, but he's the voice of Bill Dauterive and Strickland, and he was in Dodgeball. I can't think of what you would know. I believe. Oh, no, you've never seen Oh Brother Where Art Thou? But he's in Oh Brother Where Art Thou. Anyway, his performance in this is great. Like, you wouldn't normally, you recognize, or he does the voice of Chode from Tripping the Rift. And he's
Okay.
in this as Milton, and his performance is great. You wouldn't know it was like he kind of disappears into a little bit, but Milton is kind of that annoying coworker who's constantly like saying random non sequiturs. His whole bit is he has his red stapler, and he's like, if anyone steals my red stapler, I'm gonna burn this whole building to the ground. If anyone takes my stapler, I'm gonna burn the whole thing to the ground.
Sounds like a real Dwight.
Yes, he's very similar to Dwight, and like, kind of, but like more antisocial if that's possible. But it's the kind of
It's
movie
not.
it's the kind of movie where you've either been Milton, where like the joke with Milton is as the movie gets on, they want to let go of him, but they're afraid of having a confrontation with him, and they've discovered that they actually let him go years ago, and due to a mistake in accounting, they've kept him on the payroll, and they just keep paying him, and so they like slowly downsize him over the course of the movie, where they're like, yeah, man, if you could just move your desk to the other side of the office, that'd be great. And then later on, he's like, yeah, if you could just take your stuff and just take it on down to the basement, that'd be great. And yeah, I like for the rest of the day, I just became that boss. I'd be like, hey man, if you could pick up that box for me, that'd be great. But yeah, it's the kind of movie that's not necessarily laugh out loud funny, but like funny in the sense that we've all worked with that person, or we've been that person. We've either had that supervisor or been that supervisor, or we've had that coworker or we've been that coworker, and it's like that's what's funny about it, and that like it's relatable. And
The absurdism.
We've all had that experience. We've all
Yeah.
worked with that person. We've all been in this situation where we've worked a mid-level job that we fucking hate. That, I mean, surely you know where I'm coming from. We've all worked a mid-level nothing of a job that we hate, that we go to every single day because we have to. We've all been there, and that's what makes this movie funny and relatable. And you'd probably like this. Jordan, do you have any questions about Office Space?
No.
No, that's fair.
No, I don't.
Jordan, do you feel like maybe you're a Milton?
I don't know. I couldn't say.
Do you think at one point
I'd have to watch the movie.
Do you think at a certain point, Jordan, you were that annoying coworker that nobody liked?
I think at one point, to someone, we all are.
Exactly. That's Office Space. Good movie.
All right, this next last rapid fire, is going to be very rapid. I watched Three Stooges, 2012 film. With Mo Howard, Larry Fine.
Nobody likes this movie, and they're all
Howard.
wrong.
Which, as an aside, it's kind of strange to me that Mo Howard and Curly Howard have the same last name, but Larry Fine doesn't.
Because there's a reason for that. The original, I think Mo and Curly were related. Like the actual Three Stooges.
Well, I know that Mo Howard was born Moses Harry Horowitz, and Curly Howard, is born Jerome Lester Horowitz.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were brothers.
Whereas Larry Fine was born Louise Feinberg.
Yeah, there was a period where they replaced Curly with another guy, and he wasn't related to them. But the original Curly and Mo, they were brothers. I'm pretty sure they were brothers. They're either brothers or cousins.
So no, I think this movie is fantastic.
It's severely underrated.
I've watched it a few times, and I think it really captures the zany slapstick humor of the Three Stooges.
I will say it gets a little bit PG-13 for the Three Stooges, but
yeah, but it was fine.
Someone who grew up with them, I'm like, it's a bit crass for what they are, but yeah, I think it's severely underrated. I think it mostly
gets where it gets a little crass is when Mo is on the Real Life.
Yeah.
Like for me, that's kind of where.
No, the Jersey Shore.
Is that not the same show?
No, it's not the same show. The Real World is a different show. The Jersey Shore is I'm pretty sure because he fights with Snooki. He does the boof to Snooki, right? Yeah.
I thought the show was called The Real Life Jersey Shore.
No. I believe it's just called The Jersey Shore. The Real World is a different show. That was on VH1.
I don't know. All of those shows just kind of blend together.
I think The Real World was like the first one of those. I'm pretty sure.
But. Anyways, so here's an embarrassing thing about this that I never realized until I was literally looking at the cast list here, and you're probably pretty immediately going to be like, really?
That one gun was played by a man?
Yeah, Sister Mary Mengele
Did you
is
not
played by
realize that?
Larry David.
Oh my god, it is Larry David. Holy shit. Oh my god, I totally did pick up on the fact that's
I
Larry
did not
David.
realize it was Larry
I knew
David.
it was a man.
I figured it was a
I knew
man.
it
I
was a
just
man. I just didn't realize it was
didn't
Larry David.
didn't realize what man
Holy
it
shit, it is
was.
Larry David. Yeah, yeah. I knew it was a man. That character is bizarre because it's a man and there's no real reason for it to be a man. The joke is not that it's a man. There's no reference to the fact
There's
that
no real
that she
rhyme or
looks.
reason for it.
No,
It's
no.
just
There's no gag on the fact that they're masculine. She's just played by a man for some reason.
played by a man. I
But they
I
cut out a
guess
lot of the jokes. Cause I remember there's a bunch of jokes involving Kate Upton. There's a joke about her in a bathing suit in one of the trailers that is, to my recollection, not in the movie.
I don't think it was. I think
No.
I'd remember that.
Yeah, there's a bit where she gets out of the pool in one of the trailers, and she was wearing like a really tight bikini because she's Kate
I,
Upton.
I guess maybe they figured that they only wanted to sexualize one woman in that movie, and it was Sofia I can never
Vergara.
get her. Yeah, yeah.
Sofia Vergara. Yeah, maybe. I like all. The best part of that. There's a lot of shit that they did that was really fun. Like to promote that movie. Like there's a really funny bit where they had the three guys on WWE.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was really funny.
I love that at the end of the movie, the director and stuff are come out and they're like, "This is not real. This is how we do this. This is how
Not
we do
actually
this.
the directors,
Kids,
but
kids, do not poke people in the eyes."
yeah, no. I mean, to be fair, that's not the Farley brothers. That's models pretending to be the Farley brothers. But the joke is still funny.
Whatever. The joke is still
No,
funny.
the best character in that movie, the best actor in that movie, in my opinion, is Mo. Mo does a decent job making that. The actor playing Mo does a decent job giving that character an emotional through line in a way that like you don't need in a Three Stooges. I really enjoyed. That's funny because it's the kid playing Kid Mo is shit. I always forget his name. We talked about him earlier. The
Yeah,
guy.
he was he was yeah. He was in Santa Clarita.
Yes, and he's Jimmy Olsen in the new Superman movie.
Young Larry, young Curly.
I forget his name.
Why am I not seeing? There he is. Skylar Gizondo.
Yeah, Skylar Gizondo. I can never remember his name because his last name is hard to pronounce. He's quite good as Mo. Like this movie has a decent emotional core until they become adults, but like that early bit of like him giving up becoming adopted to stay with them.
Oh wait,
They don't really do anything with that, but it's a halfway decent attempt at a character arc for those characters.
They do make a joke about Jennifer Hudson when she gets out of the pool at the end of the movie and she's in a bathing suit.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, there's a that must have been the remnants of the earlier callback to a joke that they cut because I remember it from the trailer. It's like she gets out, and she's in this really skimpy one piece.
Yeah, that's she's in a it's a one piece and it's really revealing and she's one of the sisters.
Jennifer Hudson, the black one.
No, I'm talking the white one.
Then okay, then maybe they did keep it in. Then that's Kate Upton. Then if it's the one I'm thinking of, white blonde woman, the white blonde one.
Yeah, Jennifer Hudson.
I don't think no. Jennifer Hudson's black.
Oh, maybe it was one of the other ones then.
Yeah, Jennifer Hudson's black. She's a black woman.
I just know that the actress I'm thinking of is white.
Then you're probably thinking of Kate Upton.
Oh yeah, no, it is Kate Upton.
Yeah.
Which it describes her as a kind-hearted, sexy nun at the orphanage. Yeah, she gets out of the pool and she's
okay.
revealing,
I distinctly remember. I distinctly remember that not being in the theatrical version of that movie.
I didn't. Well, I might not have watched the theatrical.
You might have watched the unrated version. That is fair. Yeah, that's possible. But no, I think this movie's underrated, and I think it's better than people think it is. Personally,
I mean, I think it's
I laugh
funny.
I've seen it twice now.
I genuinely laugh.
I genuinely
think I've
laugh.
watched it. I think I've watched it like 3 times.
It's a movie that lives or dies on the casting of the Three Stooges, and I think they're all great.
I think they do a good job.
The guy who plays
they do a sufficient job of really capturing the energy of the Three Stooges.
The worst one of the three is probably Larry, and even he's doing an all right job. Like Curly, the guy I forget the gentleman who plays Curly, but he's really good. I like him a lot. I've seen him in a few things.
So he's doing Curly.
He's currently on He's currently the dad on Georgie and Mandy.
Will Sasso.
Yeah, Will Sasso. He's really fun.
Yeah, the part where
he's really
he like
funny.
the part like he does yeah, he does
all
a really
about
good job.
nailing the physical comedy, and they nailed
The
it.
part where like he's going up the stairs and he's got the chainsaw dragging behind him. The part where he runs around on the ground and does the what I can't do it. My voice can't go that too high.
Yeah, good every time. I can't believe they
Um,
never managed to get a Three Stooges television show off the ground.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
do you have
That's Three
anything
Stooges.
to
It's
say about
solid.
Three
It's solid
Stooges?
and it's strange and weird and more people should check it out.
Absolutely. Hey, Jordan, you know how you were like the movies that you talked about earlier were problem? Remember how you were like Adventures in Babysitting was problematic?
It was problematic.
Boy, howdy, do I have a three-punch of problematic for the next three movies. Starting with, Jordan, a movie called The Ringer. Jordan, you remember The Ringer?
No. Did it put you through the ringer?
No, it didn't. You've heard of The Ringer, though, right?
No.
Because you said to me, didn't South Park do that?
You'd have to describe to me
So
what it's
okay,
about.
so The Ringer it stars Johnny Knoxville, and it is about a man who decides through reasons that we'll get into that he wants to fix the Special Olympics. Like,
Oh, yeah, well, you had described that part to me and I was like, "Oh, so that's what the South Park was clearly
yes,
based on."
yes. In fact, the question of which came first, The Ringer or the South Park episode, The Ringer came first, and they were quite upset about the fact that South Park knocked them off, and South Park responded by being like, "Oh, it's just a similar idea. We didn't rip you off. It's just we had parallel ideas. We didn't." But so much of the South Park episode, if it didn't rip this off, it pretty much just not even that it steals the bit about having someone pretend to be special needs or mentally special needs is not the PC way. The developmentally disabled or disabled. It's a person who is not disabled acting as though they were disabled in order to win at the Special Olympics. Not only does it steal that
I would have just said
joke,
taking advantage of the system.
not only does it steal that joke and that bit, but it also steals the joke where he goes to participate in the Special Olympics and all of the Special Olympic athletes are athletes and immediately kick his ass. Like they even take that joke. Like it's the same joke. They steal it verbatim. The big thing about this is the question is obviously Jordan, is this problematic? And it is.
It depends. If it's like if it frames the person that's doing the terrible thing as if he's a good guy and like doesn't give him any consequences, yes, it's problematic. If it's like treats him like he's a scumbag, like a scumbag terrible person, and he gets caught and there's consequences for him doing what he's doing, then no.
Well, okay. Here's what I will say. At base
Am I wrong?
conception, give me a moment. I'll tell you whether or not you're wrong. I just want to say on base conception, because I was like I don't want to say yes or no yet because it gives away the game a bit. In conception, it is kind of because the implication is that the Special Olympians are less than, and that in terms of athleticism and competitiveness, that they are less than, and that theirs is a system that you can take advantage of.
Right.
That
And
that
that's
idea in and of itself is, in my opinion, problematic.
well,
Having been said, hold on.
but
Let me
that's
finish.
why
Let
that's
me
why
finish my
like
thought.
in
Hold on.
like South
Hold on.
Park, for
Hold on.
example,
You're not
they
letting me
have to
finish.
have it be Cartman
Hold on.
who's doing
You
it
gotta let me finish.
is because
You gotta let me finish.
because we know that Cartman is a terrible person,
You gotta let me finish.
right? So
The concept of that the idea that we think so much less of we think of the Special Olympics, and not me and you, but like royal we think of, or I should say
society
pop culture
thinks.
at that moment saw the Special Olympics as less than or something to be taken advantage of. Like you wouldn't have that thought about the regular Olympics, right? That you were taking advantage of it based solely on a perceived So to answer your question,
I mean, yes, that's the point.
to answer your question, in the movie, Johnny Knoxville is portrayed as knowing that this is wrong. So he's like, he's not the one. He's not the one who comes up with this idea. Unlike Cartman, that's the big difference. And his reasoning for doing this is altruistic at its core, and he feels like shit about it. So like the basic plot of this is he is a middle, like a cubicle worker guy working at a company, and he goes to his boss and it's like, hey man, I feel like I could be doing more here. I feel like I could do more. And the boss is like, you're right. I'm going to give you a chance. You're promoted. Go fire that guy. And so the Johnny Knoxville goes and he tries to fire the guy. And the guy's like, I love being a janitor. You can't take away being a janitor. I need this job to support my family. And so Johnny Knoxville gives him a job as his gardener. And the guy lops off all of his fingers while trying to be a gardener. And he goes to his shitty uncle. And he's like, yeah, do you have money? You lent me, I can't remember. Oh, I think it was, he needed $50,000, let's just say. And he's like, oh, you owe me $40,000. And the uncle, who is a scumbag gambler, is the one that comes up with the idea to fix the Special Olympics. And Johnny Knoxville is initially like, no, no, I don't want to do this. That makes me a horrific person. That makes me a bad person at all, and it makes me awful. And the uncle eventually convinces him. So, does that with that in mind, is it still problematic?
If the people that are being awful get punished, no.
And so, the other difference between this and the South Park episode,
Not nearly as problematic as my episode.
Part of the convincing is that he's like, oh, you're an athlete. You should be able to just get in there, and they're not regular like we are. You should just be able to beat the non-regulars. It should be easy, right? And so they get him in. He develops the reason why he agrees to it is one of the girls running it is Katherine Heigl. Katherine Heigl is the girl from Knocked Up.
I mean, I don't see how that he wants to impress her by being a special needs person.
That's a big part of this is he is developing a relationship with her, and she sees him like a sibling because her brother was also differently abled, had a developmental disability, and so for most of the movie, she doesn't see him as an equal. She sees him as somebody who is developmentally disabled. So he's trying to blend in, and all of the other guys who are participating, they eventually are like, hey, we've noticed that you don't talk the same all the time, and that you're very clearly not developmentally disabled. And they corner him, and he reveals that he's not, and he goes to leave. He's like, I'm sorry, guys. This has gone too far. I fucked up. I'm out of here. And they're like, no, you can't leave. Because they all hate... There is a guy who keeps winning. And they all hate him because he keeps winning. And he acts like he's a big shot. And like he's walking in with like an entourage. And I kept going. And it made me feel bad. But I was like, he just doesn't seem like he's... like just based on his
the kind of person that should be at the Special Olympics.
Yes, he does not seem as though that type. But what was interesting, he is the actor who plays this character is a Special Olympian, gold medal winning Special Olympian. Yeah, so he is a Special Olympian, and so Johnny Knoxville goes to get in the race with this guy, and this guy just like decimates him, like he's trying to keep up with him. He's running as fast as he can, and he just can't keep up with them. And it's like, oh yeah, just because he's developmentally disabled doesn't mean he doesn't take this seriously and isn't a wicked good athlete. And so they're all like, yeah, we want to take this guy down a peg. So they all help Johnny Knoxville train to get better at the competition so that he can win. And he starts to win and starts to beat the guy. But he's like barely winning. And the movie never really... like address, like it gets to the point, like some spoiler alert, you know where this is going. He obviously reveals himself, right? And
He gets disqualified.
well, no, he wins. He comes in. What's funny is he. It gets to the.
But how can if he reveals himself, how can he win? He doesn't fit the requirements.
Well,
He
so,
would be
so
disqualified.
hold on. So what happens? So it goes through the whole movie. There's a point where
Because for me, that's where it becomes problematic. If he
well,
no, he has to be outed.
Hold on. So he the guys figure out that he's not, and they become friends. And the uncle keeps calling him the R slur, and he's like, "Don't you dare fucking call that them again, or I will beat the shit out of you. Like, these are my friends. I respect them. They're cool guys. They have the funniest line. One of them has the funniest line in the movie, which is they convince Johnny Knoxville to take them to the movies. Like, we need to get out of here and go party. Take us out, Johnny Knoxville. And he takes them to the movies. And the Katherine Heigl character has a boyfriend who is like, his way of interacting with them is to be condescending and treat them like they're children. And he is flirting with, like, that Katherine Heigl takes Johnny Knoxville and one of the other girls out to lunch, and this fiance is flirting with the waitress and asks her out, and the fiance is like, oh, he's a whatever, he's not going to retain this, I can do this in front of him and no one's going to believe him. And so they run into him at the movie theaters. And he's like, oh, yeah, you wouldn't want them to know that you guys snuck out. That would get you in trouble. And Johnny Knoxville is like, yeah, no, that's right. We'll keep your secret, whatever. And they go back to drop them off, and Katherine Heigl is there and is pissed off and is like, where the fuck have you been, basically? You know you're not allowed to leave. And him pretending that he's like, oh, Jeffy thought that we would go out or whatever. And the fiance is like, don't worry, honey, I you know, they were working really hard, they were doing the Olympics really well, so I took them out for ice cream. And without missing a beat, and apparently this movie's improv, that one of the guys goes, when the fuck did we get ice cream? And it's so funny, just out of the blue, when the fuck did we get ice cream? And then throughout the thing, him and the fiance and Katherine Heigl are fighting. And he keeps going, apparently we got ice cream. It's so fucking funny. It's so good. So it gets to the end. They're in the big final competition or whatever. And Johnny Knoxville is once again barely beating the guy. He manages to get past him and is in first and is about to win. And the guy trips and eats shit. And Johnny Knoxville goes back to help him. And the one of the guys leaps past, and he ends up coming in first. The guy they've been trying to beat comes in second, and Johnny Knoxville comes in third. And that's the moment where Johnny Knoxville is like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I've been pretending. I don't deserve this. You deserve this. I forget the character's name. Lenny? And Lenny comes up and is like, he makes a big speech about how proud he is. And Katherine Heigl is, of course, upset about this because he lied to her. And the guy who won, and this is to me where it gets problematic. Because for me, this is where it gets problematic. Most of the actors in this movie are Special Olympians. Like, they're differently abled people. They have some sort of developmental illness. The guy who wins does not. So, like, guy who...
So he's just as bad as Johnny Knoxville.
Right, yeah. So, well, no, but not in the context of the movie, I should say. It was distracting me the whole time. Like, one of the guys... The cool thing about this movie is, and this movie gets such a bad reputation, because people think it's making fun of the Special Olympics. And... it's not. It's so sweet to them. It never treats them derisively. The joke is never on them. It treats them with respect. They get, like I said, they get the funniest lines. They get to do the funniest shit. And it's always cool towards them. It always treats them like humans, if that makes sense. This guy, this actor, it was driving me crazy the whole movie. I was like, why do I recognize him? Why do I recognize him? And then I realized he was the guy from Deadpool. And I was like, is he? And no, he's not. And he's doing all the stereotypical, like the first time you meet him, he walks up and he tries to hug Johnny Knoxville. He says a bunch of unprompted, inappropriate things, and he talks with like a weird lisp, and like he wins. And there were so many actors in this who were differently abled that should have won. Like Derek. Derek is one of the funniest characters in this movie. He does have a disability. He should have won. Why is it the actor who's not disabled? Why is his character winning?
That's a good question.
That to me, maybe you disagree. I don't know. That to me is problematic.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. For me, Johnny Knoxville came in third. That's
Well,
more
but he did.
problematic.
He eventually gives up his. Then that's when they all figure out he's not disabled, and that's when he gives it up. So he doesn't end up coming in third.
Okay.
He doesn't end up winning. He walks off, and him and Katherine Heigl break. And I don't love the ending.
Yeah, from a meta standpoint, I guess yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
From the internal logic of the movie, for me, it's more about the Johnny Knoxville of it.
And the whole point of the movie, and they make it extra clear, is he's a good guy and he's doing this for the right reason. And so the movie ends with
I argue there are no right reasons to do it.
He somehow gets the money. I don't remember how, and he saves the guy's fingers and gets them all attached. And his whole thing, part of why he's able to do this, is his uncle plays on the fact that he wanted to be an actor and didn't pursue that. And so the movie ends with now he has this disabled person's theater school where he's teaching all of the guys how to be actors. And so the movie ends with Derek doing Shakespeare, and they convince the by doing the playing up the he's at one point one of the characters like, we've all done the pretending to be more disabled thing than we are. Oh, Mrs. Pamela Anderson, I love your work. We've all done that. And so they do that to get Katherine Heigl to show up, and he's like, I'm so sorry for lying to you. And she's like, oh yeah, they told me what happened, and I forgive you. And then they do a big kiss, and it feels really unearned. So do I out the end of this, having heard what you heard about how this goes, would you say this is problematic?
Somewhat, but not as problematic as my movie was.
I don't disagree with you. That was my point in this, is I don't think this is as problematic as people think it is. I think it's way less problematic than people think it is. I think this movie has a bad reputation for being more problematic than it is.
I think how I would word it is it has problematic elements, but it in and of itself is not problematic.
Now, before I wrap up and we move on,
that's what I would say.
Were you expecting it to be more problematic based upon its premise?
Kind of, a little bit. Expected it to be like mid-2000s.
More mean to the disabled people, right?
Yeah.
It's not. Like, it is, in my opinion, never mean to them. They are never the butt of, I don't like using this word, but it's just to demonstrate what I mean. The Johnny Knoxville people, the people who aren't disabled, they're the butt of the joke. They're the joke. Like, and I think to me that reduces its problematicness, but fair enough. But yes, that I don't think it's the most problematic of the next three that I'm going to talk about. That's it. That's The Ringer. It's not as problematic as you remember. Next.
My first have seen Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Came out in 1989.
I don't like this movie.
Really?
No.
Why?
I've never liked it.
Why?
I think it was like some of the effects. The ants grossed and weirded me out as a kid. The bit where he's smoking the cigarette and he tosses it at them was always gross and weird to me. I don't know. It had this kind of grimy ick to it that I never. But I love the show. Like, funny you mentioned the show. I love the show. I still reference the show. Like, I Fof. I call people Fofs all the time, which is friend of a friend.
I I enjoyed this movie.
I like the sequel better.
Mostly that's fair. I enjoyed this movie mostly because of the I don't know how practical effecty it was, but it feels like it was fairly
Super.
practical effecty. And like I just picture myself being the kids making this movie, and it must have been a blast.
I'm
You're like in a pool. What had to have been like a custom made pool, which has a custom made Cheerio in it,
I
like
will
that.
say, I will say, that was my kid opinion. I've never watched it as an adult, so my opinion might be
Um,
different now. But as a kid, I fucking hated this movie. I did not like it.
yeah, there's absolutely the television show,
Hmm.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the TV show,
Yep.
um,
There's so many.
which
There's a great episode where they go
one of
back in
these
time.
one of these days I would like to try and
I
find it to
It
watch.
was on something. I don't know if it's on Disney Plus, but there was something where there was a couple episodes. Yeah, I remember the episode where they go back in time and they make it so the Russians win the Cold War, so they go back to the present and it's all controlled by the Russians. I remember.
Um, but it had a yeah, the TV show had a
So with the
sequel,
mermaid,
and
two
it had a
sequels.
number. I only know of one.
There's Honey, We Blew Up the Kid, and
Yeah, that I know.
Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves.
Oh,
You
that
don't remember
yeah,
Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves? That was
no,
like an advertisement on one of our VHS tapes.
I don't remember ever
And
watching that one.
they subvert it. They redo. There's the bit where you mentioned the cereal bit. They do that
Yeah,
again, but this time it's the parents.
that's funny. And then there was a number of
I've never seen it, but I know it exists.
there was a number of theme park attractions as well.
Yep,
Honey, I Shrunk the Audience,
I've seen that.
Journey into Imagination with Figment,
I did not know
Honey,
that.
I Shrunk the Kids movie set
Wait,
adventure.
the Figment show is it has to do with Honey I Shrunk the Kids? Really?
Uh,
Like the Purple
yeah.
Dragon Figment?
I just know that it says in 1999,
Hmm.
the theme of Journey into Imagination was changed and retitled to include Figment. It features Dr. Nigel Channing from Honey, I Shrunk the Audience, who hosts an area known as the Imagination
Huh.
Institute. The
Huh.
story states that that his grandfather established the institute, while the area features references to Wayne Zelinsky as well as Dr. Philip
No
Brainerd
shit. I did not
from
know
Flubber,
that.
and Dean Higgins. Walt Disney and Thomas Edison also make an appearance.
No shit. I did not know that Figment was attached to the Honey I Shrunk the Kids. That is interesting. I did not know that. Just learned a thing.
Um,
Yes, I've seen Honey. We've both seen Honey. We Shrunk the Audience. I did not care
yes,
for it.
that was a long time ago.
I
Now.
also
They have
did not care for that.
long since retired that one.
Yup, long
Um,
time ago. I
um,
did not care
that's
for Honey We
where
Shrunk the Audience either.
that's where from the books of Kingdom Keepers. That's where the character Gigabyte comes from. Is Honey, I Shrunk the Audience.
Oh, interesting.
Um, there's a point in the Honey, I Shrunk the Audience when they get shrunk that there's a pet snake or something, which is
See,
Gigabyte.
I like Rick Moranis. He's not even my favorite Wayne Zelinsky. My favorite Wayne Zelinsky is still the one from the show.
I can't. I have to be honest. My memories of the show are nebulous. I
Fair
can
enough.
picture, I can picture the daughter. I can kind of picture the wife. I can't really picture the son, and I can't quite picture Wayne. And I
That's
remember there's a boss.
that's so funny. I'm kind of the opposite. I remember Wayne vividly. I can remember the kid, the son, and then the daughter and the wife are nebulous to me.
I remember the daughter had like the curly brown hair.
Yeah.
And the wife had like the short bob cut with the like blonde
Now
hair.
that you said that, I do remember that. Yeah, that I do remember.
I can't quite picture the dad, and I can't quite picture the son.
I picture the kid.
And
I
then I
remember him having
remember that,
curly hair. The
and
son.
then I remember that Wayne Zelinsky. One of the characters was Wayne Zelinsky had a boss who was basically like Spacely from
That
Jetsons.
I do remember. Yeah, because that was the whole bit. Is he's every episode he's like creating
He's
something
like
new.
making a new
He's
thing.
making a
Yeah,
new thing. Yeah, I remember there was the episode with the mermaid. There was an episode with a mermaid.
I believe you. Um, And then yeah, I do remember I blew up the kid, but I don't think I've ever
I
saw We
don't.
Shrunk Ourselves.
I'm positive I've never seen Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves.
Um, and yeah, I mean I like this one. It's not like my favorite movie in the world, but there's a
Yeah,
novelty
no.
to it.
There's a lot of things that were like, ooh, that's gross. That just off put me. I just remember it being off putting. I just did not care for it. It's not my
You
favorite
should
one.
you want one of these days for the show or something. You should try and rewatch it, see
I
if your
should.
opinion has changed.
I should. Yeah,
Now now that you're not a young impressionable child.
that's true. I am not young or impressionable
You,
or a child.
you're now an old impressionable adult.
I'm a very impressionable adult. Jordan, do you have anything else for Honey, We Shrunk the Kids?
No.
No. So, Jordan, we're continuing on asking the
Oh,
question.
I will say though, uh, it had a budget of 18 million and box office was 222.7 million.
Really?
There's a reason why it had a sequel.
It's not so much that it made a shit ton of money. That doesn't surprise me. It's the fact that the budget is so low. That's a low budget considering what they have to
Well,
do in that movie.
you have to think though, that's 1989 money.
Even then, in 1989 money,
A
that's
lot of that,
still not a lot.
a lot of that money probably went to practical effects.
Yeah, like figure that'd be at least 40 million.
Oh, not in
Oh,
1989.
for sure, 1989. That's a very
No,
expensive looking movie. There's a lot of practical sets and effects involved in it. 18 million seems low.
no, but just 18 millions in
Yeah, it still
1989
seems low.
is like 30 million or 35 million nowadays.
Yeah, it still seems low. That's impressive. That's an impressive use of their budget if that is indeed true, because that
And
yeah.
that's my final thought.
Jordan, we're continuing on our journey of our delightful little journey of is this problematic? See, this one I didn't ask you about prior to this because I wanted to save all this for now. Jordan, do you remember the movie The Girl Next Door?
I'm aware of it, but I don't think I've ever watched it.
I cannot confirm as to whether or not you've watched it. This is in that
Hold
period of
on.
time where
The girl next door.
I remember downloading it.
Well, while you talk about it, I'm just gonna kind of.
I remember downloading it, trying to.
I definitely recognize the poster.
I remember downloading it, wanting nudity, and there was no nudity. There's no nudity. That's not true. There's a little bit of nudity, but there's very little nudity. The main girl, no nudity. There are other girls in this that there's nudity. But yeah, this came out in
Well, I mean,
2004.
it's probably good that there's none because she's supposed to be a teenager.
Hold that thought. Um, so, this came out in 2004. My relationship with this movie is that I was a 14-year-old kid. This was 14A because there's no nudity. There's very little nudity in it, and our rating system is that we if there's a lot of graphic nudity, it gets bumped up to 18A. But if there's like a little bit of nudity, it won't. And language doesn't get it bumped up to 18A. So the plot of this, for those of you who have not seen The Girl Next Door, it's about a high school kid who the next door neighbor is staying with her great aunt or grandma or whatever, and it turns out he played by Emil Hirsch, yeah, develops a crush on her, and she tricks him into doing a bunch of like one point she tricks him into running down the street naked and going skinny dipping, and they develop a relationship and they get together, and this is 2004, so you got to kind of remember that this is before internet pornography was really a thing. It's a big important thing to remember.
Whoa, Justin, you can't talk about that on YouTube.
I don't have a choice. This is well before that is really a major thing. So this movie is about the guy's friend is obsessed with porn, like obsessed with porn, and this is at that point where porn was on cassette tapes, VHS tapes, and they were rare and hard to come by and difficult to get. And so he finds out that this neighbor, this hot girl that the main guy is dating, used to be a porn star, and it gets in his head or whatever, and he attempts to hook up with her, and she's like, "Oh yeah, we just want to hook up with the porn star," and they temporarily kind of break up maybe, and then her ex-boyfriend slash manager shows up, played by Timothy Oliphant, in a role that's really fun but confusing, and whisks her away to a porn convention where they run into another big time agent who's constantly trying to steal her. And Jordan, you're probably wondering, at what point does this become problematic? Because it doesn't sound problematic up until this point, right?
I mean, the problematic part came in when you said he was in high school.
So here's the bit. So he is about to graduate, and he needs to make it to this big speech. Yeah, so he's dating her, and she's a former porn star. And there is a line where Timothy Oliphant is like, "Oh, she's so much older than you." And Emil Hirsch is like, no, we're the same age. And I immediately go, no, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not.
When did she get into porn?
Right, exactly. No, the fuck you're not. Because okay, assuming for a minute that he is, because he's a senior in high school, right? He is a senior in high school, about to graduate. So even if we assume that his birthday is in September or November or December, and he's already 18, or in May, or assuming he's already turned 18, that would make her, from the impression this movie gets, is she had done porn for like a while. So if she's the same age as him, that means she was doing porn. And they also say she's in school. So the implication is that she's in college. But like, even if she's 18, fresh in college, that means that she did porn when she was 16. And that's a no-go. That's a no-go.
Either that or she turned 18 and just did a lot of it very fast.
Quickly, right? So let's just assume maybe, okay, she's in college and she's staying with the grandma for a little while she's on college break. Let's assume she's like 19, 20. I always do that thing where let's take this scenario and make her a man and him a woman. Can you imagine if you said that guy, like, I just, like, any sentence that starts and begins with, that time I dated a high school student, sounds bad, no matter who you are, in my opinion. Like,
unless you were also in high school.
Unless you were also in high school. Like, if you're like, yeah, I was 21 and I dated a 17-year-old, that's bad.
Calm down there, Scott Pilgrim.
Right? That's bad. Like, even if he's 18, he's still in high school. He's in a completely... You did adult films. You're in a completely different headspace than he is. Your relationship is weird and gross.
The word you're looking for is...
confusing.
No, Justin. The word you're looking for is predatory.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a little predatory. Yeah, it's a little bit. It does have
No, it's very... That would be very predatory if we're saying that we're reversing it.
Yeah.
And that's a college-age man
and a
17-year-old
girl. Yes, you would call that predatory. But because it's
okay,
that's fair. Yes, yes.
I should know that because that was what I saw and it felt predatory.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So, but because
like, oh yeah, she's a pretty girl and all I have to do is smile and give her $45 and she wants to kiss me.
Right. So this movie being like, because she's a girl, creepy. It makes it okay.
No, it doesn't.
It is weird, and so then
it doesn't make it okay.
He eventually develops.
So Justin, basically, if we were comparing this to my movie, she's the college girl that wants to make out with the 15-year-old.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. But like, people are gonna come at me in the comments and be like, "But he was 18, but he's still in high school." Like. Yeah, I'm starting to err on the side of people who are like 18 is still too young to be making decisions, and like there's so. Anyway,
here's what I'm gonna say. Just because 18 means you're technically an adult in the eyes of the law doesn't make it weird when there's not a timer counting down the fact that certain celebrities are about to turn 18,
right,
and
can
then.
It's weird.
It's not like a magic switch where it's suddenly okay.
A day ago it wasn't okay, but now it's okay just because
now
the light switch is flipped.
No, it's still inappropriate.
So okay. So um, part of the plot of this is he, as part of his college, getting ready for college, has raised a bunch of money to bring this foreign kid to their school so he can study at their school. And he becomes friends with Timothy Oliphant, who is the girl's ex-boyfriend slash producer, and he's trying to get her back into porn. And this movie treats it treats doing adult films as though it's a moral and personal failing, as if it's something he needs to rescue her from. Like that's how it's treated.
That's because when did this come out?
2004.
Yeah, in 2004, that was very much the thought process.
Nope.
OnlyFans wasn't really a thing, and society hadn't moved to the stage where it was a little bit more
OnlyFans definitely has,
receptive.
in my opinion, broken down that barrier
It's,
of like
it's
making
normalized it because
it's just a thing that people do, and it's fine. You do it.
Well,
that's
and
fine.
that has everything to do with the fact that OnlyFans has, this is weird to talk about here, but it's made it so that Sally down the street can just be accepting of her own self and do that.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no. The barriers to
You
it
don't.
are lower.
You've
Better or
removed.
worse, depending on who
You've
is.
removed the need to go and sit on a certain couch where you get casted,
Theoretically, yeah. And so,
as it were.
as he becomes closer to the girl, and he's trying to convince the girl, "Hey, you don't need to do this" or whatever. The Timothy Oliphant character comes back.
Also, please don't make that into a short.
Timothy Oliphant comes back and beats the shit out of and the whole his relationship with the main guy is kind of weird because they're kind of friends, not friends. Like he likes the main kid, but also the main kid is fucking with his business, so it's not really personal per se. So he beats the shit out of the kid and gives him ecstasy. And earlier in the movie, he's hanging out with him, and he goes with him to the bank and convinces the bank teller that basically he's this kid's student advisor or whatever, and he ends up stealing the money that they've saved to bring the kid to America.
And they all live happily ever after?
Well, they inevitably go to this agent producer guy, whatever, who's trying to like steal the girl to work for him, and they come at him with this idea.
I believe that's called poaching.
Poaching, yeah. They come up at him with this idea to make this porn video, basically. And while they're at prom, they're trying to film this movie, which is weird because two of the people involved in making this movie are in high school. One of the guys is on camera, and they never specifically and explicitly say that he's 18, which I feel like in this context you have to. Like you should say if the guy's gonna be naked on camera, getting a condom put on his junk, you should say that he's 18.
I'm gonna need you to sign this contract saying that you're 18. It's
Right.
a waiver.
That's a good thing you just turned 18, Dave. Yeah, that is a good thing. That feels like a
Yesterday.
necessary line in this movie.
It's a good thing that you turned 18 yesterday.
So
and
yeah,
that makes this okay.
And it's so funny because like when I say this movie's problematic, like the automatic assumption is like, oh, it's problematic because he's dating a porn star. No, it's not really that he's dating a porn star that makes it problematic. It's really her age. So this movie is problematic, but not for the reasons that you probably think. So it's to me it's the inverse of The Ringer, where it's like this is problematic. It's so problematic, but it's problematic in a way that you're probably not even realizing. Jordan, as I wrap this up, of the two, which is the most problematic?
This one.
Right? Is this more problematic just based on its description than yours? Wow, he's taking a lot of time to think.
Okay. No with an asterisk. No, because mine actually shows the like they're underage. There's no question about whether or not they're
Okay, no, that's fair. That's
um
fair. There's a question of legality here that they may
there's a
be 18.
question of yours that they're maybe 18, whereas mine, they're 17 and 15.
Right, right. It's not.
Like there's no
It's
doubt. But like yours is the reason why yours is because like that's the point. Mine, it's not the point that they're kissing and making out with college students. That's not the
right,
point.
right.
That's not the idea. It's not supposed to be something you're supposed to think a lot about.
You're supposed to be rooting for him in this. That he's
That
he's
he ends
a
up
high
with
school
her.
kid that he's banging a porn. Yeah, that he winds up with a porn star. You're supposed to root for that, and it's
Like,
not the
it's
fact that she's a
it's
porn star that you shouldn't root for. I'm not
it's
against
the
that. It's the
age
fact. It's the
questions of
question
it.
of age. Either she did porn way too young, and for a way too
Yeah.
prolonged period of time, or she's too old for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if he's still in if he's 18 and he's out of high school, I don't know. It's slightly different than he's still in high school. Like I don't know. Someone's gonna yell at me and tell me I'm wrong. It's not problematic.
Well, I
It's
mean,
just
like
being
for
a
me, it's
prude.
like it depends on when in the year it is,
End of the year.
really.
End of the year.
Like so, yeah. I mean, okay, like if he's like a month away or like a week away or something, maybe
I don't
arguable.
know. Anytime you could, like I said at the
But
beginning, anytime you say the sentence, "I once dated a guy who was in high school," and you're
I'm
not in high school, that is a bad sentence to say
yeah.
out loud.
Well, I
Like
mean, I'm
no
kind
matter
of just
what.
as I get older and I become old man Jordan. I'm kind of just of the opinion that like anyone, I'm gonna be generous here. In my opinion, I actually think the number is higher than this. But if I'm being generous, anyone younger than 21 is a kid.
Yeah, yeah,
And so if you're 23
yeah.
and you're dating someone under 21, that's a red flag to
That's a
me.
red flag to me.
But again, I actually think that number is a little higher than that, but that's me being generous.
Yeah. I just feel like when she's like 30 and she says to her friends, "I was 21 and I dated a kid in high school," she's gonna feel weird about it. That's all I'm saying. That's all
Just
I'm saying.
saying.
That's all I'm saying. That's the girl next door.
Okay. This one's not going to take long.
No,
Uh, what
the next two will not take long on my part either. That's why
my
I knew I
last
could take.
have seen.
That's why I knew I could take longer on the previous ones because I'm like I got
Yeah,
nothing on the apple dumpling game.
yeah. This stream is taking a long time, and I'm trying to push us through it a little faster. Um, Mr. Popper's Penguin, Jim Carrey, 2011. Cutesy. He needed a paycheck.
Wait, this was a
He
half
was
scene you
not.
said? You
This
see-
is half
Yeah, no,
scene.
we watched this together. We watched this in theaters.
He was not their first choice.
Really?
Nope.
Who was their first choice?
Ben Stiller.
Oh, I see it.
He wasn't their second choice either.
Who was their
Um,
second choice?
Well, I mean, the next the other two choices along with him might have been considered at the same time, but after Ben Stiller, it says um, uh, Noah Baumbach was going to direct, but they dropped out as well. And the choices that they had considered to replace Stiller were Owen Wilson, Jack Black, and Jim Carrey, and they ended up going with Jim Carrey.
Honestly, wait. Hmm.
I see Ben Stiller in this.
I
This
absolutely see Ben Stiller.
absolutely,
It's
this
not.
absolutely reads to me as a Ben
Oh,
Stiller
for sure,
movie.
it absolutely does. It has. It's the exact. I don't know how to put this. Ben Stiller's I'm out of water movies have a particular vibe to them.
Yeah, this is a
This
night at the
has that.
museum
Yes. Yeah, where it's him, he's a regular guy, and he gets put into an extraordinary situation.
into
Yeah.
extraordinary circumstance.
This
Yeah,
doesn't work with Jack Black.
I don't.
I could see this with Owen Wilson. I could see it with Owen Wilson.
It doesn't work for me with Jack Black because, especially in
He's too high energy for this.
2011, I don't see him as a dad.
Ooh.
The character has to be a dad, and I just don't see Jack Black in that point. Like at that point,
2011?
I don't see him in. I don't see him in that role.
That's not really why I don't think he could pull it off, but That's not unfair. I just think he's too high energy.
I see Owen Wilson in a father role.
Owen Wilson.
I definitely see Ben Stiller in a father role.
He's
I
doing,
even see Jim Carrey as a father role, but I just don't see Jack Black in a I'm a Dad.
Owen Wilson at this point is doing. I think he has done Marley and Me. So yeah, he's done dad movies at this point. I'm pretty sure he's done Marley and Me at this point. Yes, because I think we saw Marley and Me before this.
Like maybe if you cut the kids out and you just have it be about the penguins.
No, but it doesn't work without.
Then I see Jack Black.
The kid. It's about him rediscovering his relationship with his kids.
I know that's why I say I just don't see Jack Black.
Yeah, this is very definitely Jim Carrey did. This was like Jim Carrey is like I think this is shortly after he did Kick-Ass 2 and he fucked up the promotion on that and he's kind of waning his career. This is where like he's doing all of those. I don't get me wrong, I like Yes Man, but this is Yes Man. Like where he's just showing up. He's not really putting anything extra into this.
But I argue Yes Man was more. This is less. This is a Ben Stiller movie that has Jim Carrey in it.
I don't disagree with you. I just think this is...
as soon as I read that and as soon as I see that, I absolutely see that.
I just think it's like on the line of movies he made, like Fun with Dick and Jane, where it's like he's not putting in.
Whereas Yes Man is very much like a Bruce Almighty or The Mask, or like it is a Jim Carrey movie, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean though. I think we're saying the same thing. Where there's like a line of like 2010s Jim Carrey movies where he's just showing up, and like when Jim Carrey just shows up, it's still better than most, but it's just still. And this is one of those. This is like this. It's this. It's like I say. It's Fun with Dick and Jane. It's Yes Man. It's There's one more. There's one more in that space. It's this, where it's like he just showed up and took a paycheck. Like it's whenever he says, "Oh, I'm just the idea of Jim Carrey," like I'm playing Jim Carrey the character. That's what this is. This is Jim Carrey the character, just going through the motions. Like this is going through the motions. The movie.
Yeah, it's him checking the boxes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Sorry, I just want to see
with bad CGI. Wait, the penguins are CGI, right? They're not real.
They're a mix of real and CGI, apparently.
There's a lot of CGI penguins.
Oh, the other one that came out around the time is Series of Unfortunate Events.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Where it's like, well, I think Series of Unfortunate Events was him trying to do a thing. I think that's his last kind of gasp at him kind of being.
This is before Kick-Ass.
Is this before Kick-Ass?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Before Kick-Ass too.
I'm wrong with my timeline.
So
but
timeline goes. I'm not going to go all the way back, but timeline goes. If we start at Fun with Dick and Jane, then before that was Unfortunate Events.
Yeah.
After that was the number 23.
That makes sense.
Then he does Horton Hears a Who in 2008, along with Yes Man in 2008. He does I Love You, Philip Morris and Christmas Carol in 2009.
Right.
2011, he does Mr. Popper's Penguins. Yep. And then 2013, he does The Incredible Burt Wonderstone, Kick-Ass 2,
That's the one.
Anchorman 2, The Legend Continues, and then continues on from there. I'm not going to keep going.
That's the one. That's the one where it's like he's showing up and he doesn't give a shit. This is The Incredible Burt Wonderstone. That's the one where it's like he does. I don't even. It's not good. It's bad. It's a bad Jim Carrey performance where he's going through the there's that period of time where he's doing Christmas Carol. He's doing I Love You, Philip Morris because he thinks he's going to win an Oscar, and then he does this for a paycheck. This is a paycheck role, 100%, 100%,
or a favor.
I mean, can't it be both?
It absolutely can.
Like it's just it's the word movie. It's how I would put it.
The word that I would use is family friendly schlock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. Family movie schlock is a great way to put it. Yeah, because that's absolutely what it is. There's not doing anything interesting.
It's checking the boxes. It's doing exactly what you think it's going to do. It's right up there. It's right up there with Wayne the Rock Johnson doing the one where he's got the little girl.
The Tooth Fairy?
And that one.
Yeah.
It's right up with there.
Yeah.
Where it's just schlock.
He's doing the dance with the penguins, and you can see him dying a little inside.
Dying inside.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And also Angela Angela
Oh yeah,
Lansbury is
oh yeah, Angela Lansbury's in it too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's the one he's trying to impress, right?
he's trying to
Yeah,
he's trying to get her to sell her
yeah,
tea house or
yeah.
whatever.
Oh God, I love
Um,
Angela. Angela Lansbury reminds me of my grandma.
it was, I mean, yes, I could see why you'd say that. Um, yeah, it's one of those where it's fine.
It's fine. Like you have to enter it with the
In
knowledge of. Like I saw there was back when that movie came out. We liked that movie. That's the number one thing. We liked that movie coming out of it.
which one?
Pauper's Penguins.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's fine.
We
It's
watched that
fine.
in theaters for some reason.
Like it's one of those ones where it's like there's nothing
But I saw reviews
inherently.
where people were coming out of that
There's
movie angry, and you can't, it's not that you have to
no,
take it for
it's
what it
schlock.
is. It's schlock, and schlock can be fine. There's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with schlock.
you know,
If
it's not
I
rewriting. It's not reinventing the wheel by any means.
if I do nothing with this show, it's going to be to teach the world that there's nothing wrong with some schlock. There's nothing wrong
Like
with a little bit of schlock.
if I had to use one word to describe it, it would of course be schlock. But if I was allowed to have a
Two
second
words?
word, if I was allowed to have a second word, the second word would be inoffensive
Yeah,
schlock.
inoffensive schlock. There's people who took great. I'll never forget it. There was a guy. He used to be attached to the cinema stop, and they used to do midnight reviews where they sit in their car like we used to do, and they review movies. And I
Oh
remember
yeah.
him being utterly pissed off at this movie, and
I
like
mean
you just can't. It's not that kind of movie.
the worst part of this movie is its budget. It's the fact that it had a 55 million budget.
Yeah, all the
Um,
money went to CGI penguins.
yeah, 55 million budget and its box office was 187.4 million.
Big old bomb.
So it did not necessarily meet the financial
No.
aspects that it had.
They marketed the shit out of it. I remember there was posters like it. Yeah, they spent a lot of money on that movie for whatever
But
reason, and nobody
yeah,
watched it. Isn't it based
you
on a
know,
book?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's based on a book.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's based on a 1938 children's book,
really?
loosely,
Oh,
loosely
picture
based on
book?
it. Oh,
Huh.
doesn't say.
Jordan,
Probably.
is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
Although it probably wouldn't have been a children's book or a picture book, because in 1938, I don't think children existed.
What? 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 The things you just said. Number one, what does children existing having to do with it being a picture book? Number two, children
Because
definitely existed in 1938.
because only children like pictures.
See what you should have said, Jordan. What I would have said is I mean, I don't think it had pictures, Jordan, because in 1938 children couldn't read.
Well, no, but that's why they would have had to have pictures.
No, but they can't, Jordan. They can't read because there's pictures.
What?
I can do it too.
No, but that's why they would have had
I
picture
know.
books, because the children were uneducated and they needed an image to tell them the story.
No, but Jordan, they couldn't read, so they didn't have pictures.
All right. Anyway, so what's your next thing?
I got you, Jordan. That's right. I
And how
did to
offe-
you.
and what's your next thing and how offensive is it?
Honestly, not. I don't know, man. So my last two movies are westerns, and I realized that midway through the second one, and it was sucky. We'll do the short one first, and we'll end on the slightly longer one.
Is a have seen?
These are have not scenes. We're on have not scenes.
Oh, okay, because I have two have not scenes.
Yes, I have two have not scenes. This is
Okay.
my first
Okay.
have not seen.
Okay.
Apparently I fucked this up, and I'm doing have not scenes first somehow. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused.
I
But
think it's
go
because
on.
I think it's because I went first with the intention of it
Well,
keeping things on the rail. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Um,
and clearly things went off the rail.
Yeah. Today's an off the rails
Somewhere.
kind of show. Um, okay, Apple Dumpling Gang. The Apple Dumpling Gang, Jordan. The reason why I picked this is because my grandmother for years was like, Justin, you need to watch the Apple Dumpling Gang. This movie is really good. It's the Apple Dumpling Gang. We're loving the Apple Dumpling Gang. And so I was like, well, we're going to do Disney movies nobody's ever heard of. I guarantee you, none of you have heard of the Apple Dumpling Gang. Jordan barely knows what the Apple Dumpling Gang is.
I'm aware of it, but I don't actually know anything about it.
Jordan, what do you think it's about? Based solely on its title.
Uh, well, being that I don't actually, dumpling is a type of food.
Yes.
I don't think they usually have apples in them, but maybe it's about a gang of young children who like to eat apples and dumplings.
You know what, Jordan? I'm gonna give that to you. That's not inaccurate. It's not about children who like apples and dumplings, but they are children and they do like apple dumplings in the movie. So that's not an inaccurate statement, but that's not what the movie is about. The movie is about
apple. What is an apple
I'm pretty sure it's a
dumpling?
I've never had. Honestly, I don't know.
Ooh.
I was gonna make a guess, and every guess I thought of felt wrong. I'm like, it's a dumpling that has apples in it.
It looks like it's basically like a kind of like a
Pot sticker.
apple pie.
Oh, like a small apple pie.
An apple dumpling is a baked or boiled pastry wrapped apple.
Huh. People are gonna be like, how dare you not know what an apple dumpling is?
To prepare apple dumplings, apples are peeled, cored, and sometimes quartered, and placed on a portion of dough,
So it's basically an apple pie.
filled with cinnamon, butter, sugar,
Sure sounds
and
like an
sometimes dried for. Yeah, it sounds like a kind of an apple
apple
pie.
pie. Okay, so number one thing is this is a western from the 1970s, Jordan. So first and foremost, is it's boring as fucking shit. I was
I mean,
so
I
fucking
definitely
bored.
can see. I definitely can see why a gang of children would find that a delicious treat to eat.
Right. I mean, an adult might find that a delicious treat. Jordan, it was so boring. It's really boring. It's like when I was watching it, I was like, I fucking hate westerns. Why am I doing this? This sucks.
When this came out in the what 30s, 40s?
1979.
Oh, okay, so it's older than Old Yeller,
Yes.
or less old than Old Yeller, rather.
It's in that era of Disney movie, yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that
Yeah.
when I watched the old thing, it was boring too.
Much like the fucking
Just pacing. Usually those older ones.
Oh,
have
they're
pacing
paced
issues.
horribly. The only thing about this one is that it was short. It was an hour 40. But man, I fell asleep the first time I watched it. I had to rewatch it because I passed out because it was so slow, so dull. And it's just like the presentation of it is the characters have a particular way of speaking. The audio mix is rough. It's got the same doofy score that the Shaggy Dog had. Every character, when they move, it does a dumb, stupid sound effect because it's a movie from the 1970s and they need you to know it's basically a cartoon. But the plot of it is the guy who plays the Incredible Hulk in the 1970s, Bill Bixby, he gets tricked into picking up valuables for this guy, and he is trying to save up money to open up a casino in some city. I don't remember what the city is. And this guy tricks him into picking up this valuable goods, and he shows up, and it turns out that the valuable goods are in fact 3 orphan children, and that this guy was supposed to pick him up, but he doesn't want to, and he tricks Bill Bixby into picking them up, and he does, and he doesn't want them, and they're precocious children, and he keeps trying to dump them off on various people, and nobody wants them, so he gets stuck with them, and one way or another he winds up with this girl, and she's the love interest, and they're working together to take care of the kids. And the kids, for some reason, have the rights to a mine, and they're in this mine, and they find a big gold nugget made out of solid gold. And Jordan, you'll never guess, you'll be shocked to hear this. Quite suddenly, everyone wants to adopt them because they're worth something now.
I mean, I can't imagine why.
I can't imagine why they would want them. And in the meantime, throughout the movie, Don Knotts and another actor whose name you don't recognize.
Don Knotts.
Oh, he's one of those actors you've heard somebody impersonate. You go like this. I'm Don Knotts.
I see.
Yeah,
That's a wonderful little thing you've done there.
I can't think of what Don Knotts is. He's one of those.
It's a beautiful little mushroom cloud.
That beautiful that's Jimmy Stewart.
Are you sure they're not the same person?
No, they're not the same person. Don Knotts is an actor. He's been in something from the 1960s or 70s. Like he's done a Disney voice. He's done something. You know him from something. I just can't think of anything you would know him from. Or certainly you've heard someone do an impression of him in a movie or television show. He's just one of those actors. You would know him if you heard him. I'm sure he did one of those old school Disney movies. But anyway, they're kind of skulking around town. They're part of an old gang. They got kicked out of for reasons I don't remember why. They got kicked out of, and they're now trying to rob the bank. They attempt to rob the bank, but they get busted, and then they're about to be hanged, and they escape. And they keep accidentally running into the kids. So like there's a scene where they're like hanging out in the shack or whatever, and they think that the bandits are out to get. Oh, the bandits are out to get. This gang is out to get us, and they go outside to defend themselves, and it's just the kids on their way to the mine. And the guy's like, "You thought it was a bad gang of bad guys or whatever. It's just stupid kids. You're a moron." So blah 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 blah. The guy who initially gave up the kids comes back and now wants them back because they have this gold nugget, and they don't want to go with him. They want to stay with Bill Bixby and the girl, who have gotten married so that they've gotten a sham marriage so that they can retain custody of the children. And the children go to the gang members, Don Knotts and his friend, and they're like, "Yeah, we need you to break into the bank for us." And they're like, "No, we don't want to do that. We barely escaped. They want to hang us after we failed to break into the bank before, and they want to hang us for that. And we're shit at this. We don't want to do this." And like, it's not really stealing. You're just helping us retrieve our massive gold nugget. Like it's not really. You're helping us take a thing that's technically ours, and we're giving it to you. So it's not stealing. And they help them break in, and they get the nugget. And I can't remember what happens with the nugget, but anyway, it ends up they wind up with Bill Bixby, and everyone's happy in the end. And there is allegedly a second one where the Don Knotts and the reason why they're called the Apple Dumpling Gang is because the kids like apple dumplings. They're like, "Oh,
I knew it.
I
knew I was right.
We're like, we love apple dumplings, and we're all together. We're like a bunch of apple dumplings or whatever," and that's how they become the Apple Dumpling Gang. And there's a song called
cheesy.
"And They're the Apple Dumpling Gang" that plays in the opening and ending credits, and it is absolutely cheesy as hell. Funniest moment was my dad yesterday being like, "That movie was old when I was young. I watched that movie a ton when I was a kid," and I went, "Oh, I should tell you how old that movie is." Yeah, man, it's a family friendly Western from the 1970s. So like nothing. There's an exceptionally funny train chase sequence where it keeps cutting between what is a real train and real stunt people and the main actors on like fake horses, and what is definitely not green screen, but when they used to do the screen behind them and it was really fake looking.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't know what they called it. Like in Rockadoodle, the bit where he's riding the motorcycle and they shove the screen and it's just playing the road going. Yeah. It's that. They're doing that, and it's really obviously they're not riding horses. It's really.
I don't know what that would be called. Not green screen.
I don't remember what it's called.
Set scene.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't.
Somebody
even
in the
know
comments tell us. We don't have time to Google it.
I don't even know how you would Google
We got
it.
3 movies to get through. I don't even know how. I'll find a way after we're done. That's it though. That's the Apple Dumpling Gang. It didn't do anything for me. I'm sorry, Grandma. I know you love that movie and you wanted me to love it.
Maybe it would have if you had watched it as a kid.
Perhaps, yes. I will say that. In the way that I love a lot of movies from the 1960s, but I don't know, because there's lots of times where I like movies from the 1960s and 70s now. It's just I just don't like westerns. They just don't do anything for me. Like they're so fucking dull.
Do you have any other thoughts?
No, that's it. That's the Apple Dumpling Gang.
Okay. My first tab scene is Mike and Nick and Alice.
I have not seen.
So, I mean, do you care if I talk about it?
No major spoilers.
All right. Cold Notes version.
That's another one I would like to see.
Mike comes back in time to save, or sorry, Nick. Nick comes back in time to save Mike, who
is he the rat?
No,
he's not the rat. Oh, interesting.
No.
Is Vince Vaughn the rat?
No.
No.
Yes. No. From what I remember, there is another character who was the rat, and Nick saw that or found out, like, past Nick, I guess technically both Nicks, found out that the real rat was the rat, but didn't say anything or framed Nick or Mike or something like that.
Oh, okay. So he got Mike killed and he regrets it, and that's why he's gone back in time.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
He hired
based
he hired the
purely,
because the Dawn ordered him to, and you don't go against the Dawn. He hired the hitman who
gotcha.
kills
The
him.
the Don being
Um,
Keith David, right?
yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Um, and the one that he hires is a cannibal who ate him alive originally. Um,
Um.
and
How does the
and
girl tie into it then?
he that's Vince Vaughn's wife, who who
Oh.
who her and Marsden Mike
Yeah.
um had been falling in love, and she was gonna leave Vince Vaughn.
Oh, and that's why Vince Vaughn wanted to kill James Marsden.
I'm assuming that's why he was a little peeved.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Okay.
Um,
Did Ben Schwartz invent time travel?
Spoilers.
Okay, that tells me probably yes. He's the one who invented time travel. Just based purely on the setup of the opening of that movie, I'm guessing he's the one who is involved in the
Um,
time travel.
and the uh, the person the hitman who is go trying to um kill Marsden is I can't remember what his character name is, or I would find the actual actor. Um,
Is it
but
somebody we know?
yes,
Oh, fair.
at least I think he is. I kind of recognized him. Pretty sure he's played by the guy who plays Bill Dauterive.
Stephen Root.
Fr-
Is the name
Uh,
Stephen Root in the cast?
yes, Chet.
Wow, that's so bizarre, man. You know how many movies he's shown up in this week? At least two.
Uh, a lot.
More than one.
So
No, he was in.
so
No,
it
oh
was
my god!
it was
Oh
one
my
of those
god! Oh my
things
god! Oh
where
my
it's
god!
like
Okay, sorry,
he's one
sorry.
of those actors where like I've seen him in enough things where I recognize him at
Yeah,
this point.
Stephen
So
Root.
yeah, as soon as I saw him, I was like, oh, it's Bill
I
Dauterive.
was trying to describe to you who Stephen Root was earlier. You should have been like, yeah, he was in Nick and Nick in that movie I watched.
You should have said he's Bill
I
Dauterive.
did. I said he's Bill Dauterive, and he's
And then as soon as you said that, I definitely knew who he
Oh
was.
yeah, fair. He's Bill Dauterive. He's Buck Strickland. He's
I mean, I do once you say he's Bill Dauterive. I don't know the actor by name.
he's Bill Dauterive. He's Chode from Tripping the Rift.
If I had known that if I had known his name, then I would know that he's Bill Dauterive. When I see the actor, I know that the actor is Bill Dauterive.
He's been in a bunch of stuff the past few weeks. Where it's like, hey, that's Stephen Root. He's such a I would call him. I don't know if this is an actual term, but I'm gonna coin it right now. A utility actor. Like he's a great background actor where he plays his one role and it's a small role, but he's always fantastic. I've never disliked Stephen Root in anything.
Yeah, yeah. I would have also taken. He's the Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, exactly. Like such a great utility. Like,
He really
utility,
fits into any
any
situation you need
chameleon,
him.
yeah. Like yeah, when he's Milton in Office Space, completely different vocal pattern
Or
than Bill
or
Dauterive.
or when he's in dodgeball and he's
Yeah,
playing
that's another great
dodgeball.
example. Yeah.
He's very different than he is here, where he's a cannibal who wants to kill and
It
eat you.
off puts me when they make him bad. Like when he's like an evil, like scummy guy. That's where it's not a performance thing. It's just I get pulled out because I'm like, that's Stephen Root. He's never.
Well, that to be fair, that's kind of in this one. That's kind of supposed to be the joke.
That's funny. I like that. The fact that you said he's Stephen Root. I mean, I already wanted to watch this movie, but that makes me want to watch more.
they set up because the entire time future Nick is like describing this guy who kills him, and he's a cannibal, and he's like he's a real sick son of a bitch, kind of like describing kind of scenario, right? And then yeah, he what's his name, Bill Root shows up, and he just looks like like a regular suburban
That's
guy.
funny. I like that. That's funny. That's a funny joke. That's funny.
And the joke is also like past Nick when he met him. He's like, yeah, I've known you for a couple days. We were at the hot dog stand together.
That's
We're
funny.
getting hot dogs, and that's where
So
they met him.
the two versions of Nick, they were like they work together, right? At a point, they eventually work together.
Yeah, at a point they do, but
Yeah. How's Vince
uh,
Vaughn's chemistry with Vince Vaughn?
it's not bad.
Is it
They do.
believable?
Yes, I would say so,
Interesting.
because they do a thing where he's like, yeah, they're still so similar because future Nick, it's not much of a spoiler, but
He's from like a day
future,
in the future,
he's
right?
no, he's like 6 months in the
Oh,
future.
6 months. Okay, but that's not a ton of time.
It's not enough time that he has to act like super different.
Interesting. Six
Um,
months. So like so what is the relationship between him and Mike? Like, are they close? Is that the idea? Like they're friends?
they were partners, like
Oh,
they
they were
worked together.
partners. Oh, okay. Working together
Um,
for the mob Don
like kind
boss
of,
guy.
yeah, kind of like
Okay.
a work friend kind of scenario.
Okay. So he sat with this
Um,
for 6 months, discovered. I'm spitballing, not knowing.
re, re,
Discovered
re,
time travel, and then
realized that he regretted it. Discovered that I don't remember exactly the context, but like, yeah, discovered that the Ben Schwartz guy, or he came, I think he describes it as like, I found the machine.
interesting.
Um, and then he's like, and it was surprisingly intuitive, like a video game, and he punches the date in or something like that, goes back in time, and then the mood stuff happens.
It's so interesting because the time
But yeah, this
the
movie
vibe of
is
that the trailer gives you does not it doesn't give you like this is a wacky science fiction adventure kind of movie. So it's
it kind
interesting
of
to
does.
hear
'Cause
that
the trailer
it
very
doesn't, it
much
doesn't. I don't know. I don't have
shows
to.
that there's two of them, and it
Yeah.
implies the time travel
I don't know.
elements.
I don't know how to
So
describe it other than
that's why I don't feel bad mentioning the time
when you
travel
were
stuff, is
watching it, I'm like,
because
this is giving like I know that a second
it's
Nick shows
definitely
up, it's
more.
giving me a different vibe than the trailer kind of
It's
did, which is good. That's a good
I
thing.
will
It's
say
not a bad thing.
the trailer, at least in my opinion, the trailer makes it seem like way less of a comedy than it is. Like the
Interesting.
trailer really
Interesting.
to me focused more on the science fiction action aspects of it.
Is it a time
And
loop thing?
in what way?
Like, because like the trailer makes it look like he's going back to the same moment, same day, and he keeps fucking up and having to go back again and
Oh
redo it
no,
again.
no. The movie very much, at least as far as Nick is concerned, or as far as he knows anyway, makes it clear
Causality.
that they have one chance.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. That's interesting.
Um,
Interesting.
that ends up not necessarily being true, but he doesn't know that.
Interesting.
Um,
Interesting.
and as for causality, uh, I can't remember exactly. There's a point
She stabs him, and future Nick
where the
winds up
wife
with her. Yeah.
stabs, she stabs him, and I believe, yeah, future Nick ends up with a scar. But I don't specifically remember. I was kind of I don't know how to say this on air. Um, Me and Mary Jane were
Wasn't all there.
really
Yeah, yeah. No, I get you.
really having a good time hanging out. Um, but
He was stoned as balls, you guys.
I don't know I don't know if you're allowed to say that.
No, I
Um,
don't either.
but this movie is new. It's fairly new. It
Nope.
only came out
Like,
March 27th.
of this year?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Huh.
So it came out a month ago today.
That's really new. It's the new,
Um,
not the newest movie we've ever done, but it's
um, it was officially released March 14th, 2026 at the South by Southwest Film and TV Festival.
pretty sure this is a
And
Hulu
then
exclusive, so it's not gonna have much. Of
and
a
then
box office.
it came worldwide release on Disney Plus and Hulu March 27th. Yeah, as for box office, it doesn't have one.
No,
It didn't go to theaters,
no.
which is kind of a shame. I think it might have done
I
decently at
know.
theaters,
It would have been great if it
but
was a real movie.
but I had fun.
Yeah, sounds fun.
You have Disney Plus? You should go watch it.
I want to watch it. It's on my list of ones I want to watch. Just maybe we'll come back. We'll come back to Disney
Oh,
Plus
also
or Hulu, and you could do
the
pizza movie, and I'll do this one.
the one character that you kept seeing that you were like, how do I know that character? I don't know if this name means anything to you. Jimmy Tatro, Jimmy Tatro.
No,
Um, He was in Scream 7. He
No,
was in 22 Jump
that
Street.
might be it.
He was in Smallfoot.
No.
Uh, and then he's known in particular for. Hold on, I gotta go back
He
to
looked
it.
familiar. I was driving me crazy. I was like, I don't know
He's
that.
he's a YouTuber.
Oh.
Um, he is a creator and star of the YouTube channel Life According to Jimmy.
No, it doesn't sound familiar. Oh yeah, that was the thing in Pizza Movie. There's a person from Smosh in it. Randomly. No one you know
That's
by name.
weird.
But it was someone I recognized. I recognized him as being on a try not to laugh.
Yeah,
Episode. It's like,
he's
I recognize that guy.
34.
Hmm. Interesting.
But yeah, he was biggest thing that he's known for is the biggest things that are listed here are yes, Scream 7, this movie, and 22 Jump Street,
Huh. Interesting.
as well as his own show or his own YouTube
Jordan, is that
channel.
it?
That is it.
Jordan, final movie for me. My final movie. This one was also problematic. This was problematic. But
How problematic was
I'll
it?
let you decide, Jordan. This is the Lone Ranger.
Oh, it was very problematic.
Okay, here's the thing, right?
Full stop. Don't need to hear anything else.
That's what Jake went like. Jake went like, oh, Jake, I was like, gotta watch the Lone Ranger.
Wasn't Johnny Depp Tonto in that one?
Johnny Depp is absolutely Tonto in this one. And
yeah,
like,
no, that's horribly offensive.
No, it is. But the thing, no, it's bad. It's bad. He's doing a lot of like, I'm a mystic man who knows better than you shit. It's made all the more weird by the fact that they do a flashback that, because I thought for whatever reason I had a memory of someone telling me that the gag was that in the movie he's not actually native and that he's just a white guy pretending to be native. But no, he's very much native. And what makes it all the more weird and bizarre is they have a flashback with him. Like there's a flashback sequence, and the kid playing him in the flashback is Native American.
Oh, that's awful.
Right? So like somehow he ages into a white man. And like for most
A white man in Native American skin.
and while no, don't get me wrong, it's awful. But
I don't know what you call that. It's not blackface.
Red
Whatever
face?
the native. Can't say that.
no, can't I say that?
Oh, you can't. No,
No, I can't
that's
say
bad.
that. Is that bad?
No. I don't even want to use that word to describe them.
No? Is that not
Native American face.
Native American face?
No, sorry, that's offensive too. Indigenous face?
Indigenous face? I don't know where the line is anymore.
I'm so scared. I don't know what to describe it as.
I don't know what the line
But
is.
all I know is that what he is doing is not okay.
No, it's not. No, he says it's okay because he's 1/16th Cherokee, Jordan.
K21 and me.
But to me, okay, for most of the movie, that's not to say it's not awful and offensive, because it is. But like for most of it, he's got white face paint on, and he's wearing a crow on his head.
That doesn't make it okay, Justin.
But it opens with him. Okay, the framing device of this movie is it's Tonto telling the story to a child, and the idea is this real or not, or is this mythological? And the version of Tonto that is telling this story is in indigenous face. Like he's got
you almost said it.
I almost said Indian face.
Yeah, no, can't say that.
He's got this horrible old man makeup on that's made him look as though he's indigenous, and it's bad. It's worse than him just in the white face paint. It's awful, and it keeps cutting back to him, and it's terrible. And even more insultingly is the rest of the movie is boring. Like, it's boring. The action sequences are awful. Like any Western, I swear to God, I've never seen a shootout scene in a Western that was fun to watch. Like, because it's just smoke effects of gunshots going off and impact sounds. But it doesn't look interesting. And characters doing this. For the audio listeners, I just moved my shoulders a bunch. Like, it's just not interesting or engaging. And this movie was, it's why I got so, like, about Jerry Bruckheimer earlier. Because this movie was produced by Jerry Bruckheimer and directed by Gore Verbinski, who You don't know the name Gore Verbinski. No, I don't know if this was produced by Jerry Bruckheimer, but it was definitely directed by Gore Verbinski. And you know Gore Verbinski as the guy who directed all the first 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes
And
sense.
so he desperately, the reason why Johnny Depp, that's
He
why
wants
Johnny Depp is in this.
he wants a new pirate.
He wants this to be Pirates of the
yeah.
Caribbean, yes. And he wants Tonto to be Jack Sparrow. And so he's doing shit like he's walking along and like there's a like a thing that's separating 2 ledges, and he walks across it like completely calmly, and the thing falls down and he just completely just like Jack Sparrow would. Like he even walks like Jack Sparrow for half the movie. He's just trying to do indigenous Jack Sparrow in indigenous face, and it's not remotely working. The only character who's any sort of interesting in this is, I kind of like Armie Hammer as the Lone Ranger. He was kind of fun. I like Armie Hammer. He's been in some stuff I like. I really quite liked. I think I talked about. There's a movie where he was a spy. I talked about it. He was quite good in that. Like I really like Armie Hammer. This movie feels like it's an example of. Maybe if you were a fan of the Lone Ranger, because the Lone Ranger, to be fair, is an iconic piece of American pop culture. Like,
Yeah, and sometimes things need to stay in the past.
like Jordan, if I said to you, maybe not, you might not know this. We'll try. What does he say when he rides his horse?
Hi-ho Silver, away!
Hi-ho Silver, away! He says it in this movie, and Tonto goes, never say that again. I'm like, but that's his whole thing. He says hi-ho Silver, away! That's his, and
Hi-ho Silver, away!
There's a great deal of explanation given to why he's wearing the mask, why he has to wear the mask at all times, even though he's just wearing a fucking domino mask that doesn't really hide his identity at all.
The domino mask never hides your identity from anyone.
It just kind of barely covers your cheeks, Lone Ranger. But yeah, like especially if you're from Texas, he's the lone Texas Ranger. So like, this movie does that thing where it's like, it's saying shit and doing shit. Like when he's chasing guys, the big thing with, I think in the original show, whenever he chased guys, it would do the William Tell Overture. It does that every time he chases someone, like it's part of the score. So I'm like, I feel like maybe if somehow I think that movie came out in 2012, 2013. In 2013, if you're like a massive fucking Lone Ranger fan and you can stomach Johnny Depp in indigenous face, maybe you can get, but its worst sin is that it's just not very interesting. Like it's just I almost wish it were worse, like it were a worse movie, so then I could make fun of it, or that it were a better movie so you could ignore the indigenous face. But it's just kind of a nothing movie. Oh yeah, it's also, for some absurd fucking reason, 2.5 hours long, which is, say it with me, Jordan,
Too long.
too long. It's too long. 2.5 hours for this movie was awful. It was agonizing. When I was reading the Wikipedia article in the hopes to describe the plot, which I'll spare you, it just kept going, and it was just every third paragraph was like, and then it was like, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. And it's like, oh my god! And then the movie has the audacity to end with an anticipation of getting a sequel. Which it's funny I said this wanted to be Pirates of the Caribbean. They absolutely wanted this to be a franchise and for this to be Pirates of the Caribbean. And I feel like maybe if you had gotten somebody Native American or indigenous to play Tonto, who I understand is a stereotype to begin with, but maybe if you had given him some Native American or indigenous authenticity, you might have been able to skate by on boring fucking visuals and a god-awful story. But the fact, like, the number one thing anyone ever remembers about this terrible movie is the one thing, and I don't understand at what point, surely there had to be a stopgap of somebody being like, dude, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure? Because
When did this come out again?
2013.
Yeah, no, they didn't think about that at that point.
I mean, clearly not. Clearly not. They were like, oh, yeah, let's just get the Jack Sparrow guy to do indigenous Jack Sparrow. They call him the other thing a lot in the movie.
Yeah, but we know better,
We,
Justin.
we know better. They're
We
indigenous.
are we are we come from a more civilized time.
Right? We are PC, and sometimes we make mistakes, but we always correct them, or bleep them
I
out.
try.
No, I was gonna say or bleep them out in the final YouTube video. That's it. That is. We'll see if it's long enough to make a video. This week's videos are gonna be really interesting.
Okay, so
Final movie,
Um,
Jordan. Quickly,
yeah,
quickly get us
unless you
through this
have
so we
it.
can get out of here.
um, I actually want to talk about this
I know.
one.
I'm being a jerk. What is this?
So my final have not seen is Disney Twisted Wonderland, the animation.
Oh yeah, what is this about? I've been dying to ask you
Um,
this all week. What is it about?
Well, okay. So before I tell about the actual show, I'll give
Okay,
a
if you
little.
prefer the franchise, what is this? What is this franchise about?
Well, it's this the show is based off of a game, which was apparently I'm just
Is it in
reading.
a dating sim?
No, the game was a Japanese battle slash rhythm game
What?
based on Disney villains.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Which I after I'm done this, it was a phone game, so and it was published by Aniplex,
Really?
which does all those different animes, um,
Really?
and yeah,
The game
the
came
game
first.
the game came first.
That's
Game
so
came
weird.
first. Game was released March 18th, 2020 in
Yeah.
Japan, and January 20th, 2022 in the United States.
Did you not say that there was a manga? The manga didn't come first?
Hmm. I'm not sure.
It's just really
It doesn't-
strange
it
to
does-
me.
Doesn't appear to be.
The
but
reason why I ask is because it just seems strange to me that the anime company produced the game, and then I assume they make the anime as well.
mm,
Do they not? Is it not done by Aniplex?
the Wikipedia that I'm on is a Disney Wikipedia because the official one isn't as good. So
Fair
it's
enough.
not as useful.
Fair enough.
Production company, Umeda Company, graphics, Aniplex,
Aniplex.
and Walt Disney
that's
Japan. So
that's
yeah,
strange.
they did produce this as well.
That's so strange. That
Also,
makes me think that the manga must have
interesting.
come first.
I'm thinking the manga came first because it says here that the creator of the characters are designed by Yana Toboso, who is also the creator of Black Butler.
That makes sense. That totally. Yeah. Same
So
aesthetic, same art
I-
style. Totally.
I
Totally.
could
totally.
I could believe that the manga came first. It says that it's a rhythm game based on the Disney Villains franchise.
Because I could believe that Aniplex produced the game with the intention of it supporting the anime, right? I could believe that. It's just weird that they would make a game and then make a game
Oh, I know
and then make
this
their
came
own
before.
anime based on a game that they made.
I
That's very
know
strange.
that this came before the anime.
No,
That
I know. I'm just saying. It would make more sense to me if the manga came first and the game was based off the manga and then they made the anime based on the game.
After we're done here, I might see if I could download the game and see what it's like.
Because to me that would make more. Because not that it's not impossible. It's just very strange for an anime dubbing company to produce a game and to then make an anime based
Well,
on that
technically,
game.
well, to be fair, it's not exclusively the anime company. It's also Disney Japan.
Oh, interesting. But still, that's still strange.
So okay, now that we know a little bit of where this comes from,
Let me take a stab at this before you tell me.
it says based on popular mobile games. So
Interesting.
I'm gonna treat it as if it comes from the game.
Doesn't it? It just kind of seems like it's Hogwarts, but instead of it being Slytherin, Gryffindor, whatever, it's Disney villain houses.
Yeah, kind of. That's a good a solid interpretation.
Yeah. That's what it looked like. Because they were making tarts in class.
Except it also it obviously clearly it's an isekai.
Is it?
Or like an Alice in Wonderland is a better comparison.
Well, yeah, that's an isekai.
Because the main character he comes from the real world, Japan.
Really? And he gets and the school is a magical land.
He's trapped here. He's trapped in this
No
place.
shit.
And so the idea, so this came out in this premiered on Disney Plus October 29th, 2025.
Yeah, it's fairly new.
Um,
That I know.
and it's already it premiered with a 3-season renewal.
Really?
So
Really?
it's gonna have 3 seasons.
No shit. No kidding.
Um,
I
and,
to be honest with you, I knew this existed. I'd seen the trailer because it popped up on YouTube or coming my news site as a Disney anime, and I went Disney anime, and I watched it, and I was like, what is this? Like, what the fuck is this?
So yeah, each season is going to be based off of a particular section of the manga.
Do the villains ever actually show up?
It says from the first 3 story chapters. So I don't know if that means from the game, but respectively titled episode of Heart Slabulol, episode of Savannah Claw, and episodes of Octavinel, which those are all houses in the school. I'm just going to quickly go down the list of the different houses, and forgive me because I will absolutely be butchering these names.
You already have
each
it.
of the important to note is each of the houses is based around one of the Disney villains.
Yeah, that I know. Yeah.
So, and we'll see. Okay, we're gonna play a game here. Just from the names.
Yeah.
Some will be easier than others. And we'll see if you can guess what it's based on.
Okay.
Heart Slabule.
I mean, that's
Heart Slabule.
That's definitely the Queen of Hearts.
That's Alice in Wonderland. Yes.
Yeah.
Savannah Claw.
Lion King Scar.
Yes.
Yeah.
Octavinel.
I'm gonna guess based on the
keeping in mind that it's classic Disney. So like no Frozen, no Tangled.
Based on the prefix octo, I'm gonna guess Little Mermaid Ursula.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
Scarabia.
Ooh, well, I mean, again with the Arabia in there. I mean, Arabia, Agrabah, Aladdin, Jafar.
Correct.
Ah, how many more? Is that it? Am I 4 for 4?
No, there's more.
There's more. Okay.
There's 1, 2, 3, and then there's a 4th one, but it's not based on a specific movie.
Gotcha.
So there's 8. We were correct. So there's Palma Fiore. This might get hard for you.
Oh, This feels like a wild guess, and I don't think it's right, but I'm gonna guess anyway. Is it based on the Lady and the Tramp?
Nope, it is Snow White and the 7 Dwarves.
Palm. Oh, palm. Apple. Shit, I feel stupid now.
I didn't pick up on that.
Yep.
That's clever. Okay, next one. Ignihide.
Ignihide.
IgnihYde.
Cinderella?
No, that is Hercules.
Okay, no, I would have never gotten that.
And
nothing
then
in there that gives me that it's Hercules.
Yeah, that's why I was like, some of these might get hard. This one you should get. And this is the last one based on a specific house. Diasomnia.
Somnia. Oh, Sleeping Beauty.
Yes, and then there's it lists here one here which is called Night Raven Staff, which I think is like the employees and stuff, but that's not based on a movie. And then there's side characters which are based on different movies.
But did you ever actually see Disney characters in this?
As of yet, not as like actual speaking. Well, kind of. So, like for example, there's a clip that I showed you, where some of the students and our main guy have been tasked with cleaning statues.
Yeah.
Statues of the different characters that the houses are based on, which I think they were supposed to essentially be like founding members of the school. Is supposed to be the idea.
Okay.
I think I might be wrong about that.
Okay.
Um, Either way, there's the statues of the different characters,
Right.
and when he's looking at the statues of the different characters, it cuts to scenes of those characters from the actual
Okay, that's
movies
pretty
that they
cool.
come
That's
from.
pretty cool. But it does. But
Um,
like Jafar never shows up on this show as an actual character.
Not as of
That feels
yet,
like kind of a wasted
but there's
opportunity.
the characters that are based on those characters. So
Interesting.
the first arc is about and this is what I watched, is really focused on the characters that belong to the house. The first one that I told you about, the heart one, heart Slavio
Yes,
or
yes, yes.
whatever.
Because I saw there was an episode where they were making tarts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is clearly a
And
reference to Alice in
painting
Wonderland.
and painting the and so as I understand it, that character, the boy, the one that is
Yeah.
the leader or whatever of that house, um, I think he's the son of the queen.
Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting.
Because like there's scene, but I'm not sure if that's true. He might just be like a descendant of her. Um, because there's scenes where it cuts to his mother, and we never see, like, we just see the silhouette of the mother. We don't actually see who the mother
Uh,
is, but he refers, like, he follows his character arc is he is fixated on following the rules, the rules of the
gotcha.
like the, and so he's like, Queen of Heart rule number 500 and such and such and such. You can't eat like this kind of food at this time of night. You have disobeyed the rule. Off with your head. And then he casts the magic spell, and they have like a thing on their neck, which like a weight basically on their neck, which is a punishment.
That's
It's a
funny.
punishment spell because he's the leader of that house,
That's funny.
basically. And so near the end of the season, we see, and it's cool because, like, yeah, there's like the gym teacher who's wearing like the red outfit, and it's a female, but like it's
Yeah.
wearing the red outfit, and it's got like the little symbol that Gaston has, and definitely looks like Gaston.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like they've got like the one character who like looks like a lion, like lion-esque, and it's definitely going to be from the Scar house, and probably comes in more later. And it's like yeah, you can tell what each of these characters is based
It's
on,
just an
and it's
odd choice to be like it's Disney themed, but none of the Disney characters are involved in this.
are
So
like a major focal
we
thing.
we can keep an arm's length from this one if we so
and and
desire.
yet and yet it's like they could bring them in. So like in the last episode of the
If
season,
it's magic, then
um
certainly, yeah, absolutely, you can.
in the last episode of the season, they've basically confronted the leader of
Is there
the
a
queen. The
Voldemort?
No, not so far as I've seen, but
Mm,
again,
okay,
there's going to be
okay.
3 seasons, so maybe.
Maybe eventually they'll
um
develop a Voldemort.
but at the end of the season, they kind of confront the Queen of Hearts stand-in, if you will. I don't know what you want to call what is. I don't remember his name. He's the leader of that house, and he kind of goes off the deep end a little bit, and they end up having to fight a monster, which like looks like the Queen of Heart, but like a monster version.
Interesting.
Um,
The show sounds weird.
and the main thing, the main important thing is our main character, because he's from the real world,
Yeah.
doesn't have magic.
Oh, interesting.
Everyone else has magic, but he doesn't have magic.
Interesting. Interesting.
But it's fun, and also there was definitely a case, like a part where I was like, wait a minute, that voice. I know that voice. Why do I know that voice?
That's a funny.
And it was Matthew Mercer.
That's funny.
He plays two characters in this.
That's funny. That's
He
funny.
plays Divas Crewell, and
That's
Rook
funny.
Hunt.
Fruit
And so it's kind of cool.
That's
It's kind of
funny.
cool because the house that the Queen of Hearts one, the one that's based on, the house that he is in charge of, each of the house members, which is like a Hogwarts kind of thing, are all wearing, like, their outfits are all different
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
card things, right?
Yeah.
And so like you've got, and like as you're like a newer member, you're one of the lower cards.
That's funny. That's funny.
Um,
That's clever. I like that. That's clever.
And so yeah, I'm fascinated by this.
That's
It was a
clever.
lot of fun, and some of the character designs are really interesting, and it does make me kind of interested to go and see what this game is like.
That weird Disney anime that's based off of a game.
Um, I will definitely be keeping an eye on this one.
This feels like one of those ones we're gonna get majorly fact checked in the comments.
We might be coming when the second and third season come out. We might be coming back to
Hey
this.
man, we have anime episodes.
We might be coming back to this.
I've decided I'm no longer adverse to doing multi parts when it comes to.
I will say one of the characters that I kept hearing talking, I thought for sure that it was going to be other character from Critical Role, other person from Critical Role whose name I can't think of, Sam Riegel. I thought for sure it was going to be Sam Riegel, but I don't see him on the cast list.
Huh. I'm Jordan. I'll put it to you this way: if I'm
It
gonna
sounds
do
like him.
if I'm gonna do Kaneko Man Part 3, certainly you can do Weird Disney Anime Part 2
Hell yeah, when it comes out, whenever it comes
whenever
out,
it comes out,
if it comes out.
if it indeed comes out.
But yeah, according to this, there's going to be 3
So
seasons.
if we can't return to stuff, there's no longevity to this. So you know.
I'm just saying.
If we can't come back to things eventually, you know, there's no
And that's
longevity
it.
to this. Like, John, I'm just saying,
One
like,
day-
2 years from
what-
now, when I want to talk about Indiana Jones, fifth Indiana Jones again, you know,
You know what? One of these days, maybe you'll watch it.
maybe it does intrigue me.
It's just
Maybe
weirdly
maybe
fascinating.
I'll watch it for anime next time. That's it, Jordan. We finally made it to the end of this unwieldy Disney Hulu stream. We've done
Oh
it.
yeah, and the castle that they're in. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me it looks vaguely like the Disney castle.
That would make sense. That would make sense. That would add up with the general Disney thing. Jordan, that's the end. That's the end, right?
That is it.
That's the end. We're at the
And
end.
yeah, the point
made
is
it.
supposed to be basically that like there's perhaps more to the villains than meets the eyes.
Kind of like
That meets the
Descendants. Kind of like that movie
I-
Descendants.
But yeah, they're the Great Seven.
Excellent. Excellent stuff.
Which fits, it fits as an aside, it fits into the twist, like the Wonderland. It's the twisted Wonderland.
Yeah.
So like in Wonderland, they're the heroes.
Right? Right? Jordan, you're probably wondering, what are we going to do next week?
Watch movies, watch shows, talk about it.
Talk about movie news?
Spend close to 6 hours talking about it.
I mean, it's got to
Actually, we might actually be at 6 hours at this point.
It might be 6 hours at this point. It is in fact 6 hours. Congratulations, Jordan. We just broke a record.
We broke our record.
We broke our own record. It's because we talked about Xenoverse for entirely too long. Anyway.
Yes, we did.
Anyway, you're probably wondering what we're doing next week, Jordan. What topic we're going to do next week, Jordan? Next week, it's a special I call pick an actor, redo. And Jordan, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to pick one actor. I'm going to pick Robin Williams. I'm going to do a bunch of Robin Williams shit. But you're not limited to one actor. As long as it is an actor that we have done a pick an actor on before, you can select him. And try to be a little different. Don't just pick all shit that I picked.
Does it have to be one that you've done, or
Yes, one that I've done.
one that you've done? Okay.
Yes.
Actor or actress or either.
I'll allow for either.
Okay.
We'll say
'Cause that's
actor,
gonna-
but depending on whether or not you pick an actress, you can say actress.
Okay.
I
Because
just don't know
that
how-
opens the availability.
I just don't know how hard this is going to be for you to go through and figure out which actors I picked. I think for the past couple of them, I did blank versus blank in the title, so it'll be a bit easier. But I know I want to do Robin Williams, and I'm kind of actually, now that I've said this, I'm depending on how my list shakes out, I might do two. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I definitely want to do a bunch of Robin Williams shit.
Having the option to do two makes it a little easier in case there's only a couple from a particular actor that I want to do.
Yeah, exactly. I just know that I want to do Dead Poet Society because Jordan said to watch Dead Poet Society. He recommended that. Jordan, where can they find you?
I do Minecraft Mondays at Gore187, and when I'm not doing that, I'm spending way too much time talking about movies with you.
I'm here for way too long. Yeah, I'm Justin. I'm on TikTok, Justin Spurr.
I'm Justin, and I have a problem.
I have a problem with podcasting. I'm addicted to podcasting. I do a show on Fridays. Usually comes out on Fridays. Called The Final Frontier with my good friend Jake, where we talk about Star Trek every single week. I never advertise that show. I really should start doing that. That's there. I'm on TikTok. I'm Justin Spurr. All my political takes go there now, because all of my entertainment takes come here.
In case for some reason you want to hear those.
In case if you ever want to hear those, I often am on the average. Most recently, I was on the Average Intelligence talking about religion. If you want to hear my bad opinions on religion, you can go check that out. That's pretty fun.
Bad or accurate?
Both. We're on TikTok. It's Spur of the Moment P. You can find us there. You can email the show if you want to be on the show or be on one of our shows, or just be on the YouTube channel if you have any idea for collaboration. We want to collaborate with you. Come collaborate with us over Zoom, most likely. But you can email the show. It's Justin's Business. There's a Patreon. There's a Discord. Nobody ever goes to those things, but you can go to those things. There's all sorts of links in the description you can click. Wild Education, the Vizard. At this point, at some point here, the boxes have popped up, and the box on the left is the episode from last week, which was our Tokusatsu special. As an aside, really quickly at the end here, do you know what? I'll save it for next week. Wait, tune in next week to hear my thing.
This has gone on too long.
Yeah. But the box on the left, Tokusatsu episode. Box on the right is a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. There's new stuff out 7 days a week, or you can leave this video a like. That helps us out tremendously. Or you can leave us a comment. Engage with the content. We will see you all next week. Have a good day, everybody.